to be standing here and welcoming everyone in this event. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to read the agenda for today's event. First, we have general lecture with Professor Ahmad Taufik as a moderator and Professor Slamet Budi Prayitno as a speaker. Following by opening traditional dance called Lenggang Surabaya. Second, singing Indonesian national anthem. Third, report by Chair of International Conference of Aquaculture Indonesia, Dr. Pande Gesasmita, and welcoming speech by President of Indonesian Aquaculture Society, Professor Rohmin Dahuri, and keynote speech by Vice Minister for Marine Affairs and Fisheries of Republic Indonesia, and Chairman for North Java Authority, Admiral Retirement Dr. Didit Herdiawan Asyaf, MPA, MBA. Following by striking the gong to symbolize that the event officially opened, then a group photo with all participants. After that, the inauguration of the Central Board of Indonesia Aquaculture Society 2025 until 2030. Then we have the plenary session 1 with Professor Esti Handayani as the moderator. After that, we have a lunch break. Then the plenary session 2 moderating by Professor Desrina. The last plenary session moderating by Dr. Ilham. And last, we closing this event with gala dinner reception by Blue Aqua Indonesia and Bahtera Adijaya. And now, we have the opening traditional dance performance called Lenggang Surabaya by Faculty Fisheries and Marine Universitas Airlangga. Please give applause to the dancer. Such a wonderful performance to show the Surabayan heritage. Thank you for the dancer. And now, we begin the general lecture with Professor Ahmad Taufik as the moderator. I would like to invite the moderator up to the stage. Give applause to Professor Ahmad Taufik.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning for all. Welcome to speakers, all participants in this 11th International Conference of Aquaculture Indonesia. Before the ICAI opening ceremony begin, let's listen together to the general lecture, and that will be presented by Professor Slamet Budi Prayitno from Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science Universitas Diponegoro, Semarang, Indonesia. With the title present the Fish Health Management for Sustainable Aquaculture. Please welcome to Professor. Applause, please. Okay, to save time to Professor, this 9 o'clock, the general lecture. Okay, time for you.
Thank you, Pak Taufik. This is an honor for me that I can sit here to share my knowledge, but let me speak mixed up Indonesian and English. because my English is not very good. And secondly, I'm not talking about aquaculture itself, but I'm talking about sustainability as a whole process. And I'm concentrated on non-technical aquaculture. Next slide, please. So, this is the agenda. I don't know how many minutes that you give it to me. 30. Okay, thank you. Okay, next slide, please. So the definitions of aquaculture sustainability is a dynamic process. It means that sustainability starts from the pre-production, in production, and post-production. We just experienced how our product was rejected from the American market due to the radioactive C137. It means that the whole sustainability of aquaculture is not just about production, but it is also about protection and then climate change, yeah, and also the quality of the product itself before marketing. This morning I just concentrated on the production because the issues is quite interesting. This is quite important because this is part of the sustainability. Next slide. In terms of in production, how to reduce the cost, many research has been done. This is one field of the research that the cost of production, the highest cost of production is in feed. So there's a lot of research on it using local and also substitution of ingredients. Next slide, please. This is Prof. Rohmin's Dahuri presentations about holistic development of aquaculture in Indonesia. I agree with this concept, but I'd like to just take one or two issues. How non-technical is quite important in aquaculture sustainability. The main, next slide please. The main target of aquaculture sustainability is welfare. Welfare is the main target, and then we can divide it into at least 3 levels. Yeah, how welfare could be achieved should be start from spatial guarantee, policy and regulation, and consistency and collaboration. I'd like to talk about the spatial planning and climate change, how this will impact it to aquaculture sustainability. Okay, next slide. Next slide. Yeah. The challenge of sustainability in aquaculture, especially in Indonesia, first, floods. Yeah, this is quite important, especially because I am in the Java area, Java Island, so the northern part of Java is very severe to floods, land subsidence, and sea level rise. Tsunami, earthquake, landslides, also protection of the water use. This also I'd like to highlight the protection of water use. So far, we have already 2 regulations on the spatial planning, land-based and seawater or spatial planning. But again, in our mind, it's not water use-based, but land-based. So when the government provide permission on the area for aquaculture activities, our thinking is the land or possibly the coast area, but not the water used. That's why the sustainability frequently threatens, because after 3, 4, 5 years, there will be industries and also other land use change, which will change the water quality and threaten the aquaculture sustainability. When I asked the government, they said, we never touch your area. In Indonesia called kawasan aquaculture tidak pernah diganggu. I said, we are not concerned on the land, we concerned on the water used. Ketika ditanya, kita butuhnya air, bukan butuh tanahnya, karena tanahnya memang nggak diapa-apain. Tapi usahanya tutup karena airnya turun kualitasnya. This now is very severe in seaweed industries. Government has allocated the planning, the spatial planning for seaweed aquaculture. But again, they only pointed out the area, not protecting the water. So, when there is activities nearby or possibly quite far away, just because they not consider the wave, current, this waste will again pollute the seaweed area. When we discuss with the local government, they don't have authority. They only report it. And this has happened in Indonesia. So sustainability is not just about production. Sustainability also about protection, about harmonization of regulation, and also collaboration among institutions. Okay, next slide. I'm start with floods. I took this news from the magazines that the floods have already disrupted production and also household. Again, 85% of the farmer who experience these floods is a traditional. So they don't have quite strong voice, at least to influence the government policy. Just an example, in the one area, in 35 villages in the Pangkep, south of Sulawesi, 6,500 hectares flooded and more than 45.7 million gone. This is because of the climate change. Do we have done mapping of the progressions of the flooding year to year due to the climate change? If you don't, I advise you to do that. Ask the government. So we know what happens in the next 10 years of this aquaculture area. I will show you, I will demonstrate just one district in Central Java later on. The second one, abrasion. If we build jetties or whatever, they will change the morphological of the coast and the coast abrasion. Within a year, this is in Pemalang district of the Central Java, because of the jetty, so there is a river which is used continuously for the fishing vessel to come in and out. And during the dry season, this river was blocked. Then government built one jetty only. What happens? Within a year, 195.6 meter along the coast gone. 4 years later, then they built another jetty. This is the picture below. There is two jetty. This river has been safe due to these two jetty, but again, abrasion will occur in other area. This is a phenomenon that when we build any construction along the coast, is not about administration authorities. We have to approach it landscape-based approach rather than territorial approach. This is also haven't been accommodated in our regulation. Any building based on ministerial or institution, and secondly, administration territory. So possibly we have to do with other approach. Again, who experience? Of course, aquaculture and other agriculture activities in the coast. Next slide. Land subsidence. This is the most important things in Central Java or northern part of Java. Land subsidence is very serious. If you see the picture here with Genangan Rob, it was built in 2004 when I was a head of Central Java Fisheries Office. And then 2005, Prof. Rohmin Dahuri was dibuka ya, open it. 2010, gone. You see, why? Because before we built, we didn't see the progressions of land subsidence and floods. So this is an example of my work, ya, bad work actually, ya, sesuatu yang tidak bermanfaat. Next slide. If we see Central Java and also almost all northern part of Java, the coast area with the green color is a soft land. It means they will down, down, down. And then heartlands is about 17 meters to 50 meters. It means they will consolidate yearly between 1 centimeters to 4.6 centimeter per year. So that's why if you go from Central Java to East Java, you will see flooded around Semarang coast, Demak coast, up to Pati, yeah, and Rembang. Next slide. This is an example how the land subsidence occur in Pekalongan city. Pekalongan city is an example in Central Java in Indonesia where the consolidation land subsidence is very, very progressive. 0.5 centimeter per month means 6 centimeter per year. Yeah? This is. And what is the impact of this land subsidence? Next slide, please. You see, this is Pekalongan in 2020. We just took 3 months ago. The blue color is the place well, we got it flooded places. And 2025, 5 years later, 6 centimeter per year down, almost half of the city was flooded. It means all aquaculture activities in the coast, tambak, gone. But when you see the statistical data on the production, not many production significantly change. It means we have to have this one. How important this one for the sustainability? If you could overlay this year from 2002 to 2005, you will see the progression and you could predict what happened in 1935. Gone. One city gone. So, aquaculture is not just a production. How could ministry, how could private sector will develop aquaculture in this area? If their proposal start having benefit after 10 years. Because after 10 years, all gone. This is an example and happened in almost all northern part of Java. This is why I ask Aquaculture Society, Indonesian Aquaculture Society, to not just participate, facilitate all the related stakeholders to discuss before they start planning something. Because this is not only Indonesian issues, but global issues. There are so many options actually. If tambak gone, we can go to marine aquaculture with beds aquaculture, fence aquaculture, floating cage aquaculture, possibly. Or build giant seawall. And then we can go to the fourth alternative from brackish water to fresh water. From habitants, possibly to agriculture or horticulture industries. This is as, next slide please. Yeah, this is the impact. I have this. I have explained before. Next slide. Yeah, this is an example of how deep the hard land in Kendal. Kendal is one of the revitalization for saline Nile. It was in the proposal. It was around 100 hectares will be revitalized. But when we given to the government these pictures, and then we overlay the pictures, from 2023, it was around 100 hectares available. But this year, 2025, from 100 hectares, only 80 hectares left. 1 year. So when this government will participate in revitalization, what happens in the next 10 years? Gone. This is what I mean with sustainability. It's not just about how to produce, but how to predict what happened of this area within 2, 3, 5 years. And what is the government plan, yeah, to reduce, to prevent these progressions going faster. Okay, next slide please. And the last one is protections of water use. I have explained before, we have two regulations. Good morning, Pak Prof. Rohmin Dahuri. Selamat pagi, Prof. These regulations again land-based thinking rather than water use thinking. And I think we need, so licensing of these two regulations is based on the land thinking. Although regulation number 27, 2007 is talking about spatial planning in the sea, but again, they are using land-based thinking rather than water use. So my suggestion is how we invite all related stakeholders to shift it from land to water use if we talk about aquaculture. Okay, next slide because time. So the revitalization of the Pantura ponds or northern part of Central Java. First, the government that will participate in revitalization of the saline Niles should be safe, the tambak should be safe more than 10 years. It based on GIS, Geographical Information System Analysis. Because through that, we know what will be happen in this area in the next 5 to 10 years. Then we overlay with the government program. What will be done by the government? Do we build giant seawall in this area within 5 years or not? If yes, possibly tambak will be gone as well because we cannot get brackish water. So again, who will be participate in the revitalization is not just potential area, tambak area in their districts or province, but also what happened in the next 10 years. Secondly, damage or loss less than 10 years. Maybe this tambak can be considered to participate. But again, what will be happen? What will be done by the government? And the last one is rejected from the program. This all not using territorial administration based. It should be land based. When we talk about coast, it's a land based approach. So again, we have to discuss, and I hope MIA could facilitate this discussion to explore what should be done. And I have experience in 2023. I am one of the participants in the International Jamboree in Korea. The place where the Jamboree happened was reclamation 5 years ago. When the contingents from all the world coming to this Jamboree, two contingents only one night and then they're gone back to their country. Why? Because there's no facilities. No facilities. The government said, why no facilities? Because this reclamation place is for, we call it agriculture and horticulture. Means that there is no building will be there. I'm so inspired by this government. They don't care Scots will gone or not. This is the facilities. And they built about 5 big ponds to desalinate the land. So when the rainy season comes and then water penetrate, collected in the ponds and then pump out. After 5 years, then the food estate will start. And each faculty of agriculture given a mandate by the government to do one commodities to be developed. This is something that quite interesting. Okay, the last one is post-production. I think I'm not going to explain this in detail. We know that post-production in the world is non-tariff barrier. So they are not protecting their country from the importing product by tariff barrier, but by non-tariff. And we experienced this one with the American. So I didn't explain more. What I'd like to highlight, no, we don't again talk about the heavy metal concentration, because they are not talking about the level, they are talking about accumulation, possibly far below the allowable level. But again, if it is in the flesh of the fish products, and we eat that several times, that will be accumulated. So again, this is a shifting of mind, that we don't only talk about allowable levels, but also safety in terms of accumulation. I think that's all that I can say. I'm sorry, because of time, I could elaborate all of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for Professor Budi. An important conclusion, sustainable aquaculture must pay attention to pre, in and post aquaculture and the factors that influence them. Okay, we sorry due to the time constraint. Please discuss Q&A with the Professor Budi in the customary manner during the break. Diselesaikan secara adat nanti di luar. Okay. Thank you, Prof. Budi, the presentation. Welcome to President of Indonesian Aquaculture Society, Prof. Rohmin, and Sekjen, Pak Romi. Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Slamet and Professor Taufik, for the insightful lecture of sustainability of aquaculture in Indonesia. And now, I invite Dr. Pandey, as a chair of International Conference of Aquaculture Indonesia, to giving the plaque for the speaker and moderator, Professor Slamet and Professor Taufik. Okay.
Shrimp aquaculture continues to grow to meet an increasing global demand. and shrimp farmers are always challenged to find new ways to sustain their livelihood and increase their production by farming efficiently and with lesser impact on the environment. To help farmers meet the challenge, we developed a new formulated shrimp feed with an advanced blend of nutrients for higher growth performance. Introducing Tate Vanamine Feed, the multi-nutrient shrimp feed. With Vanamine, farmers can expect higher average daily growth rates, lower feed conversion ratios, and lower days of culture, all resulting to lower production costs. Vanamine feed is also water stable, highly palatable, and highly digestible, so there's less feed wasted and the impact on the environment is minimized. Vanamine's completely healthy formulation contains no antibiotics, but includes instead probiotics that ensure the shrimp is clean and safe, and with firmer and tastier flesh. For higher growth performance and a healthier shrimp harvest, choose the multi-nutrient feed, Tate Vanamine Feed.
Okay, next is singing Indonesia Raya. May I request all of you to give a round of silence and stand up while the Indonesian national anthem is being played. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the participation. You may take a seat again. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's step to our next agenda. We would like to invite Dr. Pandey G. Sasmita as a chair of International Conference of Aquaculture Indonesia to giving the report. For Dr. Pandey, time is yours. Your Excellency, Chair of International Conference of Aquaculture Indonesia, Dr. Pandey G. Sasmita, President of Indonesian Aquaculture Society, Professor Rohmin Dahuri, Vice Governor of East Java, Dr. Emil Elisiano Darda, and Vice Minister for Marine Affairs and Fisheries of Republic Indonesia and Chairman for North Java Authority, Admiral Retirement Dr. Didit Herdiawan Asyaf, and our honorable all participants.
We are very bullish on our maritime industry, fisheries. I think we are now 3/4 of our national territory is water. We have tremendous potential for, let us say, well-planned fishery program, aqua farming, and a lot of processing industries. We are determined to industrialize by downstreaming our resources, processing our resources. We have 26 commodities which we are determined to have a processing industry. We calculate that we need investment of around $600 billion, and we invite foreign participants to come in.
In the middle of the vast ocean, Indonesia stands tall as a land blessed with beauties and lives. The stretched islands and the endless blue ocean harbor natural resources that must always be protected. From the ocean, many people earn their living, with their fishing boats sailing the vast ocean, breaking the waves, sailing with heart full of hope. There will always be challenges and obstacles. Climate change and the ruined marine ecosystem threaten the future generation. It is time for ecology to lead the charge. Prioritizing environmental sustainability, generating a sustainable marine and fisheries economy, creating a new footprint in maintaining ocean health through the blue economy. Conservation areas are not just a territory. Instead, it is a safe home for the vulnerable ecosystem. Here, lives will be thriving in peace, creating a balance and preserving the sustainability of marine life. Wisely, the fishing practice is measured in behalf of equality. The allocated quota should not be a limit, but the key to maintain harmony and ensure fish resource sustainability. Sustainable aquaculture builds a bridge towards a sustainable future, where human and nature work in harmony, supporting the surety of national food security. The borders of oceans are safeguarded with eagle eyes and caring hearts. Coastal areas and small islands are precious gems that are worth protecting. With strict surveillance, sustainability will be well maintained. Under the blue sky, fishermen and coastal people assemble for a cleanup movement. Plastic waste, ruining the beauty and polluting the ocean, is cleared up with bold determination and synergy. Every hand's involved. Every fishing net that collects is a step towards a desired clean ocean. The transformational efforts to preserve ocean and marine ecosystem has been done. To fulfill people's dreams and hope, whose lives depend on the ocean and its resources. Creating earnest smiles filled with hope for the generation of today, tomorrow, and beyond. Tightly holding hands on this journey, with every rolling wave, with every effort made, because the ocean connects us all. Let us sail beyond with blue economy for advanced Indonesia.
Shrimp aquaculture continues to grow to meet an increasing global demand. And shrimp farmers are always challenged to find new ways to sustain their livelihood and increase their production by farming efficiently and with lesser impact on the environment. To help farmers meet the challenge, we developed a new formulated shrimp feed with an advanced blend of nutrients for higher growth performance. Introducing Tate Vanamine Feed, the multi-nutrient shrimp feed. With Vanamine, farmers can expect higher average daily growth rates, lower feed conversion ratios, and lower days of culture, all resulting to lower production costs. Vanamine feed is also water stable, highly palatable, and highly digestible, so there's less feed wasted and the impact on the environment is minimized. Vanamine's completely healthy formulation contains no antibiotics, but includes instead probiotics that ensure the shrimp is clean and safe, and with firmer and tastier flesh. For higher growth performance and a healthier shrimp harvest, choose the multi-nutrient feed, Tate Vitamin Feed.
We are very bullish on our maritime industry, fisheries. I think we are now 3/4 of our national territory is water. We have tremendous potential for, let us say, well-planned fishery program, aqua farming, and a lot of processing industries. We are determined to industrialize by downstreaming our resources, processing our resources. We have 26 commodities which we are determined to have a processing industry. We calculate that we need investment of around $600 billion, and we invite foreign participants to come in.
In the middle of the vast ocean, Indonesia stands tall as a land blessed with beauties and lives. The stretched islands and the endless blue ocean harbor natural resources that must always...
Please welcome Mr. Vice Minister for Marine Affairs and Fisheries of Republic Indonesia and Chairman for North Java Authority Admiral Retirement Dr. Didit Herdiawan Ashraf. You may take a seat. Now we have another traditional dance performance by University of Hang Tuah. Give applause to the dancer. This dance have a story of born from the pulse of the ocean, the source of life and the connecting link between the archipelago and Indonesia. This dance tells the story of the harmony of coastal culture, maritime glory, and the threatening waves that shake the ocean. Ultimately, the rhythm of the body transforms into prayer and hope, in line with the motto Bhinneka Widya Jala Dharma.
Kan
bukan hanya sumber daya, tapi juga warisan budaya. Menjaga laut berarti menjaga jati diri bangsa.
Such a wonderful and amusing performance by University of Hang Tuah. Once again, give applause to University of Hang Tuah. Your Excellencies, Chair of International Conference of Aquaculture Indonesia, Dr. Pande Gesasmita, President of Indonesian Aquaculture Society, Professor Rohmin Dahuri, Vice Governor of East Java, Dr. Emil Elistianto Dardak, Vice Minister for Marine Affairs and Fisheries of Republic Indonesia, and Chairman for North Java Authority, Admiral Retirement Dr. Didit Herdiawan Ashraf, MPA, MBA, and our honorable all participants. Ladies and gentlemen, let's step to our next agenda. We would like to invite Dr. Pande Gesasmita as a chair of International Conference of Aquaculture Indonesia to giving the report. For Dr. Pande, time is yours.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Best wishes to all of us. The Honorable Vice Minister, Marine Affairs and Fisheries of Republic of Indonesia, the Honorable Governor or representative, the Vice Governor of East Java Province, the Honorable Chairperson of Indonesian Aquaculture Society, respected keynote speakers and invited speakers, sponsor representative, the session chairs, all participants, and all committee members of ICAI 2025. It is my great honor to welcome you all to the 11th International Conference on Aquaculture Indonesia 2025. This year, the theme is Resilient and Sustainable Aquaculture, Advancing Innovation for Food Security and Blue Economy. ICAI 2025 serves as a vital platform for scientists, policymakers, entrepreneurs, practitioners, and not to forget the farmers to exchange the knowledge, present the innovation, and strengthen the partnership that drive the growth of aquaculture in Indonesia. We are proud to host around 270 participants, including 25 distinguished guests, 56 presenters, 150 non-presenters, and it's representing institutions from each centers, universities, industries, and also government agencies. Today in this ballroom, we have keynote speeches and plenary session, and also outside this ballroom, we have the expo and also poster session. Tomorrow we will host 3 parallel events, an oral presentation session, a competency certification session by LSPAI, and the final round of the Aquaculture Youth Challenge competition. All these sessions are designed to foster integration among research, technology, and industry to support resilient aquaculture development. I wish to express my most appreciation to all speakers, sponsors, committee members, and volunteer students from Airlangga University and also from Hang Tuah University who have made this event possible. A special gratitude goes to our platinum sponsor, Blue Aqua Indonesia and Bahtera Adijaya Indonesia, our gold sponsor, Lasanse and the Tateh Aqua Feeds Company, our bronze, Roykul Nanobiochip and PT Matahari Sakti, and also other sponsor, PT Surita Timpunguka, PT Garam, and all contributor, all sponsor who for their invaluable funding support and commitment to advancing innovation in aquaculture. We also gratefully acknowledge the strong support and collaboration from the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, the Aquaculture World Society ASEAN Pacific Chapter, the Indonesian Aquaculture Society, the MAI, whose partnership encouragement have been instrumental to the success of this conference. On behalf of the organizing committee, I warmly thank you for your participation and contribution. May this conference inspire meaningful dialogue, new collaboration, and innovative solutions to strengthen the sustainable aquaculture and the blue economy. Once again, welcome to the ICAI 2025, and I wish you all a productive and memorable experience in Surabaya. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pandey, for the report of this event. And now, let's hear the welcoming speech and lecture session by President of Indonesian Aquaculture Society, Professor Rohmin Dahuri. Professor Rohmin, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May God peace, blessing, and mercy be upon all of us. Excellency Dr. Didit Herdiawan, Vice Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Republic of Indonesia, distinguished speakers, especially Professor Slamet Budi Prayitno from Diponegoro University Semarang, Dr. Prasad Sinsisian, your last name is very challenging to read, of Singapore, Dr. Daniel Cabrera of the Philippines, Dr. Zheng Wei of the China, and Professor Ivanuddin Abdullah from Malaysia. Esteemed scientists, academicians, industry leaders, and policymakers, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor and pleasure for me to address this important gathering of minds committed to advancing aquaculture as a cornerstone of sustainable development, not only for Indonesia, but for the entire world. We gather today in Surabaya, East Java Province, Indonesia, the city of heroes, a city of resilience, of innovation, and of hope to deliberate on the future of aquaculture in both Indonesia and the global context. A sector that not only nourishes the world citizen and provides livelihoods, but also stands as a pillar of food, pharmaceutical, energy security, and the driving force of Indonesian and global blue economy 2045. Today, Indonesian Aquaculture Society, or Indonesia we call it MAI, Masyarakat Aquaculture Indonesia, bring together more than 1,500 members, academics, researchers, practitioners, entrepreneurs, policymakers, government officials, journalists, and aquaculture communities from across the Indonesian archipelago, as well as international speakers and participants from 12 countries. Besides plenary session and various parallel seminar topical session, Indonesia International Conference on Aquaculture Indonesia 2025 also provides exhibitions, business matching and networking as a vehicle or platform for exchange of state-of-the-art technology, for innovation, win-win collaboration in aquaculture development, investment, and business. From its inception, MAI has served as a bridge between scientists, policy, and the people, supporting the government and the people in transforming aquaculture into a leading sector of economic growth, job creation, and prosperity on sustainable fashions toward Indonesia as an advanced, prosperous, and sovereign country, or Indonesia, we call it Golden Indonesia 2045. Excellency, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, the 21st century poses one of the humanity's greatest existential challenge, which is how to feed, nourish, and power a growing global population projected to reach about 9.7 billion people by 2050, while at the same time protecting our planet's ecosystem. Traditional agriculture and livestock production already account for over 70% of global freshwater use, 30% of greenhouse gas emission, and 80% of deforestation. In contrast, aquaculture, the breeding, hatching, and rearing of fish, crustaceans, mollusks, invertebrates, microalgae, and other aquatic plants offer a climate-smart solution. It provides high-quality protein with a carbon footprint 5 to 10 times lower than the red meat production, and a product valuable to produce for pharmaceutical, nutraceutical, cosmetics, jewelry, bioenergy, biomaterials like bioplastic, and other raw materials for various manufacturing or processing industries. Indonesia is the world's largest archipelagic state on Earth, with more than 17,000 islands, has 64 million square kilometers of marine area, 3 million hectares of potential brackish water or coastal fish pond, and 0.6 million hectares of freshwater ecosystem, with immense potential for marine, coastal, and freshwater aquaculture, about 100 million metric tons per year, the largest aquaculture production potential in the world. Yet, as of 2024, we utilize less than 10% of our potential aquaculture area, while contributing over 50% of the national fish production, which is 6.2 billion in export value. If developed innovatively and sustainably, Indonesia's aquaculture sector could become the new economic locomotive, generating employment, export revenue, and equal regional development, while also ensuring food, pharmaceutical, energy security, as well as blue prosperity. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, the future of aquaculture lies not only in producing fish, crustaceans, and mollusks, but also in creating a multi-purpose blue bioindustry. To capitalize such a huge economic potential of aquaculture industry for inclusive economic growth, job creation, and prosperity on sustainable manner, innovation must drive every stage of the supply and value chain of aquaculture. Number one, smart aquaculture technology, including AI-based feeding, IoT water quality monitoring, and precision aquaculture. Number two is genetic and breeding innovation for disease and climate-resistant and fast-growing species. Number three, applying integrated multi-trophic aquaculture, combining fish, seaweed, bivalve, and other aquatic biota to achieve circular production and zero-waste practices. Number four, blue biotechnology and marine bioactive, converting seaweed, microalgae, invertebrates, and fish byproduct into biopharmaceutical, nutraceutical, cosmetics, biofuel, and biomaterials. This integration transforms aquaculture from a community-based industry into a knowledge-driven, high-value innovation ecosystem. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, aquaculture contributes to blue food, pharmaceutical, energy security, aligning with SDG number 2, which is zero hunger, and SDG number 14, life below water. Fish provides more than 25% of animal protein for over 3 billion people on Earth. Through improved technology, Indonesia can double its aquaculture productivity, Bapak Vice Minister, by 2035 if we are in solid formation, without expanding production area, ensuring both food sufficiency and ecological balance. From the ocean, we can extract the next generation of medicine, marine bioresources contain bioactive compound with anti-cancer, anti-inflammatory, and antiviral properties. Commodities like phytosan, fucoidan, astaxanthin, and omega-3 derived from shrimp shells, seaweed, and fish oil are now used globally in nutraceutical and biomedicine. Indonesian marine biodiversity, the richest in the world, give us a comparative advantage to lead in marine biopharmaceutical, nutraceutical, and biomaterial innovation. But to realize this potential, we must strengthen collaboration between universities, research institutions, and industry, from laboratory discovery to commercial scaling. In the era of energy transition, microalgae-based biofuel from aquaculture waste present renewable alternative that can reduce dependence on fossil fuel. Studies show that 1 hectare of microalgae cultivation can produce about 15 times more oil than palm oil without competing for arable land or fresh water. Thus, aquaculture is not just about feeding the world. It is about fueling its sustainability. Excellency, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, to become a global aquaculture powerhouse by 2045, aligned with the vision of Indonesia, Golden Indonesia 2045, we must act on 4 front strategies. Number 1 is sustainable intensification, applying ecosystem-based aquaculture, and reducing disease and feed waste. Number 2, blue innovation and research ecosystem, integrating science, industry, and policy under the One Blue Innovation Network. Number 3, human capital development, training fish farmers and youth with 2000th century aquaculture skills and technology. And last but certainly not least is blue investment and policy reform, improving investment climate, ease of doing business, traceability, and ESG compliance for export competitiveness. Ladies and gentlemen, no nation can achieve sustainability in isolation. Through South-South cooperation, ASEAN Blue Economy Framework, and partnership with the FAO, World Bank, and private sector, Indonesia can share best practices and technology while positioning itself as leader of sustainable aquaculture innovation in the global south. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, we are standing at the threshold of blue revolution, where aquaculture is no longer a marginal sector, but a strategic engine for sustainable growth, human well-being, and planetary health. Let us make aquaculture not only a means of survival, but a driver of civilization for a better world that is nourished, healed, and power the ocean, coastal waters, and freshwater ecosystem. Together, let us build an innovative aquaculture industry that truly become a game changer for food, pharmaceutical, energy, and biomaterial sustainability for Indonesia and for the world as a whole. I thank you very much for your patient attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Rohmin, for the warm welcoming speech and the lecture session. And now, please welcome Admiral Retirement Dr. Didit Herdiawan Asyaf, MPA, MBA, as a Vice Minister for Marine Affairs and Fisheries of Republic Indonesia and Chairman for North Java Authority, for giving the keynote speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished Chairman and Executive Board of the Indonesian Aquaculture Society, Bapak Profesor Rohmin Dahuri, esteemed leaders and experts from Indonesia and overseas, Professor Yohanes from Diponegoro University, respected scholars, researchers, aquaculture, practitioners, and all distinguished business person. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. First and foremost, let us offer our gratitude to Allah the Almighty for His blessing and grace, enabling us to gather here today in Surabaya for official opening of the 11th International Conference of Aquaculture Indonesia 2025. As an international forum for aquaculture researchers and practitioners from more than 16 countries, I'm standing in front of all of you. I'm very happy on behalf of the Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries of Republic Indonesia, Mr. Sakti Wahyu Trenggono. It is my honor and privilege to deliver the remarks and officially open the 11th International Conference of Aquaculture Indonesia 2025. Your presence here today sends a clear message that Indonesia aquaculture is not only vital a national food security, but also plays a strategic role in the global blue economy. The Ministry highly appreciates the Indonesian Aquaculture Society for its consistent initiative organizing Indonesian Conference of Aquaculture Indonesia as a platform for the exchange of knowledge, technology, and policy toward sustainable aquaculture's development. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to speak in Bahasa right now, because I would like to deliver to my colleague in front of me, maybe more than 85% here should be know what I'm to deliver to all the guests here. Bapak Ibu sekalian yang saya hormati, tepat pada tanggal 26 Oktober 2025, Kementerian Kelautan dan Perikanan telah berusia 26 tahun. Alhamdulillah. Dalam usia yang matang, tentunya kalau dilihat dalam peradaban ini sangat singkat sekali. Tapi dalam perjalanan waktu ke waktu, di dalam kandungan bagian dari pemerintahan Indonesia merupakan perjalanan yang sangat penting. Dan perlu ada peningkatan, di mana productivity penuh dengan semangat, dan siap berinovasi untuk tetap membangun negeri dalam mensejahterakan rakyat, bangsa, dan negara. Dari kondisi hari ulang tahun ataupun hari jadi ke-26 KKP, kami mengusung tema bergerak, berdampak, berkelanjutan. Hal ini dimaksud mewujudkan Indonesia emas, makna di balik tagline yang ada. Dari kondisi ini kita bergerak, yaitu memicu semangat masyarakat kelautan dan perikanan di seluruh pemangku kepentingan untuk terus maju, berinovasi, serta tidak berhenti berkarya. Hal ini dimaksud tidak hanya Kementerian Kelautan Perikanan itu sendiri bekerja, namun dengan kementerian lain dan masyarakat madani yang ada di Indonesia serta di luar negeri. Oleh karena itu kita patut bersama-sama berkolaborasi. Berdampak. Hal ini dimaksudkan setiap program dan kebijakan yang dijalankan harus dapat memberikan manfaat yang nyata bagi nelayan. Saya ulangi, bagi nelayan, pembudidaya, masyarakat pesisir, serta memiliki kontribusi terhadap pertumbuhan ekonomi nasional. Tidak hanya mengejar pertumbuhannya, tapi justru harus meningkatkan ekonomi nelayan dan petambak-petambak yang ada di seluruh tanah air. Hal inilah yang akan kita encourage dari kementerian lembaga yang lain di bawah koordinasi Kementerian Pangan. Berkelanjutan, Kementerian Kelautan Perikanan menegaskan komitmen kuat terhadap tata kelola kelautan perikanan yang lestari, agar sumber daya alam yang berkaitan dengan laut tetap produktif serta dapat dimanfaatkan untuk anak cucu-cucu kita ataupun generasi mendatang. Oleh karena itu, dari kondisi yang ada, maka kita perlu mewujudkan Indonesia Emas di tahun 2045 sebagai negara maju, adil, makmur, dan berdaulat. Boleh tepuk tangan ini untuk pemerintahan Indonesia ini. Kita harus bisa menghargai apa yang dijalankan oleh rakyat kita. Untuk kesemuanya ini, mulai dari poin bergerak, berdampak, berkelanjutan dalam mewujudkan Indonesia Emas 2045, kita tidak bergerak sendiri. Oleh karena itu, dalam konten pagi ini menjelang siang, semua kita berkumpul di sini untuk bisa mendapatkan solusi terbaik, not just in the paper context, but also on the field. What we have to deliver, all that things should have to have advantages for the people, whatever country who in here. Penyelenggara tahun 2025 ini dilaksanakan oleh Dr. Sudana. Tadi sudah memberikan masukan-masukan, merupakan wujud nyata dan semangat untuk kita melaksanakan kegiatan apa yang perlu dilakukan. Dan berkaitan dengan hari ulang tahun Kementerian Kelautan bergerak melalui kegiatan dan berdampak serta berkelanjutan untuk mewujudkan Indonesia 2045, tentunya we still need collaboration, tightening collaboration, integration, coordination, and also to enhance and establish our network within a global community. This is not just Indonesia only, but also the countries who live people in the rural area and the coastal area should be increase their prosperity. Untuk yang lain, kita juga melihat Bapak dan Ibu yang saya hormati, dalam kerangka kebijakan ekonomi nasional sesuai dengan perintah dari Bapak Presiden menjalankan asta cita nomor 2, 5, dan 8. Our vision to deliver by policy and strategy what we should have to do in the 5 pillars. So, di sini kita melihat bahwa Indonesia dinaungi dalam Kementerian Kelautan dan Perikanan sudah mengeluarkan kebijakan, yaitu 5 kebijakan. Pertama, kita langsung masuk ke dalam kegiatan yang ada kaitannya dengan 5 kebijakan. Saya belum masuk ke dalam blue economy yang akan dikeluarkan oleh KKP, tapi hal ini dimaksudkan untuk aquaculture, yaitu mengurangi tekanan terhadap sumber daya perikanan tangkap. Jadi kita perlu meningkatkan aquaculture dari waktu ke waktu, mengencourage mereka yang berada di lapangan, baik yang di atas gunung, air laut, air tawar maupun air payau, sampai dengan pesisir dan ada di laut, ini harus ditingkatkan. Supaya apa? Supaya penangkapan juga terjaga. Kalau dulu waktu kita kecil, mungkin sama-sama Pak Rohmin pada saat kita membuat naskah untuk melakukan pembentukan Kementerian Kelautan dan Perikanan, mulai dari Dirjen Perikanan di bawah Kementerian Pertanian, kita buat konsep bahwa kita perlu akan meningkatkan selalu aquaculture di sini, baik yang darat, laut, dan air payau. Nah, ini perlu ada semacam koordinasi. Koordinasi nggak bisa di atas kertas. Kesulitan di lapangan itu jauh lebih banyak dibanding apa yang kita konsepkan. Oleh karena itu kita perlu mendorong mereka untuk melakukan kegiatan peningkatan ekonomi. Alhamdulillah, ini saya langsung agak sedikit keluar dari konsep from our vision, Presiden Vision number 2, 5, and 8, we already delivery 5 policy from the Ministry Fisheries, Marine and Fisheries. Nah, dari sini lanjut slide-nya. Dari sini kita tentunya bisa melihat bahwa hal-hal yang ada kaitannya dengan 5 policy itu, pertama yaitu expanding marine protecting areas, quota-based fishing, sustainable development of aquaculture in marine, coastal and island area, surveillance and control and coastal area and small islands. Last but not least, marine plastic waste clean up through the fisher participant movement. Hal-hal inilah yang perlu bekerja sama, nggak mungkin sendiri saya katakan. Kenapa? Saya punya tambak tapi airnya kotor. Saya punya tambak tapi pengetahuan orang pengelola tambak juga nggak mengerti, baik itu darat, air payo maupun laut. Nah, dengan kondisi seperti itu maka kita perlu meningkatkan kemampuan kita untuk terus memberikan pengetahuan, memberikan pendampingan, dan alhamdulillah dengan program prioritas dari Bapak Presiden Republik Indonesia membangun koperasi desa kelurahan Merah Putih, small medium enterprise by using our people to running this kind of business on the village. Yang kedua adalah kampung nelayan Merah Putih berbasis modern. Nah, ini semua digunakan atau dilakukan pada tahun ini dan tahun depan sampai seterusnya. Tahun ini kita membuat contoh atau model 100 kampung nelayan Merah Putih, yang mana akan ada kolaborasi dengan koperasi desa kelurahan Merah Putih. Di bawahnya nanti akan ada sekolah-sekolah yang memang membutuhkan protein, anak mulai dari TK, SD, SMP, SMA, sampai ibu hamil dan anak ibu-ibu menyusui dan anak balita. Ini kita berikan makan gratis. Makanan tersebut berasal dari laut, makanan tersebut dari perikanan, whatever nanti yang tambak dari air tawar, tambak dari air laut, tambak dari air payau. Di sini bisa mengencourage mereka to establish their economic sector on the village. Nah, ini salah satu hal yang memang perlu kita lakukan. Dengan kondisi seperti ini maka perlu pendampingan. Jadi program-program nanti yang dikeluarkan oleh International Conference of Aquaculture Indonesia should be delivered to the village, to the people who live in the coastal area. It's more than 500, more than 600 million people who live whatever countries they live. Kira-kira seperti itu. Nah, target-target inilah yang tentunya kita akan kejar, di mana untuk mencapai target tersebut tetap menetapkan 5 komoditas champion. We have 5 blue chip program for the champion, fokus pada udang, rumput laut, nila salin, kepiting, dan lobster. Lanjut. Jangan terlambat, Mbak ya. Nah, our blue chip adalah shrimp, salin, tilapia, crabs, seaweed, and lobster. Tadi Pak Rohmin sudah menjelaskan pola-polanya dari sisi akademik, tapi kita sudah langsung deliver di lapangan how to establish and enhance our program especially for the aquaculture itself. So, kita lakukan kegiatan ini bersama-sama dengan masyarakat. Tidak hanya di industrinya, tapi justru di masyarakat-masyarakat yang sudah ada, kita tingkatkan, kita revitalisasi. Oleh karena itu saya mohon bantuan dari masyarakat atau dari asosiasi International Conference of Aquaculture Indonesia ini untuk bisa bersama-sama dengan kita untuk berkolaborasi, meningkatkan pendapatan mereka, meningkatkan hasil mereka, justru bisa meningkatkan kesehatan mereka, bisa meningkatkan tentunya daya pikir mereka berkat protein-protein. Kalau kita hitung lagi nanti protein mana yang paling rendah, paling baik dan lain sebagainya, saya tidak masuk ke situ. Nanti ada Profesor Yohanes di sini bisa memberikan masukan-masukan tentang masalah detail dari kegiatan ini. Untuk memperkuat fondasi produksi, kami juga sedang melaksanakan kegiatan dari hulu sebagai rantai budaya melalui 3 strategi utama, yaitu 5 komoditas champion tadi, dengan revitalisasi yang ada di kawasan-kawasan tertentu secara tematik. Inti langsung kita akan fotokopi paste ke tempat-tempat lain yang memang sesuai. Tidak harus sama, tidak harus sama. Tapi keunggulan-keunggulan daerah ini yang kita manfaatkan, kita langsung berdayakan mereka yang sudah melaksanakan kegiatan. Kira-kira itu di lapangan. Melalui pendekatan ini maka kami tentunya berharap ada peningkatan produksi, dan peningkatan produksi tersebut akan menjadi suatu ketahanan pangan. Nah, disinilah kami sedikit menjelaskan bahwa program-program kami sudah menyentuh ke rakyat, tapi perlu diperluas, perlu diperbanyak, dan perlu dicatat sebagai database kami, mana yang sudah sukses, mana yang belum kita dampingi. Sebagai informasi Pak Rohmin dan seluruh hadirin sekalian yang berbahagia, kemarin kami memberikan pengarahan, pendampingan kepada calon pengelola Kampung Nelayan Merah Putih, di mana mereka kita dampingi untuk bisa mengelola Kampung Nelayan Merah Putih yang kita bangun. Selanjutnya bisa berkolaborasi dengan koperasi desa kelurahan Merah Putih yang ada di pesisir, sehingga kolaborasi ini bisa memberikan manfaat bagi penduduk setempat. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, selain itu juga KKP memperkuat pengawasan dan regulasi. Kalau kita lihat 5 pilar tadi, nomor 4 yaitu surveillance and recognitions tentang masalah IUU atau illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing. Nah, ini kita juga tetap menjaga itu, tentunya dengan menambah jumlah alut yang ada. Alhamdulillah, insya Allah mudah-mudahan tahun ini kita tambah 10 untuk kapal pengawas sampai tahun depan. Nah, dengan kondisi seperti itu kita bisa bekerja sama bersama-sama, di mana penguatan sistem monitoring tidak hanya yang ada di laut, justru bekerja sama dengan bapak-bapak dan ibu-ibu sekalian sebagai kepanjangan kita, whatever country ya, whatever country yang ada di ruangan ini. Oleh karena itu, saya minta jadi semacam parameter nanti bisa dimasukkan ke dalam kegiatan-kegiatan yang harus dilakukan baik oleh masyarakat madani maupun oleh kementerian lembaga yang terkait. Tidak harus Kementerian Kelautan Perikanan, tapi masyarakat yang ada atau pengelola yang ada atau pengawas yang ada di laut. Ini bisa bekerja sama, tentunya dengan niat ingsun katanya Pak Rohmin, langsung tegak lurus ke atas sebagai bagian dari amanah yang harus dilakukan. Bapak Ibu sekalian yang berbahagia, yang saya hormati, tentunya International Conference of Aquaculture Indonesia 2025 merupakan momentum penting yang bisa membuat sustain kita berusaha atau berbudidaya dengan menggunakan aquaculture. Whatever aquaculture by using intensive, semi-intensive, whatever, silahkan nanti teknisnya seperti apa, bisa dilakukan dengan semua masyarakat yang ada. Kita mengajak mereka, kita mengencourage mereka, kita mendampingi mereka untuk bisa bersama-sama. Kami punya tim penyuluh, Kementerian Pertanian juga punya tim penyuluh, Kementerian Kesehatan juga memiliki penyuluh, dan seluruhnya bisa bekerja sama. Dari kondisi ini maka tentunya kalau kita melihat global population kayak deret ukur, sementara feeding dari negara atau dunia itu terbatas. Oleh karena itu kita harus membuat sustain dari budidaya ini menjadi bagian dari, kalau bisa tidak 40%, tidak 50%, tidak 60%, bahkan 70-80% kebutuhan yang sustain dari budidaya, dari aquaculture ini. Ini akan menjadi lebih baik. Kami mengajak kepada seluruh peserta tentunya untuk berkontribusi dalam kegiatan ini. For the time being, I think we should have to encourage our group in here to have a solution should be applied on the rural area or village near or by coastal whatever countries they live. Nah, dengan kondisi seperti ini, tentunya saya juga mengucapkan terima kasih kepada panitia penyelenggara International Conference of Aquaculture Indonesia 2025 atas kerja keras sehingga acara ini dapat dilaksanakan dengan baik, lancar, dan aman. Tentunya sukses ke depan. Dan saya juga berterima kasih terhadap pemerintah daerah Jawa Timur dan khususnya Surabaya untuk bisa menjembatani bahwa kegiatan ini dapat dilaksanakan. Dan tentunya juga tidak lupa para sponsor, kami juga mengucapkan terima kasih banyak atas seluruh kegiatan yang dilakukan sampai acara ini dapat dilaksanakan dengan baik. Last but not least, may I hope International Conference of Aquaculture Indonesia 2025 proceeds smoothly, productively, and also bring tangible benefit to the advancement of global agriculture, especially to Indonesia and all the friendly countries who attending in here. Thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq walhidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Minister, for the awesome speech, and I would like to invite Mr. Vice Minister to stay on the stage. And I'd like to invite Secretary General of Indonesia Aquaculture Society, Dr. Romi Novriandi, Professor Rohmin Dahuri as the President of Indonesian Aquaculture Society and Chair of International Conference of Aquaculture Indonesia, Dr. Pandey G. Sasmita, to striking the gong for symbolize that the event officially open. And the International Conference of Aquaculture Indonesia has officially opened. Give applause, everyone. Thank you for the participation, and I would like to invite all of you to take a photo together. Maybe for Mr. Vice Minister and also all the committee can go to the stage and take a photo together with all the participants. May all the participants can stand up together and take a photo together. Thank you, Mr. Vice Minister, for opening this event. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Rohmin to go up to the stage to following the inauguration of the Central Board of Indonesian Aquaculture Society 2025 until 2030. And we are very pleased if Mr. Vice Minister wants to join to watch the processions. And now I will let the committee to take over the inauguration procession. I would like to invite Dr. Rohmin to joining the procession.
Saudara sekalian, komitmen adalah everything itu. Jadi sebelum resmi saudara sekalian dilantik sebagai pengurus MAI periode 2025 sampai 2030 disaksikan langsung oleh Bapak Wakil Menteri Pertanian, Perikanan dan Kelautan dan Perikanan. Ini Komisi 4 partnernya Pertanian, Kelautan Perikanan dan Kehutanan. Ini lagi ingat Pak Amran berarti ini. Baik, akan saya bacakan kata-kata pelantikan dan saudara sekalian ikutin kata-kata saya. Dengan manjatkan puji syukur kehadirat Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, maka pada hari ini Rabu 29 Oktober tahun 2025 bertempat di Hotel Wyndham Surabaya, Provinsi Jawa Tengah dengan resmi mengukuhkan saudara sebagai pengurus masyarakat aquaculture Indonesia untuk periode 2025-2030 berdasarkan surat keputusan MAI Pusat nomor 05 /Cap MAI MAI 01 /6 2025 tanggal 4 Juni 2025. Saya percaya bahwa saudara mampu menghimpun seluruh kekuatan insan aquaculture di Indonesia sesuai dengan tanggung jawab yang melekat kepada saudara. Saya juga percaya bahwa saudara akan melaksanakan tugas dan tanggung jawab dengan sebaik-baiknya dan menjaga nama baik organisasi dengan seluruhnya untuk tujuan bersama, yaitu mewujudkan aquaculture Indonesia yang tangguh, produktif, efisien, inklusif, dan berkelanjutan. Semoga Tuhan Yang Maha Esa selalu memberikan rahmat kepada kita semuanya. Amin. Cukup ya.
Thank you everyone for your participation. You may take a seat again.
Podium sebenarnya nggak bisa. Ngalangin meja.
Okay, for all the speakers, you may get the congratulate for the procession. For all the speaker, you may go up to the stage and take a photo together. Okay, thank you for the participation for all the speakers, Mr. Vice Minister, and also Chair of International Conference of Aquaculture Indonesia, and President of Indonesian Aquaculture Society. You may take a seat. And after this, you can take your snack in the back of this auditorium. Thank you so much for Mr. Vice Minister to joining this event and opening this event. And now we are going to do the coffee break first before we are going to the first plenary session.
Shrimp aquaculture continues to grow to meet an increasing global demand. And shrimp farmers are always challenged to find new ways to sustain their livelihood and increase their production by farming efficiently and with lesser impact
All the
on the
participants,
environment.
you can take your
To
snack
help
in the
farmers
back
meet
of
the
this
challenge,
auditorium.
we developed a new formulated shrimp feed with an advanced
We have
blend
the
of nutrients
snack
for
break
higher growth
before the
performance.
first plenary
Introducing
session 1.
Tate Vitamin Feed, the multi-nutrient shrimp feed. With Vonamine, farmers can expect higher average daily growth rates, lower feed conversion ratios, and lower days of culture, all resulting to lower production costs. Vonamine feed is also water stable, highly palatable, and highly digestible, so there's less feed wasted and the impact on the environment is minimized. Vonamine's completely healthy formulation contains no antibiotics, but includes instead probiotics that ensure the shrimp is clean and safe, and with firmer and tastier flesh. For higher growth performance and a healthier shrimp harvest, choose the multi-nutrient feed, Tate Vitamin Feed.
Orang tengah.
Aku mau.
shrimp aquaculture continues to grow to meet an increasing global demand. And shrimp farmers are always challenged to find new ways to sustain their livelihood and increase their production by farming efficiently and with lesser impact on the environment. To help farmers meet the challenge, we developed a new formulated shrimp feed with an advanced blend of nutrients for higher growth performance. Introducing Tate Vitamin Feed, the multi-nutrient shrimp feed. With Vonamine, farmers can expect higher average daily growth rates, lower feed conversion ratios, and lower days of culture, all resulting to lower production costs. Vonamine feed is also water stable, highly palatable, and highly digestible, so there's less feed wasted and the impact on the environment is minimized. Vonamine's completely healthy formulation contains no antibiotics, but includes instead probiotics that ensure the shrimp is clean and safe, and with firmer and tastier flesh. For higher growth performance and a healthier shrimp harvest, choose the multi-nutrient feed, Tate Vitamin Feed.
Gak apa-apa, soalnya Pak Menteri tadi kan nggak ada plakatnya. Gak apa-apa, yang kasih kalian sama.
We are very bullish on our maritime industry, fisheries. I think we are now 3/4 of our national territory is water. We have tremendous potential for, let us say, well-planned fishery program, aqua farming, and a lot of processing industries. We are determined to industrialize by downstreaming our resources, processing our resources. We have 26 commodities which we are determined to have a processing industry. We calculate that we need investment of around $600 billion, and we invite foreign participants to come in.
In the middle of the vast ocean, Indonesia stands tall as a land blessed with beauties and lives. The stretched islands and the endless blue ocean harbor natural resources that must always be protected. From the ocean, many people earn their living, with their fishing boats sailing the vast ocean, breaking the waves, sailing with heart full of hope. There will always be challenges and obstacles. Climate change and the ruined marine ecosystem threaten the future generation. It is time for ecology to lead the charge. Prioritizing environmental sustainability, generating a sustainable marine and fisheries economy, creating a new footprint in maintaining ocean health through the blue economy. Conservation areas are not just a territory. Instead, it is a safe home for the vulnerable ecosystem. Here, lives will be thriving in peace, creating a balance and preserving the sustainability of marine life. Wisely, the fishing practice is measured in behalf of equality. The allocated quota should not be a limit, but the key to maintain harmony and ensure fish resource sustainability. Sustainable aquaculture builds a bridge towards a sustainable future, where human and nature work in harmony, supporting the surety of national food security. The borders of oceans are safeguarded with eagle eyes and caring hearts. Coastal areas and small islands are precious gems that are worth protecting. With strict surveillance, sustainability will be well maintained. Under the blue sky, fishermen and coastal people assemble for a cleanup movement. Plastic waste, ruining the beauty and polluting the ocean, is cleared up with bold determination and synergy. Every hand's involved, every fishing net that collects, is a step towards a desired clean ocean. The transformational efforts to preserve ocean and marine ecosystem has been done. To fulfill people's dreams and hope, whose lives depend on the ocean and its resources. Creating earnest smiles filled with hope for the generation of today, tomorrow, and beyond. Tightly holding hands on this journey, with every rolling wave, with every effort made, because the ocean connects us all. Let us sail beyond with blue economy for advanced Indonesia.
Shrimp aquaculture continues to grow to meet an increasing global demand. and shrimp farmers are always challenged to find new ways to sustain their livelihood and increase their production by farming efficiently and with lesser impact on the environment. To help farmers meet the challenge, we developed a new formulated shrimp feed with an advanced blend of nutrients for higher growth performance. Introducing Tate Vanamine Feed, the multi-nutrient shrimp feed. With Vanamine, farmers can expect higher average daily growth rates, lower feed conversion ratios, and lower days of culture, all resulting to lower production costs. Vanamine feed is also water stable, highly palatable, and highly digestible, so there's less feed wasted and the impact on the environment is minimized. Vanamine's completely healthy formulation contains no antibiotics, but includes instead probiotics that ensure the shrimp is clean and safe, and with firmer and tastier flesh. For higher growth performance and a healthier shrimp harvest, choose the multi-nutrient feed, Tate Vanamine Feed.
Sudah bisa dimulai PKS-nya. Oke ya, kita panggil ya. Itu ibu di situ. Pak Makbosnya ada, sudah. Ada. Iya yuk, sekalian yuk. Tadi ada. Cover ya. Oh ya. Dah, yuk.
Now we moving into the signing memorandum of agreement procession between Masyarakat Aquaculture Indonesia and PKR Kepiting, Lembaga Sertifikasi Aquaculture Indonesia dengan Yayasan Budidaya Udang, LSPAI dan Lambung Mangkurat University. Please, for all the representative, you may go to the stage. All right. Once again, for all the representative of Masyarakat Aquaculture Indonesia and PKR Kepiting, Lembaga Sertifikasi Profesi Aquaculture Indonesia dengan Yayasan Budidaya Udang, Lembaga Sertifikasi Profesi Aquaculture Indonesia dengan Lambung Mangkurat University, please for all the representative, you may go to the stage. Now we begin the procession of signing memorandum of agreement procession between Masyarakat Aquaculture Indonesia and PKR Kepiting, Lembaga Sertifikasi Profesi Aquaculture Indonesia dengan Yayasan Budidaya Udang, Lembaga Sertifikasi Profesi Aquaculture Indonesia dengan Lambung Mangkurat University. Now I would like to invite for the representative of Masyarakat Aquaculture Indonesia dengan PKR Kepiting, Lembaga Sertifikasi Profesi Aquaculture Indonesia dengan Yayasan Budidaya Udang, Lembaga Sertifikasi Profesi Aquaculture Indonesia dengan Lambung Mengkurat University untuk mengikuti prosesi penandatanganan MOA. Okay, thank you everyone for your participation. You may take a seat.
Sambil nunggu Pak Wagub, sekarang sama si Farsad dulu. Dipanggil Bu Desrina, moderator.
Untuk sudah mulai berarti
Sama Farsad sama dulu.
And now let's move into the next agenda, which is plenary session 1. I would like to invite Professor Desrina as the moderator for this session. For Professor Desrina, you may go to the stage.
Excuse me, Professor. Ini di sini untuk penyebutan Bapak Emil, ininya PhD saja.
Give applause to Professor Desrina.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the first session, the first plenary session of International Conference of Aquaculture of Indonesia. My name is Desrina. I will be the chair for this session. For this first session, we have 3 distinguished speakers. The first one is, let me check. The first one is Dr. Daniel Siswat. The second one is, I don't have his name, sorry. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. The first one is Dr. Farsad Sisyan. The second speaker is Dr. Daniel V. Carebra. The third speaker is Dr. Emil Elistianto Dardak, PhD. And now I invite 3 speakers to come to the stage, please. Thank you. Please give a round of applause for our speakers. Each speakers have 20 minutes to deliver the speech, and I would like briefly introduce our first speakers, Dr. Farsad Sisyan. I'm sorry if I don't pronounce your name correctly. Dr. Farsad is an aquaculture expert with over 30 years of global experience in the industry. He is the founder of, president, and CEO of Blue Aqua International Group, a Singapore-based aquaculture solution provider operating in 14 countries and serving more than 4,000 farmers. He is a pioneer in sustainable farming technology, and he invented the mixotropic system, a patented super intensive shrimp and fish culture method. Well, he has a very long CV and very impressive CV. Now, without further ado, I will let Dr. Farsad to start the presentation. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning. Selamat pagi. I like to stand and talk. Is okay? Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, great. Today, I come to Indonesia for the past 20 over years, and I always talk more about technical things, how to do farming and all those things. So today, I choose a little bit different story because, I'm not just only, company owner. I have a farm. I run a farm. I operate shrimp farm, trout farm. So we understand a lot of issues. Which one? This one? Doesn't work. Sure. So anyway, I own a shrimp farm. We have a shrimp farm in Singapore. We have in Oman, and I am building the first, I would say, the RAS trout farm, maybe in the Asia Pacific, is the largest. It's 3,000 metric ton trout production. Okay, we have a hatchery, we have feed. So it's a shrimp industry, as the Vice Minister shows, is a big portion of the income of the Indonesian aquaculture industry. So where is the problem? I remember when 30 over years ago I was doing a monodon farming. We had only 3 or 4 diseases. And people do not complain too much about disease. People always complain about, how can I get, a better FCR, or I can grow a larger animal. So is it working? Anyway, so today I think our shrimp industry, even though we have so much of progress, which one? Which button I have to press? Okay, thank you. So, okay, it's a bit about the background of the company. So I started Blue Aqua in 2009. Today we are present in over 6 countries. I have office, and we have a, customer base over 4,000 people. So these are our main line of business. So we look at from nutrition, alternative protein, to the farm care, farming, and also seafood trading. This is our currently owned farm. So we have a trout farm. This is exactly the picture. This farm will be operational by another 2 months. It's a $40 million investment in Singapore. So can say today is the largest indoor RAS trout farm in the world. It's going to produce 3,000 metric ton of trout. I have a shrimp farm in Singapore. We have 3 species. We have Venami, Monodon, and Japanicus. And my shrimp farm in Oman will be operational by end of this year. So it's around 1,100 metric ton of shrimp. Okay. Let's see what are the key issues in the, so I focus more about the shrimp industry because shrimp is the main, species that grow in Indonesia. So when we look at the shrimp industries, issues, the key issues. It's a disease. So I go all over the world. We have a big operation in India. Every Indian farmer, when you say what's your main problem, he say disease. You ask Indonesian what's your problem, he say disease. Of course, market and economic war, pricing, how we position our product in the market, which market we sell, who try to cut the price, who sell cheaper, who sell more expensive, who put tariff as us. So these are all is a big portion of the economy of the shrimp industry. And of course, the big portion also is the nutrition. Besides these two, nutrition is almost cost more than 30%, 40% of the shrimp farmer cost of producing the shrimp. Okay, let's start with the disease. Okay, I don't know how many of you done shrimp farming for monodon, because I remember when I start my career on the shrimp in 1990s. So we start with monodon. And during those days, if you look like from 97, in the 70s, everybody grow monodon in this part of the world. So we catch the brooder stock from the sea. And it was the dominated species in almost everywhere in the Asia. Then in the 80s and 90s, what happened? We started to introduce first the venom, and then we start to have, intensification, because monodon, we could grow only like 30 pieces, 40 pieces per square meter. Venom, in my farm, I have grown up to 2,000 pieces per square meter. Okay, so venom was a species that more suitable for intensification. And Southeast Asia started to be a biggest portion of the production of the venom. But using the venom as a main species brings in other challenges. Okay, let's see. And then we had, the very high production. Then suddenly we started to get so much of disease, the feed shortage, because when the production goes up, you need to produce more feed. If you recall, like 30 years ago, how many feed mill we had, and today how many feed mill we have. I go everywhere, like every other day there is a feed mill popping up somewhere. So this feed production requires raw material, required fish meal, which a lot of people don't use, required protein, many things, okay? So there was a replacement of the fish meal by many other alternative protein. The biggest portion goes to the soya, okay? And then we had a problem with the brooder stock. So we cannot catch too much brooder stock from the wild, because even if we want to catch a brooder stock for the venom in the region, there is no such things. So, okay. This replacement of the venom to monodon impact a lot of things. As I say, from brooder stock to the feed. And one very important thing that has impacted was in the hatchery and the brooder stock management. Because I don't know again how many of you have grown monodon. In monodon, we have one brooder stock can give 800,000 to 1 million no-ply. I can get 40% survival, I can have a larvae, and I put all the shrimp in one pond. So white spot was those days the only viral disease. So I can just, and we did not have even test kit for that. So the test kits and everything started, the PCR and all those started in 90s, late 90s, early 2000. Then we just need to do one test, and I know my animal are sick or not. Because all come from single genetic, from one mother plant. Venom, no. We put 100 or 50, animal in one tank, and we keep on collecting the no-ply. Okay? That's why we have a lot of, difficulty by relying on the wild catch. So we go to the brooder stock that we buy from all these suppliers. Then, this is the story we have. Suddenly, so many diseases pop up. Despite we have better technology in shrimp industry, we have much more better knowledge today. We know how to grow shrimp compared to 30 years ago. But then disease started to come. We have a collection of the viral disease. We have every day somebody claim somewhere else that, I got this one. And you can see we try our best to put some of the key diseases here. And these diseases never existed in the 90s. Okay? So that's the first question, where they come from. Why? Why suddenly we have so much disease? Okay? I think IMNV in Indonesia is a big problem. EHP is a big problem. White feces is a big problem. And we have a lot of people around the region, around the industry. They claim a lot of things that it may not be true, and the one that's suffering is the farmer. Okay. So, in the past, we had infection that is caused usually by the environment. So when I was doing, for example, monodon, I know my shrimp is healthy. So if I get any disease, 100% I get from environment. I get from the water. I get from the neighbor. I get from the bird. Okay? But today, that's not the case. Because a lot of this bacterial infection and viral infections, these are all sometimes we tell the farmer, oh, your problem, you have no biosecurity. Correct. Many of them, they don't have proper biosecurity. But sometimes also this disease comes through a different channel. We call it vertical transmission. Okay? So, genetic was very important. But this genetic was not only for the shrimp. This genetic was for bacteria, for the virus also. It's the same. They are also clever. Okay? Then, how we detect the disease. That was very important. I remember old days, since we did not have the PCR kit in my lab, we used to do like this gram staining. So if I want to see what do I have a white spot, we just take the hepatopancreas and then we, use the, staining, and then you look at under microscope, can you see the inclusion body or not? Then you can say, okay, I have a white spot. But there are many different methods. So I have here 4 of them. Then we have, some more better or more advanced methods, okay? Like ELISA or some of this, like a COVID test we have now. I mean, these things were exist like some before even the COVID come. And then we have PCR. And a lot of people see this one ultimate, answer to the problem, which is not. So we have different type of PCR. We have a qPCR. The best one is digital PCR, very sensitive. Okay, so when people do testing for you, they they never write what machine they use, what method they use. They say PCR test, negative or positive. But I'm not a PCR expert, but I know definitely there is a huge difference between if you use digital PCR or you use those, everything ready-made, go inside the machine, and another 2 hours you get the answer. The sensitivity is very important. So digital PCR can detect up to 1 copy of the virus. But for some of the machine, like common qPCR is 10 copy, some other machine even less sensitive. So what does it mean? It means if you have a low infection in your animal or in your sample, it will pass. Very simply, just pass. And you will say it's negative. Okay? So this is one of the problems. And another problem is the sampling method. I mean, like I run hatchery, I run farm, I know. So when you take a sample from your PL production, I don't know, you take 50 or 100 piece, do the running the test. But sometimes this 50 or 100 represent what? Represent 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 10 million. So anybody study statistic, they know that 50 or 100 is a very, very small samples for 5 million PL or even 1 million PL. So the probability that you get wrong or you don't even catch the sick animal is very, very high. And if you combine that with a mistake in the process and insensitivity of the machine, is a disaster. That is what we have today. I'm going to make a lot of hatchery hatchery people here, they are sitting, my friends, angry, and also some feed miller. So we have a problem. We have a problem because we face this and we find out. I have a big laboratory in India. We give service to my customer. I have a digital PCR. So we are in the capital of the shrimp farming in India, in Bhimavaram. We receive a lot of sample, and we have seen very clearly that when we run a sample for a farmer that has done the test with qPCR and bring it to us, we say is negative or positive is very different. Okay, so the machine itself make a lot of difference. Then, as I say, the screening of the animal. People just do along the way from egg to the PL 11 or 12 they are selling, one sample. And they claim is clean. And the poor farmer buy this, take it to the farm in 30 days. If there is a high infection rate, or 60 days, they get the disease. And sometimes it's more interesting is that from the same batch of animal, the hatchery owner can claim, I have sold the same animal to somebody else, they never got disease. Of course. If you have a 50 shrimp inside the tank and just one sick, only one, how to catch that one? Maybe that one is spawned earlier or later. It will not go to your batch. And you can simply say, oh, this batch very good. And then you put the blame on the farmer. Okay, so this is the big problem to the industry today because everybody losing money. Okay, everybody losing money. So this is the answers you get from a good or wrong or bad. You have a true negative, true positive. And you have a lot of false positive and false negative. And how the farmer here make decision. Because sometimes it's very easy. And you have to remember, PCR is not for cure of the disease. I mean, like when your shrimp got white spot, is sudah habis. It's finished. Okay? This is to prevention. Mostly work for the PL. So if you get a false positive or false negative to the farmer, it's a big problem. Okay? So the risk is there. So you have a poor sampling or insensitivity of the machine. Okay, now you have this disease, we call it vertical transmission. It goes from brooder stock to the PL and from PL to the pond. Sometimes brooder stock eggs are infected, sometimes brooder stock just the body infected. It's a very different story. And how many of the hatchery owner or brooder stock keeper, they check every individual brooder stock? I would say none. I do in my farm. I do in every brooder stock we receive, we do. But a lot of people never do. So you don't know, you buy 100 brooder stock, just one sick is enough to make your life or make the farmer life very, very difficult. Okay? So what's the solution? It doesn't have definitely easy solution. So we can see how this vertical transmission work. If the ovary is infected, so all the nopli, they carry the virus or bacteria. And this depends on how many shrimp is sick in the system. If it was 1 or 2 or 3 or 10. So I can argue with every hatchery owner that their biosecurity sometimes it has a lot of loop. Their sampling guarantee have a lot of mistake. And then we have company like us come and tell people, oh, shrimp sick is okay, use mineral, use bacteria. No, my dear. If the shrimp sick, nothing can cure, okay? If it's a virus, as I told you, is gone case, okay? So, then the non-ovarian transmission also is another one. So means the eggs are not infected by the animal infected. So there are a lot of, I believe, adjustment in our protocol of management for the hatchery and brooder stock. I mean, I don't care this brooder stock come from who. I mean, they are all my friend. In the whole world, anybody supply brooder stock, we know them very well. And I tell them same things in their face. Because nobody check every individual animal, okay? It come from X, Y, Z, I don't name company, but they can be possibly carry disease, possibly. Maybe from the source come to you is okay, but in your hatchery or your farm, you are buying a SPF brooder stock, which those SPF is not SPF by I would say validation. They are the SPF by the environment. Means because that place we don't have disease, it considered SPF. Okay? So there is no validation there, remember. And then when it's come to your farm, you buy the polykit from the neighbor and they feed them. Or you buy the squid from the fisherman, infect them. The bottom line is, the infection rate is there. Again, I don't want to tell you who. I mean, I help few government around the world. So there was a country was telling me that we know we have a 20% rate of infection in our PL. Okay? So, and these are the, some of the disease that is a non-ovarian and ovarian. Okay, this is a long discussion. I mean, we can talk about this for so many, days and months maybe to find the correct protocol. But I just want to tell you, it is not as simple as we see, okay? So SPF brooder stock, as I say, it is, again, is not validated. It is because of the location. It comes from Florida, or come from Hawaii, or come from somewhere else, that because we don't have shrimp farming or there is no disease whatsoever, that's why we claim that we say is a SPF. Okay? Then it comes to the nutrition, because these two are very related. So you have an animal that they can easily get sick. We have breed of shrimp in the market that they can die fast, but they can grow very fast. Okay? So sometimes when we look at the nutrition, we say the nutrition is very important for shrimp. For what purpose? For a growth and health. Unfortunately, many of my feed mill friends, they only look at their growth. So of course, shrimp can grow. But how about the health? How many of the feed miller, they have tested their feed against the disease challenge? I would say nil. So then shrimp growing, but with a simple wind blow, they die. Okay? And why? Very simple. 1990, the fish meal, I remember, was only $250. Today is $2,000. But the shrimp feed, I used to buy monodome feed $1. Today also $1. So where this additional cost of increasing of the raw materials apply in the feed, in the compromising of the nutrition? I mean, some of the greatest nutritionists in the world, they are my very good friend. I mean, again, I don't want to name. We have always this argument with them. You say this is good enough, but I would say fish meal has something that we call it unknown factor, because we don't know. You only see some amino acids, some fatty acid, some other things because you know that. But there are other things that we don't know. How about that? So you're cutting 100% fish meal, adding a soybean, adding I don't know whatsoever, and then you say this feed is good because shrimp is growing. Wrong. You say salah. Definitely wrong. Okay? And this is very clearly shows the inflation of and the price of the fish meal and feed. So then feed formulation, nowadays we have a lot of functional feed. And people like the word to use functional, they add additive because we have shortage. Like you see, it's very clearly when you use a soybean, you have a shortage of methionine. So we have to add a lot of methionine in the feed. So that's why we buy methionine. I used to sell a lot of methionine. You have to add lysine. You have to add many supplements. And there is a huge argument between nutritionists, how many percent methionine I need. Because even we don't know that. Some people say 3.5% of the total amino acid, question mark. Okay? So, you like it, you don't like it, my friend, in the feed mill industry, this is the reality. Plant-based diet, it will make animal grow, but it will not make them healthy. Period. We know that very well. That's why we have so many diseases. A lot of people think why we have white feces. White feces is not an infectious disease. White feces is a nutritional disease. Because we did a test, we did a trial, and we know wherever you reduce the fish meal, the white feces goes up. Simple. I produce my own feed. I have 100% marine protein. I don't have white feces. Okay? And I'm going to finish soon. So, marine-based, yes, of course, we understand. I mean, sometimes people, they like to talk about we don't have resources, catching the fish meal. I understand. But because we don't have the solution, we cannot suicide, okay? You know, industries suffer a lot because of all these things. We have to work on the better, because sometimes people say, okay, I lock this formulation. I have the best formulation. It's a joke. Because they're only looking at, and some more like you see FCR, I don't know. There are many things we can talk. Okay? So, still, we don't know what do we have inside the fish meal. We don't know what do we have inside the marine product. Our shrimp industry is not a chicken industry, okay? We are very far from that. Our knowledge is very, very small. Okay? And of course, one of the best way to do this is really to adjust the microbiome of the shrimp gut. But that is also another challenge. You cannot just feed the shrimp with a bacteria that is a spore form or is a powder, because before even this bacteria activated is poop up from the shrimp body. Shrimp gut is 10 cm in adult. And 1 hour the feed that eat it digested out. Okay? So this is also another story. But the shrimp in the reality swim in a soup of a bacteria in the water. If you provide a good quality bacteria in the system, shrimp can adjust that and it will help some of the digestion, okay? I mean, I just published an article in World Aquaculture Journal. If anybody interested can go and read. I put some of these details there. But in my opinion, this is the next frontier to improve productivity and, performance of our industry. Like when I was building my trout farm in Singapore, it's a huge investment. I mean, it's not a small, things. Why I did that? I love shrimp because in trout I have security. In shrimp we don't have yet. Trout we know the feed, we know the genetic, we have a completely closed system. I have a clean water. I don't need to worry about many things. But when it comes to shrimp, there are a lot of loopholes. There are a lot of things that we don't know yet. And we pretend we know. So diversification and I would say efficiency is not just come from, keep on changing the water. I mean, like nowadays I can see, like in Indonesia, is a new concept. People, I changed 30% water, 40% water. We are going back to the 50 years ago, okay? So we're going to have more problem. We have to start to understand how to close system farming, how to feed correct, how to choose the correct PL, and look, then you will not have problem. You don't need to worry about Mr. Trump put a tariff or not. If your production and your productivity is correct, if you do the right cost calculation, if your cost of production is reasonable, if your productivity is up, which overtake your fixed cost, you can sell your shrimp to anybody without worrying. Shrimp, chicken industry, we have only few cent profit. In shrimp, we produce $3.50, we sell even $5, we say, I lose money, somewhere something wrong. And that is the fixed cost. That can be another topic to talk. Anyway, that's all. I know if any question or something, I leave it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Farsad. We will take question later. We'll have the Q&A session later. It's an honest reflection of the shrimp farming industry for 30 years, I guess. That's what your presentation.
Okay.
Welcome to the Honorable Vice.
Sorry, we would like to welcome the Mr. Vice Governor of East Java, Dr. Emil Elistiano Dardak. For Dr. Emil Elistiano Dardak, you may join the first plenary session with Professor Desrina as the moderator. Thank you.
Welcome, Dr. Emil. Thank you.
Dr. Emil Elistiano Dardak is the second speaker for this first plenary session. For Dr. Elistiano Dardak, you can go to the podium.
Before we start, please allow me a brief introduction of the Vice Governor of the East Java Province. Dr. Emil is graduated from Oxford University for his master's degree, and for his PhD, he got a PhD from Ritsumeikan Asia Pacific University in Japan. For this presentation, the title of his presentation is the outlook of aquaculture in East Java Province. Dr. Emil, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to all participants of the International Conference of Aquaculture Indonesia, ICAI 2025. Allow me to greet the chairman of the Indonesian Aquaculture Society, Professor Rahmin Dahuri, former Minister for Maritime and Fishery, Dr. Farshad from Blue Aqua International. Thank you for the very insightful presentation. I myself, who is not a technical person, found your presentation very insightful and useful as a policymaker. Dr. Zhang Wei from Lechance Group, Aqua Technical Director, Mr. Daniel Cabrera, National Sales Manager of Sante Aqua Feeds, the head of the Marine and Fisheries Agency, Pak Isa Ansori, representatives of Fisheries Association, leaders and academic community of fisheries faculties from various universities all over Indonesia. First of all, allow me to extend my congratulations to the Indonesian Aquaculture Society for organizing this international conference and for inviting distinguished speakers from various countries and experts to Surabaya. I welcome all of you to Surabaya, East Java Province, and hopefully, in addition to a productive conference, you also will have a time to explore the wonderful cuisine and of course the wonderful spots to visit in this historic and very charming town of Surabaya. And I think we're also privileged that earlier today, the Vice Minister was able to attend and officiate this forum. And I had the opportunity to have a brief discussion with him on how Indonesia is going to promote development in this field of aquaculture. And I am very encouraged to know that he is very knowledgeable. He is very clear about all the impediments that we are facing and what we have to do about it going forward. So with that, of course, we are all optimistic that Indonesia will become a major, a major aquaculture country in the world. And hopefully, following this conference, there will be a lot of important knowledge and practical contributions that we can all have. Allow me to, let's go to the next slide. I won't take it too long because I think you're just right at the middle of a very interesting session, plenary session. I don't want to take too much of your time, but this slide basically says that we are looking at a potential 8% economic growth. That is massive, an 8% economic growth. In order to do that, we need to transcend beyond the conventional way of thinking. East Java, for example, is a province of 42 million people. We have 38 provinces in Indonesia, but this province alone contributes 1/6 of Indonesia's economy. If Indonesia is a major G20 country and contributes half of the Southeast Asian economy, so we can practically say that East Java is contributing 1/12. 1/12, you round it out, you're nearer to 10% than you are to 5%. So that's how big the contribution of this province really is. But with 42 million people, we have limited land, 48,000 square kilometer. And with 48,000 square kilometer, there's only so much we can do if we have a continental way of thinking. A continental way of thinking is confined into how much land we have. So we need to look beyond. Let's go to the next slide. Next. Okay, next, let's go next slide. Okay, we will go here a bit later, but go next first. Next. Because I'm talking. Now this is how it looks like. This is our province. Although we have 48,000 square kilometer, but as a matter of fact, we have 5.2 million hectares of ocean area, of sea area. Because our coastal line is 3,543.54 kilometers. If you compare to all the provinces in Indonesia, we actually have the longest coastal line. So if we are able to harness and unlock the potential of the coastal line of East Java, we may be able to really break through the ceiling, the glass ceiling that we've always had in really going into this high growth economic target that we're talking about. So out of 38 municipalities, 22 of them are coastal areas. They all have coastal line. I used to be a mayor. 10 years ago, I started my duty as a mayor in one of the maritime area of Indonesia. Is in the southernmost part of East Java. Now, East Java itself, despite being an industrial province, contributing around 1/4 of Indonesia's manufacturing economy, we also happen to still be one of the largest exporters of fishery products. Iya Pak Isa ya, terbesar kita, ekspor perikanan. Yeah. We're still the nation's major exporter of fishery products. Why is it so? Because we have a very hardworking fishermen who navigate all across and bringing back what they catch into the ports and into the auction centers which are there in the coastal areas of East Java. They reside there in these fishermen villages and they contribute to the fishery. So our fish catching is 621,000 tons. We have 65,000 fishing vessels. More than 65,000 fishing vessels. We also, in addition to fish, we also produce salt. Because salt in Indonesia is mostly actually harvested from the ocean. It's not mined from the sand, but it's harvested from the ocean. Around 218,000 fishermen. In addition, we also have another 275,000 fish farmers. When we talk about fish farmers, they actually do, they fish farming. They're not going with the ship boats and catching fish in the sea, in the ocean, but they actually develop land-based aquaculture. And the total aquaculture production altogether is 1.4 million tons. We have 20 fishing ports and we export around 390,000. So if you look at that, out of 621,000 fish that we catch, 390,000 of them are being exported. That's how dominant export is, which is why we are also talking about how to mitigate any risk of our products breaching any potential quality standards that are being implemented and also imposed by the international community. So we really want to further develop this potential. The question is, how far are we? My guess is we're still far away from our utmost potential. There's still a lot of room to grow, which is why we would like to work closely with the Indonesian Aquaculture Society on how to do this. Now, let's go to the next slide. So what do we do about this? First of all, people who work in the aquaculture, they don't sleep on top of the boats, although they do that when they catch fish, but eventually they would go home. And they would go home back to the villages or to their homes in the land side. So we cannot talk about developing fishery and aquaculture without talking about how we're going to deal with the coastal land side development plan. So the spatial plan has to be coherent with how we want to develop our aquaculture. I was talking to the Vice Minister just now. I was saying that it is inevitable that we would need to develop infrastructure and industrial areas to create the jobs that we really need for our young generation. And this may come at the expense of certain segments and places where some aquaculture may exist. Now we, of course, as much as possible would like to minimize any such situation. We want to avoid as much as possible displacing any fishermen from their homes. We want to avoid as much as possible displacing any aquaculture from where they are right now. But if all the best effort put together still leaves us with a certain very limited areas and places where the greater good is for having some level of displacement, then we need to carefully plan this through, which is why the Marine Spatial Plan in East Java Province was enacted through a local legislation in 2023. And this governs exactly how the land side and the coastal area and the immediate seaside, we're not talking about the really far away, but the immediate seaside usage corresponds together harmoniously. Now, if you want to talk about the detail about this, of course, Pa Isa is here. But the idea is we actually look into, for example, we have the aquaculture zone, altogether about 308,000. So 0.3 million hectares have been designated to be aquaculture zone. This may include floating ponds and all different types of aquaculture methodologies. About 6,000 hectares dedicated for marine tourism. 43,000 hectares for seaports. And in the ocean side, we have 4.5 million hectares of ocean area as fishing zone. And what is interesting, we have 10,000 hectares for blue carbon zone, which is where actually the blue economy is also part of the Sustainable Development Initiative that we are pursuing. About 16,700 are conservation areas. One of the most important and vital ecosystem that the governor herself personally steward is the maintenance and enlargement of the mangrove ecosystem throughout the coastal areas in East Java. And only then we will have also limited industrial zones. The 10,300 Pak, ini ada pabrik ini ya Pak Isa ya. Artinya ini 30.000 ini pabrik yang masih boleh jadi pabrik di coastal. Jadi nggak boleh lebih dari ini gitu kan. So we limit out of the 0.3 million aquaculture zone, 40,000 hectares of seaport, 4.5 million of fishing zone, 10,000 hectares of carbon zone, 16,700 of conservation areas in this. We only leave it with just 10,000 hectares. A very, very, very small portion for non-marine use. Even some of these industries may actually still be marine industries. They may be processing the shrimp that have been caught, the fish, the salt. So these may actually be value addition activities to enhance the economic value for those living in the marine ecosystem. So this is our commitment. That East Java, you know, what's great about Indonesia is we call Indonesia, I mean, overseas, globally we call it motherland, right? Your home country, you call it motherland. But in Indonesia, we call it tanah air. Translated literally, it says our land and water. So for Indonesians, where we belong is not only on the land, but also on the sea. Which is why our paradigm for developing East Java has to be a maritime paradigm. That's really the... So where are we right now? Let's go to the next slide. We cannot be complacent, but we need to also cherish some of the milestones in our journey. And that includes being the #1 for, you know, capture fisheries. 621,000. We are nearly 100,000 tons more than the second place. Sardinella and mackerel are two of the most important commodities. We also are the largest exporter. We have shrimp, seaweed, and tuna. Again, we export 400,000. Interestingly, you see Jakarta there as the second place. Why is it so? Because Jakarta has the infrastructure to be shipping things overseas. But Surabaya, East Java also has one of the major export gateway. Salt production as well, 1 million tons of salt is being produced. And also for aquaculture now, this is unfortunately for aquaculture, we are third place. But still, being a province that is very industrial, being able to put it in the third place is actually still something we cherish, but we strive for more, which is why we want to explore more potentials, including floating aquaculture on the bay areas. We were working on that. In Trenggalek, the region that I used to lead, we have the floating houses where they have this, floating ponds, and it's used to really cultivate some of the certain commodities, even to a certain extent lobster. But I don't know, I mean, the challenge is to find the feed for lobsters. But they were able to put some mussels and some, and then they stick into this kind of wood, and then they feed off of that. So, and what is really inspiring is that the young generation living in the coastal villages are really enthusiastic in learning many new technologies for developing aquaculture. So a lot of the young generation, when I was a mayor, we had a vocational school system, and I was asked to propose what major do I want to focus on. So what I did was, when I got funding as a reward for being able to manage the finances of the municipal budget well, and so that our audit no longer shows any disclaimers or notes, so we pass the audit with flying colors. So we have approximately 5 billion rupiah. And what I decided not to use it to beautify the city square, but to develop another city square in the coastal city. Because as a coastal area, our government center is about 40 kilometers north of the coast. So we want to make sure that people living in the coastal line lives better. We focused on building the coastal road. And the vocational school, the program that I chose at that time was processing fishery products, specific. So we want to make sure that the education system is also in line with our priority for developing maritime sector. So that's what we did. We developed a maritime-focused vocational school. A lot of our coastal areas also feature some really inspiring vocational schools, both public and private schools. Some actually train the students really well so that they can actually work on board of ships in Japan, in Korea, working as a crew on fishing ships and many other type of ships. And also they learn to a certain extent some level of ship building and ship repair. So that's what we do. Next, finally. Now, next slide. So this is the, sorry, go to this slide before. Yeah, this is a bit of more detail. So aquaculture area in East Java, we have 300,000 that you can actually still develop on the sea. Meaning Pak, sini artinya di pesisir ya Pak Isa ya, yang di dekat-dekat pesisir tapi di atas lautnya ya. So if you want to do it on top of the sea, not on the land side, because there's many on the coastal but on the land, right? You actually build a pond there, and then you channel the water from the ocean there, and then you work on making sure that some people say that the aquaculture is actually the business of maintaining water, not just feeding the fish, but making sure the water is in the prime condition. But you can also do it in the water itself, on the water. Now the challenge with that is the ecosystem on the coastal area depends on the rivers that send the water to the coastal areas. You can see on certain times of the year, especially during heavy rain season, it will be brownish in color because the mud, the sedimentations all get flushed to the coastal area. So dealing with the maritime potential is not just a coastal affair, it's also a mountain affair, because you need to think about what happens in the mountainous areas. So it's a very holistic perspective, and political will at the highest level is needed to handle this. So this is what we have: 300,000 hectares. This is ultra precious when you talk about East Java. Getting 300,000 hectares of land is almost impossible. but doing it on the ocean and making economic value out of it, this will be able to unlock it. And we have still 49,000 brackish water ponds. About 15,000 are freshwater ponds. So that's the thing. Some actually mix it with paddy cultivation, wet rice cultivation. You can put some non-ocean based fisheries on there. So there we are, 1.455. I would like to ask Pak Isa, mau dinaikin jadi berapa targetnya? Okay, he wants to go to the second place, yeah? With the support of MAI, Prof. Rohmin, help us. Of course, NTT is also working hard, but you know, we need to keep motivating ourselves. So I would like to go to 2 last slides. Next slide. Okay, so how do we then achieve a golden Indonesia, which is just 20 years away from now? First, make sure that we don't, not only should we stop hurting our coastal ecosystem, we want to improve it. We need to reverse the trend, not just stop the trend of declining coastal area. We need to reverse it. It needs to be an upward trend of improvement. How do we do that? Go to Banyuwangi. There is an area called Bangsering where people used to fish by actually bombing the coral reefs. So what we did, what the people did, and it was during the time, I think my colleague at the time, former Minister Azwaranas was the mayor, and then Pak Dekarwo was the governor, and then of course continued by Ibu Kofifa. So one of the idea at the time in the previous administration was, instead of letting them rely on fishing with unsustainable methods, and instead of focusing only on merely punishing, resulting in people actually doing it, you know, behind our back, we give them another more lucrative job to do, which is develop coastal tourism. They can actually do diving. So we built this, what we call, the provincial government had a program called the fish apartments. A fish apartment, so, and this kind of helped restore also the coral reefs and the fish in the area. It rebuilt the coast, the coral reefs, and people now go there to actually do, what do you call it? It's diving and snorkeling. Snorkeling and diving, and then they have these floating places where you can actually fish and enjoy for tourism, not for catching as much as fish as you can. Some people simply just enjoy sitting and just fish. And these people who used to live off by throwing bombs and so on to the area can now actually earn more by managing the tourism. What we support by providing them, you know, we bought them equipments for diving that they can rent out to the tourists. So this is the thing, conserve the mangrove initiative that the governor is doing. Make sure that we reverse the trend, because unless we do that, if we still have a declining trend, we cannot achieve that. And then second, of course, so that the harmful fishing activities have to stop. This is really how we achieve the blue economy policy. And finally, so altogether, this forms part of the mainstream strategy of our development. Final slide, next slide. Low productivity and low value addition in regional economic development. We are also facing threats of climate change. We have shorter rainy season with much more intensive rainfall intensity, meaning that sedimentation, washaways to the ocean are more prone right nowadays, and we have longer dry season. So that is attributed to climate change, increased incidence of disasters. We also need to talk about food security, about cleaner energy, and once again, of course, the global food market. We want people to live in aquaculture, but of course, the volatility of the price and the sensitivity to certain trade disputes globally is something that an everyday farmer may not be able to afford. This is where the government need to be present and provide affirmative policies to protect these smallholder fish farms. And I think our future that we are looking at may be modern farming, modern fishery, but still smallholder fish farms and fish farmers or fishermen will still be the backbone of our prosperous future maritime economy. Thank you very much, and may all of you have a very fruitful conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please have a seat. We will take question after Dr. Daniel presentation. The next speaker is Mr. Daniel V. Carebra from Philippines. His presentation is about sustainable and production of milkfish farming in the Philippines. Mr. Daniel is a national sales manager at Sante Feed Corporation based in Manila, Philippines, with 20 years of experience in the Philippine aquaculture industry, farming various species, including shrimp, milkfish, and tilapia. Without further ado, I will ask Mr. Daniel to present his presentation. The floor is yours.
Hello. Good morning to all. First of all, I would like to say thank you to Indonesian Aquaculture Society for inviting us here, especially Dr. Romy Nobriadi. Yeah, this is not my first time here in Surabaya. I already attended the previous Asian Aquaculture Conference here at the same venue. Yeah. And I'd like to ask you, how many of you here already tasted bandeng fish? Who among you here already eaten bandeng? Please raise your hand. How many already? That's great. So you can easily relate to my presentation. My presentation is all about the interest, the love of Filipinos for milkfish or bandeng as a fish. Across the presidents of Indonesia and Philippines, we already demonstrated that the two countries' brotherhood through many friendships and economic activities. And our countries share cultural bonds, and as neighboring countries, we share both archipelagic nations with a common Austronesian ancestry. And in 2024, we both celebrated the 75th anniversary of our diplomatic relations, highlighting our enduring friendship and cooperation. And overall, the friendship between Indonesia and the Philippines is characterized by mutual respect, shared values, and commitment to regional cooperation. We have so much connection from the Philippines to Indonesian markets, such as the following. We are both members of ASEAN organization, and we're also member of the BIMP IAGE Growth Area member countries. And Indonesia provides us with almost 50% of our fry requirement. No? And we have a total bilateral trade of around 11 to 12 billion US dollar in recent years. And Philippine export to Indonesia include nickel, ores, concentrates, copper cathodes, cocoa oil, and other computer storage devices. And the Philippines import coals, automotives, palm oil, copper ores, concentrates from Indonesia. And in May 2025, Philippine export to Indonesia were about 1.05 billion US dollar, while imports from Indonesia were about 10.63 billion US dollars. And we have a lot of other diplomatic and regional ties. So it tells a lot about our strong connection between the two countries. Also, in May 2014, during the time of President Aquino and President Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, the Philippines and Indonesia were able to demonstrate to the world and other neighboring countries that maritime disputes can be resolved if the two countries choose to cooperate with mutual respect and understanding with the foundation on the principles of international law, including UNCLOS and EEZ. So that's, I think, a big achievement of the both countries and an exemplary to other maritime disputes in other countries. Bandeng is our national fish. No? It's not just an ordinary fish, but our national fish, and it is a Philippines national, symbol and a Filipino identity already. I think your national fish is Asian arowana, right? Ours is bandeng. Yeah. I think it's not. Yeah. There's a saying in the Philippines that in the taste of bangus lies the memory of the sea and home. It is a poetic line sometimes used in local essays or food stories, symbolizing nostalgia and a Filipino identity. Truly, bangus is synonymous with Filipino identity, and Asian countries such as Indonesia, Taiwan, and Singapore also love this fish or bandeng. If we go to this slide, which is the global milk fish production per region, we'll see that almost 70 to 80% of the supply came from Indonesia and Philippines, reflecting the market strength of both nations in producing bandeng. We are the only two dominant countries producing this much of bandeng in the whole world. And if we further go to the top 20 global species, you will see that the rank of bandeng is number 12 at 1.327 million metric tons, or a global share of just 2.4%. And we're also hoping that in the coming years, we might both contribute to raising the rank of bandeng in the global fish commodities as a shared goal from its current rank of number 12 to number 10, which we believe is quite achievable if both choose to intensify production, particularly in Indonesia. If Norway has salmon and if other countries has tilapia, I think we have bandeng, which can be a global fish if we want to further raise it here in Indonesia. And it can feed the world because it's a very versatile fish and it can be easily grown in pen or cages. So I think we have a lot of potential in culturing intensive bandeng here in Indonesia. If we go to the milk fish production in the Philippines, you will see the increase year on year. We have an annual growth of 3%. And from 2001 to 2020, we have a growth rate of almost 84%. In terms of per capita consumption, we have 3.6 kilo per year, or that's around 9.8% of seafood share. And our total seafood consumption in the Philippines is 36.8 kilo per year. And our fisheries volume, fish only, I exclude the seaweeds, is 2.576 million metric tons. And if we go to Indonesia milk fish production figures, you had a peak production last 2018, no? And then a gradual year-on-year decrease. You'll see from this table or slide that you have a negative growth rate of 11.7. Sorry. You will see from this slide that your production year-on-year from 2018 up to 2023 decline. No? That's around 11% decline from 2023 to 2018. But if you go to 1998, your growth rate is around 387%. So this is a challenge of increasing again the bandeng production here in Indonesia. And if we go to per capita consumption in 2017, that is around 1.4 kilo per annum. That's only around 2.4% of seafood share here in Indonesia. And if you take a look at the chicken consumption here, it's around 7.46 up to 8.20 kilo per year. So you eat a lot of chicken aside from fish. And your total seafood consumption is around 57.27 kilo in 2022. So fisheries volume, fish only, is 12.691 million metric tons. So what does it mean? With Indonesia's bandeng production in 2023 at 772,000 metric tons, per capita consumption remains low at 1.4 kilo per year compared with tilapia, catfish, or even chicken. The per capita could be much smaller in the current year because the population increased from 262 million in 2017 to 281 million in 2023. So I think this is a very good challenge for the government and the policymakers of Indonesia and how to lift the current production volume of bandeng and at the same time meeting the food security concern of the Indonesian people. Also, if we take a look at the Bandeng top 10 producing areas of Indonesia, the top 10 areas alone can already contributed to around 669,000 metric tons of Bandeng, or that's around 87% already. So you have a total production of 772,000 metric tons. So knowing that the sizes of this Bandeng production are mostly of small sizes from say 100 to 200 grams, or we call it in the Philippines baby bangus, increasing their harvest size from the current 100 to 200 grams could possibly increase your production volume by 50 to 100%. So you can leapfrog your volume of production because you already have the stock, but you're only harvesting it on the smaller sizes. So that Bandeng volume you have right now is more than enough to make your production positive versus previous years, especially since your production data over the last 6 years for Bandeng has been declining. To take the center stage of Bandeng as a high-quality tasting fish, even to your local consumers, you need to improve your growth production and increase the use of high-quality feeds. Given the right stocking densities and feeding management, we believe that your Bandeng can still improve and level up its current quality, whether grown in ponds or sea cages. And we had the same experience 30 to 50 years ago in the Philippines, and bangus quality that is natural feed dependent and that has eaten very minimal feeds won't grow that much and has a leaner body and sometimes has an off-muddy flavor. Now let's go to Bandeng background culture in the Philippines. We usually culture Bandeng in the whole country from Luzon to Visayas and up to Mindanao. And it is a very important seafood for Filipinos, and it is the oldest aquaculture venture in the Philippines. And based from existing studies and literatures, it all stated that global milkfish farming started in the Philippines. The Bandeng culture all started in the Philippines around 400 to 600 years ago, and it spread to Indonesia, Taiwan, and other Pacific countries. And the earliest milkfish ponds were brackish water ponds that trap and grow fry from incoming tidal waters and use natural food or lablab as feed. And Bandeng can be cultured either monoculture or polyculture. If we further examine the timeline of Bandeng culture in the Philippines, you will see that each generation there are key events. For example, we started the sea cage farmer or the use of marine waters as early as year 2000. We are already farming Bandeng in sea cages. But I think right now in Indonesia, you're already doing a techno demo of Bandeng for pen or cage culture here in Indonesia. So you will see that as early as early 90s, we already started the use of commercial feeding in ponds to increase production. Based from the BIFAR studies from 2010 to 2019, the Philippines has a fish sufficiency ratio of 100%, which means there's no need for us to import. However, in Bandeng fry, we are not yet sufficient, as we still rely on Indonesia, the main supplier until now. And I think it will still prevail on the many years to come. We are still very dependent for your fry production here in Indonesia going to the Philippines. And I think you have more stable weather compared to ours in the Philippines. If we take a look at this slide, the types of milkfish farming in the Philippines, based on this data, in 2016, our milkfish production was still dominated by brackish water fish ponds, just like Indonesia right now. But in 2020, you will see 5 years later, our production is already dominated by marine water fish cages. So we already see the transformation from inland or pond-based to seawater culture. And this transformation helps us feed more milkfish to our consuming population, which depends too much on the limited capacity of pond based on natural productivity. And we were able to harness the blue economy, that is mariculture, earlier than many member countries in the ASEAN region. As early as 2000, we were already farming the sea. We usually started our culture of bandeng by sorting good quality fried and fingerlings. And I've said before that we source more than 50% of our bandeng fry requirement here in Indonesia. And we already have stock of wild fry in the Philippines, especially during summer months. We can collect millions of fry from the wild, and it is usually very strong source of fry in the Philippines. And the ideal size for quality fingerlings is usually 3 to 5 per nursery, and for grow out, we use around 50 to 20 grams of bandeng fingerlings. We usually practice the milkfish fingerling garungan, or a nursery for bandeng, in order to ensure the high survivability of fingerlings. We usually do not conduct from fry to direct grow out because it will affect the survivability of fry. So the milkfish fingerling should be of uniform in size, and it should have a 15 to 20 grams size in order for them to survive well in seawater cage culture. This is one of our typical bandeng pond in the Philippines, and it could yield around 4 to 6 tons per crop. There are so many areas in the Philippines having a water depth of already 1 to 1.5. You could not reach a biomass of 4 to 6 tons if your water depth is less than half meter, I think. So you need to redevelop the depth of your pond into a deeper design if you want to produce bigger sizes of bandeng, or you want to increase the yield on a tonnage per hectare basis using your pond. In the Philippines, we can achieve 4 to 6 tons per crop after 4 to 5 months with an ABW of around 400 to 500 grams at a survival of 90 to 95%. This is one of our example of intensive bandeng pen culture in the Philippines, which could yield around 20 to 30 tons per hectare per crop. What we did in the Philippines, instead of repairing the old ponds, already ruined dikes, and it would be too costly on the part of farmers to repair the pond, they rather just put a pen, which is more practical and economical rather than fully repairing the already ruined ponds. So I think it's a very practical way of reproducing bigger, better bandeng than totally repairing your pond, which is, I think, too costly based on our experience. So. Also, the Philippine government support the aquaculture development. We achieved this level volume of aquaculture development because of our supportive government. And from RA 8550, or the Philippine Fisheries Code of 1998, as amended by RA 10654, the government allocated at least 10% of body of water to be used for aquaculture activities. And we have that in the Philippines from lake to seawater areas. And I think it's a big help for us to produce more fish in seawater and lakes. Also, based on the timeline, our sea cage evolved in the Philippines. We started from simple bamboo cages, stocking around 10 to 20,000 of bandeng, and then we moved to galvanized GI pipes and drums in order for us to become more resilient in the coming of typhoons. And now we're having more Norwegian design cages which are more resilient to typhoons, and they can resist bigger waves in the Philippines. So that's our direction already in the Philippines. And we already improved our production from bamboo cages to Norwegian cage, which is more resilient and stable in deep water culture systems. So this is our design. This is one of our typical Norwegian cages in the Philippines, which could yield around 20 to 30 tons per crop. We can load at least 60 to 50,000 of fingerlings, and the days of culture is usually around 6 to 7 months. It can achieve at least 2.3 to 2.5 FCR with an ABW of 500 to 700 grams of bandeng, with a survival of around 80 to 90%. This is our typical feeding style of Norwegian kids in the Philippines, and we're using floating feeds or slow sinking extruded. Filipinos have high quality taste preference for culture bangus. Usually, if bandeng has an off or muddy flavor, the farm gate price is usually low. Yeah. But if the bangus is tasty or meaty and has a high fat belly content, usually the farm gate price and the market price is high. And we're enjoying that high farm gate price of bandeng in the Philippines because of high quality bangus. The farmers are producing for Filipino consumers. You know, this is a very ordinary scene during Filipino meals. It is the belly portion of bandeng that is eaten first and disappears easily because of its fat content. We love it so much. I don't know if that bandeng quality is already here in Indonesia. I hope so. Yeah. It's usually, a game of who's coming first to consume the belly. And we have a lot of bandeng dishes in the Philippines. I think we have so many ways to prepare and cook bandeng. And we usually consume bandeng on a weekly basis, especially during rainy season. We eat a lot of bandeng with soup. Yeah. Also, we already have products like the bone bangus, which is a very convenient for eating. I think Indonesia already know how to do this thing. Yeah. Bangus has too many spines. It is not a big issue in the Philippines as Filipino kids have been eating them properly since they were kids, especially in sinigang, stews, and fried dishes. It becomes an expert eating culture and offers thrill. And if you eat all bangus not being harmed by spines, then you are an expert bangus eater. Are you an expert bangus bandeng eater here in Indonesia? Ah, that's great. Yeah. So we really love bandeng. We both love bandeng. Also, the University of the Philippines made some recent research on how to possibly minimize or reduce the intermuscular bones of bandeng. We all know that bandeng has around 200 spines, no? And actually, these findings establish a foundation for future molecular and genetic studies aimed at understanding intermuscular bones development, which could provide insight into approaches to studying or potentially manipulating milkfish intermuscular bone formation. And such work could pave the way for breeding strategies to produce milkfish with reduced or absent intermuscular bones, ultimately improving processing efficiency, consumer safety, and market value. I'm hoping we could be successful in this kind of research because we will all benefit if intermuscular bones of bandeng will be reduced in the future breeding strategies. This is how we usually evaluate the physical appearance of high quality bandeng. You will see the depth is the length and weight relationship as well as the depth of bangus. So in this is the bangus should have a good belly fat deposit. This is the most sought after even in Taiwan. Your bandeng should have a very good fat deposit. Is your bandeng like that here in Indonesia? Yeah, I hope so. I think we can learn to each other on how to further improve the level of fat content for the belly portion of your bandeng. You will also see that the quality bandeng should be fleshy. You will see from that slide, it has a very firm, fleshy content, showing its myomeres and myoseptum. And once it is heavy in muscle, its weight is heavy. And weight loss or drip loss is very minimal. And also, its scales should be intact and not easily detached. Because if the scales are loose, assuming a normal harvest procedure, it might imply that the flesh is not compact. Also, it should have a wide ventral side or indicator of good belly or wide nape indicator of wide muscle. In the Philippines, we were able to increase the farm gate price of bandeng through the years because of an increase in size, quality, and wide market acceptance of various bandeng product forms after harvesting. So higher quality bandeng means more potential eating consumers and a higher market acceptance price. Happy eating customers would mean sustainable production based on the consumption side. This is the Taiwan's famous milkfish belly steak. Taiwan is also a country rich in bandeng history, both in production and consumption. And although it is an advanced and highly industrialized country, they also love bandeng, same with us. And they already embedded in their culture, and the high-fat belly bandeng steak is very famous in Taiwan. And there are so many various dishes of bandeng in Taiwan, including the pictures I'm showing you. Also, bandeng local production in Singapore is already existing. I think you export a lot of seafood in Malaysia and Singapore, no? And I think maybe it's one of your future direction to export bandeng belly in Singapore, because Singapore is wrapping up their production, beefing up their production of bandeng in that country. Based from this very good research, I think, from Universitas Diponegoro, from here in Indonesia, entitled Management of the Traditional Milkfish Culture in Indonesia, an approach using technical efficiency of the stochastic frontier production. This research tells that there's a need for you to improve your bandeng production, especially the pond-based monoculture. And this research is very timing, I think, and we have some similar research in the Philippines about this topic, which we already concluded that if you need to increase the output of, say, monoculture bandeng production, there's a need for you to increase the input, such as the use of high-quality feeds. And for example, in this slide, you have a size span of 1 to square meter, and your output is only 500 kilos. In the Philippines, the same 12,000 fish would yield around 4,000 kilos to 5,000 kilos. So there's a big difference. Based on our own assessment and similar research in the Philippines, certain inputs that could increase the effectiveness and efficiency of bandeng brackish water ponds here in Indonesia include greater use of high-quality formulated feeds to increase biomass production. And the research concludes that small-scale farmers should be merged to address economies of scale, encourage government intervention, technology adoption, and better organization among fish farmers. The Philippine government, through BIFAR, usually establishes fisher po cooperatives and associations to organize them for available government projects and interventions such as input support, technical demonstration, and financial assistance or loans from government banks. So also, as Indonesian government encourages higher seafood consumption for its health benefits, bandeng fish could be one of the species that could help your government achieve this goal, and we believe it based on our Philippine experience. So what are the takeaway messages from us? No? Number one, these evolutions in bangus production enable our country to meet the growing demand for high-quality bandeng, truly beloved by Filipino consumers. Number two, if we remain traditional, we would not be able to enjoy our current tasty bangus as the traditional way limits potential higher productivity, income potential, and food security. We also believe from our own local experience that as long as three criteria are met, such as decent profit, culture technology, and quality inputs, are sustainably present, the bandeng culture in the Philippines will continuously prevail and advance. Also, fish is what it eats. If you give them high-quality diets, it will be reflected in their overall size, shape, and taste. And number five, the advancement of bandeng culture in the Philippines through the years can be duplicated in Indonesia to address the American program of the government. And number six, high-quality feeds play an important role in scaling up the production in both inland and sea cage bangus culture, and we have already tested their viability in the Philippines for the past 35 years. So we are Santi Feeds Corporation. We're already 35 years of experience in the Philippines. And we have a lot of feed product for the following fish, no? From marine fish to bandeng to shrimp to mangrove crab to pompano. And this is our company website. That ends my presentation. Terima kasih. Salamat po. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Carebra, for sharing the information about the sustainable production of milk fish farming in the Philippines. Unfortunately, the Vice Governor has another duty to attend to, so he will not be able to join us for the Q&A question. But thank you so much.
Mouth-watering presentation on the bandeng.
Thank you so much for the insightful presentation. Good luck. Now, all the bandeng's pictures make us hungry, I guess, but we have like 5 minutes for Q&A. So I will take 2 questions from the floor. Please state your name and to whom you address your question to. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have like 5 minutes before finish. And then we will take 2 questions from the floor. Please state your name and to whom is the question you're addressing to. Any question? So if there is no question, I have question, at least one question to Mr. Carebra. Why you said that in the 2018 the production of bangus decreased? Why is that?
In Indonesia?
No, is it in Indonesia?
I think the figure is for Indonesia.
Oh, okay.
It's your peak production, and then year on year it declined by around 12%. Yeah.
Okay, so it's not in the Philippines.
Yeah.
But in the Philippines, it's always up.
Yeah. Our production of bandeng is stable. If we have downward trends of production, we usually credit it because of typhoons. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Let me wrap up this session with the take-home message. Dr. Farshad has already given us a reflection of the shrimp farming industry for the last 30 years, and it's a very keen, insightful of him, and actually triggering us to think more critical about the farming that we are doing right now. The Dr. Dardak gave us the insightful and exposed us to the potential of the aquaculture and the potential of East Java province to produce the protein from the aquatic environment. And Mr. Carabra shared the knowledge and the experience about the bandeng farming in the Philippines. I think I will wrap up this session. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you very much for the speakers. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Desrina, for moderating the first plenary session. And now we would like to inform you that we have the lunch break, and you can take the lunch at the back of this auditorium. And because we have the strict schedule, please be right back at 13 p.m. Mohon bagi para peserta bisa mengambil makan siang yang ada di belakang gedung, dan mohon untuk kembali pada pukul 13.30. Terima kasih.
Shrimp aquaculture continues to grow to meet an increasing global demand. And shrimp farmers are always challenged to find new ways to sustain their livelihood and increase their production by farming efficiently and with lesser impact on the environment. To help farmers meet the challenge, we developed a new formulated shrimp feed with an advanced blend of nutrients for higher growth performance. Introducing Tate Vanamine Feed, the multi-nutrient shrimp feed. With Vanamine, farmers can expect higher average daily growth rates, lower feed conversion ratios, and lower days of culture, all resulting to lower production costs. Vanamine feed is also water stable, highly palatable, and highly digestible, so there's less feed wasted and the impact on the environment is minimized. Vanamine's completely healthy formulation contains no antibiotics, but includes instead probiotics that ensure the shrimp is clean and safe, and with firmer and tastier flesh. For higher growth performance and a healthier shrimp harvest, choose the multi-nutrient feed, Tate Vanamine Feed.
We are very bullish on our maritime industry, fisheries. I think we are now 3/4 of our national territory is water. We have tremendous potential for, let us say, a well-planned fishery program, aqua farming, and a lot of processing industries. We are determined to industrialize by downstreaming our resources, processing our resources. We have 26 commodities which we are determined to have a processing industry. We calculate that we need investment of around $600 billion, and we invite foreign participants to come in.
In the middle of the vast ocean, Indonesia stands tall as a land blessed with beauties and lives. The stretched islands and the endless blue ocean harbor natural resources that must always be protected. From the ocean, many people earn their living, with their fishing boats sailing the vast ocean, breaking the waves, sailing with heart full of hope. There will always be challenges and obstacles. Climate change and the ruined marine ecosystem threaten the future generation. It is time for ecology to lead the charge. Prioritizing environmental sustainability, generating a sustainable marine and fisheries economy, creating a new footprint in maintaining ocean health through the blue economy. Conservation areas are not just a territory. Instead, it is a safe home for the vulnerable ecosystem. Here, lives will be thriving in peace, creating a balance and preserving the sustainability of marine life. Wisely, the fishing practice is measured in behalf of the quality. The allocated quota should not be a limit, but the key to maintain harmony and ensure fish resource sustainability. Sustainable aquaculture builds a bridge towards a sustainable future, where human and nature work in harmony, supporting the surety of national food security. The borders of oceans are safeguarded with eagle eyes and caring hearts. Coastal areas and small islands are precious gems that are worth protecting. With strict surveillance, sustainability will be well maintained. Under the blue sky, fishermen and coastal people assemble for a cleanup movement. Plastic waste, ruining the beauty and polluting the ocean, is cleared up with bold determination and synergy. Every hand's involved, every fishing net that collects, is a step towards a desired clean ocean. The transformational efforts to preserve ocean and marine ecosystem has been done. To fulfill people's dreams and hope, whose lives depend on the ocean and its resources. Creating earnest smiles filled with hope for the generation of today, tomorrow, and beyond. Tightly holding hands on this journey, with every rolling wave, with every effort made, because the ocean connects us all. Let us sail beyond with blue economy for advanced Indonesia.
Shrimp aquaculture continues to grow to meet an increasing global demand. And shrimp farmers are always challenged to find new ways to sustain their livelihood and increase their production by farming efficiently and with lesser impact on the environment. To help farmers meet the challenge, we developed a new formulated shrimp feed with an advanced blend of nutrients for higher growth performance. Introducing Tate Vanamine Feed, the multi-nutrient shrimp feed. With Vanamine, farmers can expect higher average daily growth rates, lower feed conversion ratios, and lower days of culture, all resulting to lower production costs. Vanamine feed is also water stable, highly palatable, and highly digestible, so there's less feed wasted and the impact on the environment is minimized. Vanamine's completely healthy formulation contains no antibiotics, but includes instead probiotics that ensure the shrimp is clean and safe, and with firmer and tastier flesh. For higher growth performance and a healthier shrimp harvest, choose the multi-nutrient feed, Tate Vanamine Feed.
We are very bullish on our maritime industry, fisheries. I think we are now 3/4 of our national territory is water. We have tremendous potential for, let us say, well-planned fishery program, aqua farming, and a lot of processing industries. We are determined to industrialize by downstreaming our resources, processing our resources. We have 26 commodities which we are determined to have a processing industry. We calculate that we need investment of around $600 billion, and we invite foreign participants to come in.
In the middle of the vast ocean, Indonesia stands tall as a land blessed with beauties and lives. The stretched islands and the endless blue ocean harbor natural resources that must always be protected. From the ocean, many people earn their living, with their fishing boats sailing the vast ocean, breaking the waves, sailing with heart full of hope. There will always be challenges and obstacles. Climate change and the ruined marine ecosystem threaten the future generation. It is time for ecology to lead the charge. Prioritizing environmental sustainability, generating a sustainable marine and fisheries economy, creating a new footprint in maintaining ocean health through the blue economy. Conservation areas are not just a territory. Instead, it is a safe home for the vulnerable ecosystem. Here, lives will be thriving in peace, creating a balance and preserving the sustainability of marine life. Wisely, the fishing practice is measured in behalf of equality. The allocated quota should not be a limit. but the key to maintain harmony and ensure fish resource sustainability. Sustainable aquaculture builds a bridge towards a sustainable future where human and nature work in harmony, supporting the surety of national food security. The borders of oceans are safeguarded with eagle eyes and caring hearts. Coastal areas and small islands are precious gems that are worth protecting. With strict surveillance, sustainability will be well maintained. Under the blue sky, fishermen and coastal people assemble for a cleanup movement. Plastic waste, ruining the beauty and polluting the ocean, is cleared up with bold determination and synergy. Every hand's involved, every fishing net that collects, is a step towards a desired clean ocean. The transformational efforts to preserve ocean and marine ecosystem have been done. To fulfill people's dreams and hope, whose lives depend on the ocean and its resources. Creating earnest smiles filled with hope for the generation of today, tomorrow, and beyond. Tightly holding hands on this journey, with every rolling wave, with every effort made, because the ocean connects us all. Let us sail beyond with blue economy for advanced Indonesia.
shrimp aquaculture continues to grow to meet an increasing global demand. And shrimp farmers are always challenged to find new ways to sustain their livelihood and increase their production by farming efficiently and with lesser impact on the environment. To help farmers meet the challenge, we developed a new formulated shrimp feed with an advanced blend of nutrients for higher growth performance. Introducing Tate Vanamine Feed, the multi-nutrient shrimp feed. With Vanamine, farmers can expect higher average daily growth rates, lower feed conversion ratios, and lower days of culture, all resulting to lower production costs. Vanamine feed is also water stable, highly palatable, and highly digestible, so there's less feed wasted and the impact on the environment is minimized. Vanamine's completely healthy formulation contains no antibiotics, but includes instead probiotics that ensure the shrimp is clean and safe, and with firmer and tastier flesh. For higher growth performance and a healthier shrimp harvest, choose the multi-nutrient feed, Tate Vanamine Feed.
We are very bullish on our maritime industry, fisheries. I think we are now 3/4 of our national territory is water. We have tremendous potential for, let us say, well-planned fishery program, aqua farming, and a lot of processing industries. We are determined to industrialize by downstreaming our resources, processing our resources. We have 26 commodities which we are determined to have a processing industry. We calculate that we need investment of around $600 billion, and we invite foreign participants to come in.
In the middle of the vast ocean, Indonesia stands tall as a land blessed with beauties and lives. The stretched islands and the endless blue ocean harbor natural resources that must always be protected. From the ocean, many people earn their living, with their fishing boats sailing the vast ocean, breaking the waves, sailing with heart full of hope. There will always be challenges and obstacles. Climate change and the ruined marine ecosystem threaten the future generation. It is time for ecology to lead the charge. Prioritizing environmental sustainability, generating a sustainable marine and fisheries economy, creating a new footprint in maintaining ocean health through the blue economy. Conservation areas are not just a territory. Instead, it is a safe home for the vulnerable ecosystem. Here, lives will be thriving in peace, creating a balance and preserving the sustainability of marine life. Wisely, the fishing practice is measured in behalf of equality. The allocated quota should not be a limit, but the key to maintain harmony and ensure fish resource sustainability. Sustainable aquaculture builds a bridge towards a sustainable future, where human and nature work in harmony, supporting the surety of national food security. The borders of oceans are safeguarded with eagle eyes and caring hearts. Coastal areas and small islands are precious gems that are worth protecting. With strict surveillance, sustainability will be well maintained. Under the blue sky, fishermen and coastal people assemble for a cleanup movement. Plastic waste, ruining the beauty and polluting the ocean, is cleared up with bold determination and synergy. Every hand's involved, every fishing net that collects, is a step towards a desired clean ocean. The transformational efforts to preserve ocean and marine ecosystem has been done. To fulfill people's dreams and hope, whose lives depend on the ocean and its resources. Creating earnest smiles filled with hope for the generation of today, tomorrow, and beyond. Tightly holding hands on this journey, with every rolling wave, with every effort made, because the ocean connects us all. Let us sail beyond with blue economy for advanced Indonesia.
shrimp aquaculture continues to grow to meet an increasing global demand. And shrimp farmers are always challenged to find new ways to sustain their livelihood and increase their production by farming efficiently and with lesser impact on the environment. To help farmers meet the challenge, we developed a new formulated shrimp feed with an advanced blend of nutrients for higher growth performance. Introducing Tate Vanamine Feed, the multi-nutrient shrimp feed. With Vanamine, farmers can expect higher average daily growth rates, lower feed conversion ratios, and lower days of culture, all resulting to lower production costs. Vanamine feed is also water stable, highly palatable, and highly digestible, so there's less feed wasted and the impact on the environment is minimized. Vanamine's completely healthy formulation contains no antibiotics, but includes instead probiotics that ensure the shrimp is clean and safe, and with firmer and tastier flesh. For higher growth performance and a healthier shrimp harvest, choose the multi-nutrient feed, Tate Vanamine Feed.
We are very bullish on our maritime industry, fisheries. I think we are now 3/4 of our national territory is water. We have tremendous potential for, let us say, a well-planned fishery program, aqua farming, and a lot of processing industries. We are determined to industrialize by downstreaming our resources, processing our resources. We have 26 commodities which we are determined to have a processing industry. We calculate that we need investment of around $600 billion, and we invite foreign participants to come in.
In the middle of the vast ocean, Indonesia stands tall as a land blessed with beauties and lives. The stretched islands and the endless blue ocean harbor natural resources that must always be protected. From the ocean, many people earn their living, with their fishing boats sailing the vast ocean, breaking the waves, sailing with heart full of hope. There will always be challenges and obstacles. Climate change and the ruined marine ecosystem threaten the future generation. It is time for ecology to lead the charge. Prioritizing environmental sustainability, generating a sustainable marine and fisheries economy, creating a new footprint in maintaining ocean health through the blue economy. Conservation areas are not just a territory. Instead, it is a safe home for the vulnerable ecosystem. Here, lives will be thriving in peace, creating a balance and preserving the sustainability of marine life. Wisely, the fishing practice is measured in behalf of equality. The allocated quota should not be a limit, but the key to maintain harmony and ensure fish resource sustainability. Sustainable aquaculture builds a bridge towards a sustainable future, where human and nature work in harmony, supporting the surety of national food security. The borders of oceans are safeguarded with eagle eyes and caring hearts. Coastal areas and small islands are precious gems that are worth protecting. With strict surveillance, sustainability will be well maintained. Under the blue sky, fishermen and coastal people assemble for a cleanup movement. Plastic waste, ruining the beauty and polluting the ocean, is cleared up with bold determination and synergy. Every hand's involved, every fishing net that collects, is a step towards a desired clean ocean. The transformational efforts to preserve ocean and marine ecosystem has been done. To fulfill people's dreams and hope, whose lives depend on the ocean and its resources. Creating earnest smiles filled with hope for the generation of today, tomorrow, and beyond. Tightly holding hands on this journey, with every rolling wave, with every effort made, because the ocean connects us all. Let us sail beyond with blue economy for advanced Indonesia.
Starting off mild, but as try a spice antidote method. It's milk, and I'll rank it to
Shrimp aquaculture continues to grow to meet an increasing global demand. And shrimp farmers are always challenged to find new ways to sustain their livelihood and increase their production by farming efficiently and with lesser impact on the environment. To help farmers meet the challenge, we developed a new formulated shrimp feed with an advanced blend of nutrients for higher growth performance. Introducing Tate Vanamine Feed, the multi-nutrient shrimp feed. With Vanamine, farmers can expect higher average daily growth rates, lower feed conversion ratios, and lower days of culture, all resulting to lower production costs. Vanamine feed is also water stable, highly palatable, and highly digestible, so there's less feed wasted and the impact on the environment is minimized. Vanamine's completely healthy formulation contains no antibiotics, but includes instead probiotics that ensure the shrimp is clean and safe, and with firmer and tastier flesh. For higher growth performance and a healthier shrimp harvest, choose the multi-nutrient feed, Tate Vanamine Feed.
We are very bullish on our maritime industry, fisheries. I think we are now 3/4 of our national territory is water. We have tremendous potential for, let us say, well-planned fishery program, aqua farming, and a lot of processing industries. We are determined to industrialize by downstreaming our resources, processing our resources. We have 26 commodities which we are determined to have a processing industry. We calculate that we need investment of around $600 billion, and we invite foreign participants to come in.
In the middle of the vast ocean, Indonesia stands tall as a land blessed with beauties and lives. The stretched islands and the endless blue ocean harbor natural resources that must always be protected. From the ocean, many people earn their living, with their fishing boats sailing the vast ocean. breaking the waves, sailing with heart full of hope. There will always be challenges and obstacles. Climate change and the ruined marine ecosystem threaten the future generation. It is time for ecology to lead the charge. Prioritizing environmental sustainability, generating a sustainable marine and fisheries economy, creating a new footprint in maintaining ocean health through the blue economy. Conservation areas are not just a territory. Instead, it is a safe home for the vulnerable ecosystem. Here, lives will be thriving in peace, creating a balance and preserving the sustainability of marine life. Wisely, the fishing practice is measured in behalf of equality. The allocated quota should not be a limit, but the key to maintain harmony and ensure fish resource sustainability. Sustainable aquaculture builds a bridge towards a sustainable future, where human and nature work in harmony, supporting the surety of national food security. The borders of oceans are safeguarded with eagle eyes and caring hearts. Coastal areas and small islands are precious gems that are worth protecting. With strict surveillance, sustainability will be well maintained. Under the blue sky, fishermen and coastal people assemble for a cleanup movement. Plastic waste, ruining the beauty and polluting the ocean, is cleared up with bold determination and synergy. Every hand's involved, every fishing net that collects, is a step towards a desired clean ocean. The transformational efforts to preserve ocean and marine ecosystem has been done. To fulfill people's dreams and hope, whose lives depend on the ocean and its resources. Creating earnest smiles filled with hope for the generation of today, tomorrow, and beyond. Tightly holding hands on this journey, with every rolling wave, with every effort made, because the ocean connects us all. Let us sail beyond with blue economy for advanced Indonesia.
Shrimp aquaculture continues to grow to meet an increasing global demand. And shrimp farmers are always challenged to find new ways to sustain their livelihood and increase their production by farming efficiently and with lesser impact on the environment. To help farmers meet the challenge, we developed a new formulated shrimp feed with an advanced blend of nutrients for higher growth performance. Introducing Tate Vanamine Feed, the multi-nutrient shrimp feed. With Vanamine, farmers can expect higher average daily growth rates, lower feed conversion ratios, and lower days of culture, all resulting to lower production costs. Vanamine feed is also water stable, highly palatable, and highly digestible, so there's less feed wasted and the impact on the environment is minimized. Vanamine's completely healthy formulation contains no antibiotics, but includes instead probiotics that ensure the shrimp is clean and safe, and with firmer and tastier flesh. For higher growth performance and a healthier shrimp harvest, choose the multi-nutrient feed, Tate Vanamine Feed.
We are very bullish on our maritime industry, fisheries. I think we are now 3/4 of our national territory is water. We have tremendous potential for, let us say, well-planned fishery program, aqua farming, and a lot of processing industries. We are determined to industrialize by downstreaming our resources, processing our resources. We have 26 commodities which we are determined to have a processing industry. We calculate that we need investment of around $600 billion, and we invite foreign participants to come in.
In the middle of the vast ocean, Indonesia stands tall as a land blessed with beauties and lives. The stretched islands and the endless blue ocean harbor natural resources that must always be protected. From the ocean, many people earn their living, with their fishing boats sailing the vast ocean, breaking the waves, sailing with heart full of hope. There will always be challenges and obstacles. Climate change and the ruined marine ecosystem threaten the future generation. It is time for ecology to lead the charge. Prioritizing environmental sustainability, generating a sustainable marine and fisheries economy, creating a new footprint in maintaining ocean health through the blue economy. Conservation areas are not just a territory. Instead, it is a safe home for the vulnerable ecosystem. Here, lives will be thriving in peace, creating a balance and preserving the sustainability of marine life. Wisely, the fishing practice is measured in behalf of equality. The allocated quota should not be a limit, but the key to maintain harmony and ensure fish resource sustainability. Sustainable aquaculture builds a bridge towards a sustainable future, where human and nature work in harmony, supporting the surety of national food security. The borders of oceans are safeguarded with eagle eyes and caring hearts. Coastal areas and small islands are precious gems that are worth protecting. With strict surveillance, sustainability will be well maintained. Under the blue sky, fishermen and coastal people assemble for a cleanup movement. Plastic waste, ruining the beauty and polluting the ocean, is cleared up with bold determination and synergy. Every hand's involved, every fishing net that collects, is a step towards a desired clean ocean. The transformational efforts to preserve ocean and marine ecosystem have been done. To fulfill people's dreams and hope, whose lives depend on the ocean and its resources. Creating earnest smiles filled with hope for the generation of today, tomorrow, and beyond. Tightly holding hands on this journey, with every rolling wave, with every effort made, because the ocean connects us all. Let us sail beyond with blue economy for advanced Indonesia.
Okay, everyone, welcome back to International Conference of Aquaculture Indonesia. This afternoon, we have the second plenary session with Professor Esti Handayani Hardi as the moderator. And now I will let Professor Esti Handayani Hardi to take over the session. Give applause to Professor Esti Handayani Hardi.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome to International Conference of Aquaculture Indonesia 2025. And then we have plenary session 2 to discuss about the aquaculture. And then we have 3 speakers, greatest speaker, to present about their competency and then their research. And the speaker one is Dr. Zhang Wei. And then the second speaker is Professor Dr. Julie Ekasari, and then the third speaker, Dr. Romi Novriadi. Please, 3 speakers to come and we will start to discuss the presentation. Dr. Romi. The first speaker, Dr. Zhang Wei from Lehans Group, and then they will present about the fish nutrition, and then Zhang Wei, an aquatic technical director at Lehans, and then he is a major in aquaculture nutrition from the Feed Research Institute. That's right. And then maybe you have 20 minutes to present about your presentation, and then after that we move to the second presenter, and then in the last we have discuss to all the presenters. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
How to change the you can push this one, this could go. Yeah. Okay. Oh, sorry. Can you use this microphone? You can use this one or this one. This one. Yeah. This one. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. It's my honor to stand there to show our company and our product. So I will show some research how to use the bioassays to protect the liver health in aquatic animals. So it's my honor. Thank you, the professor. Thank you, the Dr. Romi. Thank you for the Harris. So I will show my presentation. So the speech of my the topic of my speech is that how bioassays protect the liver health in aquatic animals. So my speech divided into 3 parts. Let me show the first part. The first part is the mechanism of the bioassays in aquatic animals. So what are the bioassays? Bioassays are the main active components of the biosynthesis in the liver cells using cholesterol as a raw materials. There are 2 main functions of the bioassays. The first is that to protect the health of the liver and the gallbladder, and the second to promote the lipid digestion and absorption. There are 3 main functions. There are 3 main components in our product: CA, DCA, and CDCA. CA and DCA can promote the lipid digestion and absorption. CDCA can protect the liver health. So let me show the mechanism of the bioassays. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. So mechanism of the bioassist. The first mechanism of the bioassist is that bioassist can protect the liver health. You know, the bioassist can activate the FXR acceptor to regulate a serious signal pathway, such as inhibit the expression of the cerebral-1C signal pathway to reduce the fat synthesis in the liver. So bioassist also can activate the lipoprotein lipids and promote the fat breakdown in the liver. Also, bioassist can promote the production of the VLDL to accelerate the metabolism of the fat. Oh, sorry. Also, bioassist can remove toxins and promote the biosecretion. So it's the nature choice of the animal body through the thousands of the years for liver protector. So let me show the second mechanism of the bioassist to protect fat, to promote fat absorption. This part divided into 3 steps. The first step is that emulsion. Bioassist contains lipophilic groups that can emulsify large lipid droplets into small particles. It can increase the surface area for fat absorption significantly. So the second step is the digestion. Bioassist can change its space structure of the lipids and expose the catalytic groups. This can combine with the lipid small particles and break down lipid into free fatty acids and monoglycerides. The third step is about absorption. Bioassist can carry fatty acids recognized by the epithelial cells and easily through the microvillar surface into the blood stream, complete the entire process of the fat absorption. So we can give the summary of this part. Bioassist can protect the liver health and promote the fat absorption. So let me show the second part. Bioassist can protect the hepatopancreas health in shrimp. So our company every year compared with the well-known university, such as the China Agriculture University, Thailand Agriculture University, to do scientific experiment on livestock, poultry, and aquatic animals. We have published over more than 30 high-level SCI articles. More than half of them are related to the aquaculture. So due to the time reason, I just only show some research about the shrimp, about some fish, including the tilapia, sea bass. So let me show the first research on the shrimp, using the bioassist to improve the hepatopancreas health of the little penis vitamin. From the table, you can see that after 60 days of the feeding, adding bioassist 200 grams per ton of the bioassist can increase the final body weight and WGR reduce the FCR significantly. Also, we also check other indicators. Using bioassist can improve activity of the proteins and the lipids. It means that bioassist can improve the utilization of the shrimp feed. Also, bioassist can improve the TLOC, SOD, and GSH. There are the indicators related to the antioxidant system. It means that using the bioassist can improve the antioxidant system, also can improve the hepatopancreas health and reduce the incidence of the disease, improve the survival rate. The second research about the shrimp, we cooperated with the Thailand Agriculture University, Professor Europin. And the nutritional stress using the bioassays improves the hepatopancreas health. In the experimental design, we reduce the 1% fish oil addition supplemented with the bioassays. When the experiment finished, we found the result. Adding the bioassays 300 grams per ton can increase the SGR and reduce the FCR. We also checked the section of the hepatopancreas. After using the bioassays, can promote the accumulation of the fat in the hepatopancreas and improve the hepatopancreas health. So after cooking, we found that bioassays can improve the body color of the shrimp because using the bioassays can improve the absorption and the digestion of the astaxanthin because the astaxanthin is a kind of the fat-soluble vitamins. Bioassays can improve the fat and the fat-soluble vitamin. Also can improve the astaxanthin absorption and deposition. So finally, using the bioassays can improve the shrimp quality. I will show some cases from our customer. This case from the Thailand, the shrimp farm give us the feedback. After using the bioassays, the shrimp grows faster, FCR improved, more beautiful color, and more weight gain. This case is about the local case from the Indonesia. After using the bioassays, can improve the weight gain. The weight gain increased more than 8.5%. Also, this case from the Vietnam, they give us the feedback. After using the bioassays, the tubulars of the hepatopancreas arranged regularly, neatly, and closely. They are full of the big droplets. These droplets can provide sufficient energy for shrimp, immunity, molting, and growth. Okay, we can give the summary of this part. Using the bioassays can improve the utilization of the fat and the fat-soluble vitamins. Also can improve the immunity and the anti-stress ability, and improve the survival rate by the 5 to 10%, and reduce the disease and reduce the FCR. So the third part is about using the bioassays protect the liver health in shrimp, in fish, including the tilapia and the sea bass. The first research on tilapia. From the table, you can see that adding the bioassays 150 grams per ton helps the best growth performance, improve the fat body weight, and reduce FCR, and improve the fat accumulation, and reduce the LBI. Also, we also checked the section of the liver cells. We found that adding the bioassays can improve the hepatocytes of the tilapia with normal cells and regularly and compacted nuclei. So the second research about the fish is about the sea bass. From the table, you can see that adding bioassays 300 grams per ton can improve the growth performance of the sea bass, improve the WGR and SGR, reduce the FCR. We also just check the serum indicators, ALT, we found that using the bioassays can reduce and decrease the ALT concentration in blood. It means that using the bioassays can protect the liver health. With the deep research, we found the interesting things. Bioassays can strengthen intestinal physical barriers. You can see that using the bioassays can improve the structure integrity and the height of the wheelers. Also can improve the expression of the gene related to the occludin and the Claudin 1 and the Claudin 4. Also, bioassays can promote the proliferation of the beneficial bacteria, such as the bacillus. Also includes the lactic acid bacillus, and inhibit the harmful bacteria, such as the E. coli, Salmonella, and the Vibrio. So I will show some video to show the effect of the using bioassays. Also, you can, after using the bioassays, the liver becomes healthier, and the color is bright red, and the texture is soft and elastic. It means that the liver is very healthy. Liver health, the cells can eat more, grow fast, and less disease. So we can give the summary of the bioassays in fish to protect the liver health and reduce the burden of the liver. Also can inhibit the accumulation of the fat in the liver, increase the WGR and reduce the FCR. Enhance the anti-stress ability, reduce the disease, and increase the survival rate. So our products have been sold more than 40 countries and regions all over the world. They all give us the high praise. So at the end, we would like more communication and more cooperation with everyone and get greater one-to-one in the future. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zhang. And then the second presenter is Professor Julie Ekasari. Professor Julie Ekasari is professor in the Department of Aquaculture, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, IPB University. And then her interdisciplinary research focus on microbiological driven system, nutrient cycling, and biofloc technology. Time is yours, 20 minutes.
Thank you. So how does it work? So just, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me here in this valuable events. So today I would like to present our work on the zootechnical considerations in microbial management in aquaculture. So the content of this presentation is partly from our work and observation in the lab and also in the field, together with Delos and Hedel, and is supported by some literature reviews. Next, okay. So why microbial community? Why we need these guys? So the microbes is actually the main drivers in an aquatic ecosystem. They have at least three important roles. First, in the biogeochemical processes that affect the water quality profile in the culture system, and therefore the environmental condition of for the cultured animals. The second, they also involve in the conversion of inorganic nutrients into organic nutrients, so that these nutrients can be utilized by the higher trophic level in the aquatic web, including providing some essential nutrients for the cultured animals. Some of the microbial community, the members of the microbial community can also act as pathogens that can increase the risk for disease outbreak, and therefore bringing about some loss risk to our production. But at the same time, some of the members of the microbial community can also help us to control the population of these pathogenic microorganisms and also their virulence. So they can also help us to reduce the risk for disease outbreak. However, something that needs to keep in mind is that the microbial community is very dynamic. They are sensitive to changes, both internally, both caused by internal changes and also caused by external changes such as environmental fluctuation. So how can we steer this microbial community into the right direction so that they can be used as a tools for us to support aquaculture production? So to understand that, we need to understand how this microbial community behave and evolve. And this can be approached by this concept. This is actually an old concept, but still relevant to the current situation, the RK strategies concept. This is an ecological concept that based on the life strategy, organisms, including microorganisms, can be classified into two big groups, the R and K strategies. The R strategies are the organisms that grow fast, especially in the condition where nutrient is high, but they have low capability in competition, and they usually dominate in the pioneering communities. Whereas K strategies, they are slower in growth, but they are highly competitive. They have higher affinity to nutrients, and they can build long-term stability, and that's why they usually dominate mature communities. So our goal is to have a stable and resilient microbial community through microbial succession from R-dominated environment to K-dominated environment. So how can we do that? Yeah, we can do that by at least looking at these control panels, the levers in the control panels in the microbial management. So there are these 5. The first is system design and hydraulics. The second is the source, the nutrients, the perturbation, and the monitoring system. Let's have a look one by one. First, and this is one of the most fundamental, is the system design and hydraulics. Why? Because system design and hydraulics determines the water flow within the system. It will determine where and how microbes live and interact. System design and hydraulics will determine waste accumulation and also waste accumulation and removal, and therefore will also affect the nutrient concentration and composition. This aspect is also affect the water stratification that will affect the access of the microorganisms in the water to light and also nutrients. And what is also important, system design and hydraulics also affect the dissolved oxygen concentration distribution within the pond, meaning that it will determine which of the activities that dominates the system. Is it aerobic or anaerobic? In the graphs below, you can see this is an aerial view of a farm managed by Delos, where you can see, although we use the same SOP for all ponds, the microbial community in each ponds are different. You can see from the color of the ponds, they are different from one pond to another, which indicate that the phytoplankton communities in in each pond is different. What I would like also to point out is that we are blessed with different size and shapes of the ponds, so that it is another challenge for us to make a good configuration for the paddle wheel in order to make homogeneous mixing for the water, as well as to centralize the sludge. Now, the second aspect in the microbial management control panel is the managing the source. We want to have microbial community that is dominated by beneficial microorganisms. And we don't want any pathogens there. So the first thing that we need is to make sure that the pathogen is not entering our system. So in order to do that, we need to prevent pathogens to enter our pond. First, by pond disinfection, and then the second, biosecurity. Or you can also consider pond disinfection is a part of biosecurity. These two aspects will prevent, it can be a way to prevent the pathogen to enter our system. And the second is first colonization. This is especially relevant, especially when we work with hatchery. The first colonization in larvae, the microbial community in larvae is strongly affected by the microbial community of the broodstock and also the first feeding. So these two aspects needs to be considered when we work in the hatchery. In the grow out, what I would like to point out is the effect of disinfection. Here you can see, so after disinfection, we actually kill all the microorganisms, but at the same time, we will release the nutrients into the water, and this is an ideal condition for the art strategies to dominate the microbial community. And this theory is confirmed, where we can see here, this is the data from the during a pond preparation in shrimp farms, where we can see that 7 days after disinfection, there was a spike in total Vibrio count. Vibrio is one of the most famous art strategies. And then after 7 days, it gradually decreased. So this implies that microbial maturity can be achieved at least about more than 10 days after disinfection. But it can be different depending on the concentration of disinfectant that we use. Next. Okay. The third aspect in the microbial management control panel is managing the nutrients, especially the nutrients input. So in aquaculture system, especially in intensive aquaculture system, nutrients coming from the feed is the main source of the nutrients in the water. It will determine what is the carrying capacity and for the microbial community, as well as the composition of the microbial community structure. So for nutrient input, it is strongly affected by the stocking density. The higher the density, the higher the nutrient load. It is also affected by the feeding strategy, the feed composition that we chose, including the digestibility and also the nutrient retention, will determine the nutrient composition that is available in the water, which can be accessed by the microbial community. What is also important, especially the macronutrients, the carbon, nitrogen, and phosphorus ratio, these are also another important parameters in terms of nutrient input. In the pictures in the right side, in your right side, we can see here, this is a trials in the farm, in shrimp farm, where we compare the water quality performance and also the growth performance between two different brands of feeds. And we can see in this graph that each feed resulted in different phytoplankton composition and also different density, maximum density in phytoplankton. This is another example of how we can manage the nutrients. This is based on our trials in the shrimp farm, which show that the choice of feeding methods and sludge removal methods can affect the microbial carrying capacity and the dominance of our strategies. Here we can see in the right side that, so in this trial we compared a semi-automatic feeder with sonic-based automatic feeder and also auto siphon. Here we can see that the use of sonic-based auto feeder and auto siphon can reduce the microbial carrying capacity as well as the domination of our strategies, which is represented by the total Vibrio count. Okay, another example of how we can steer the microbial community is by the addition of carbohydrate. So in this experiment, we compare the addition of different complexity of carbohydrates, dextrose as a representative of simple carbohydrate, starch as a representative of digestible complex carbohydrate, and cellulose, the CB, is representative for the indigestible complex carbohydrate. And based on this research, showed that complex carbohydrate resulted in more diverse and richer microbial community as compared to simple carbohydrate. And this is understandable because complex carbohydrate actually increase the availability of different niches for the microbial community members. What is also interesting to note is that the trend in the microbial community in the water also reflected in the microbial community in the gut, in the shrimp gut, indicating the interconnection between these two environments. Okay, the next levers in the control panel is managing perturbation. Why this is important? This is because perturbation shift the microbial community. As I mentioned before, microbial community is highly dynamic and also sensitive to changes. So what are the changes that usually occurs in aquaculture environment? First is nutrient. The way we add the nutrients into the water will have a direct effect on the microbial community. And the second, environmental perturbation, especially when we are working with open system like ponds. The changes in environment can be in hourly basis. So this also makes some fluctuations into the microbial community. And then the last, which also one of the most important, is disease outbreak. We have been facing diseases. We have new diseases coming from time to time. And these diseases is another challenge that we have to face in terms of microbial community, because it's not only affect the host, the cultured organism, but also affect the microbial community. Here's an example of metagenomic results. So we took samples from shrimp that was infected by AHPND and IMNV. So there is some mortality in DOC 49, and then the day after that, we take samples and we observe that when the shrimp hit by IHPND, there was an increase in domination in proteobacteria, which is also known as, the member of proteobacteria is known to be as R strategy. So there are some species in this phylum which has been known to be as R strategies, and they become dominating, especially the gut of the shrimp. But interestingly, when the shrimp recovered, the microbial community in the gut, especially the gut, also recovers, as indicated by the increase of Shannon Diversity Index, which represent the diversity of the microbial community. Okay, so in the management practice, of course, monitoring changes is one of the key aspects. So this is the last panel in the last level in our control panels. So we need to have a good monitoring system. But unfortunately for microbial community, it is still difficult. So for instance, for bacterial community, we are still relying on the total plate count, where we know that using this method, most of the bacteria, it can only culture the culturable bacteria, whereas the unculturable species usually cannot grow in the medium that we use. It is not real time because we need at least 18 to 24 hours to get the results. We need to incubate for that hours, and then the results can be inconsistent, depending on the medium that we use, the environmental condition, as well as the lab analyst skills. And this method is also considered as labor intensive. There are some alternative methods, such as flow cytometry based, but this method is not economically viable yet. It's still expensive. There's also next generation sequencing, metagenomic analysis, for instance. It is good for research, but it's not good for day-to-day monitoring because it's very expensive and not real time. For phytoplankton, it's almost the same. We are still relying heavily on the microscopic observation. The problem with this method is it is highly subjective and time-consuming. So we still have some gaps in this monitoring system. We need to find other technologies that is more reliable and also fast and real time. So with that, I would also like to introduce a technology that we developed together with Hedel, where we develop a technology that is using computer vision and AI technology to identify, count, and analyze phytoplankton community in the water. Using this technology, we can have 6 more consistent results, so it is more reliable than the skilled lab analysts, because lab analysts, although they have the skills, but consistency is quite difficult. And then what is also interesting is we can detect high toxicity species because it can immediately recognize the species that is harmful, like dinoflagellates, blue-green algae, that can be harmful for the cultured organisms. Okay, finally, I would like to conclude my presentation by giving you a take-home message. So based on what I explained before, we can conclude that microbial stability is not a coincidence. It is engineered through consistent zootechnical management, and it can be verified by precision monitoring. So with that, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Prof. Julie. Very nice presentation. And then the third presentation, we have the Dr. Romi Novriadi. He is an expert in sustainable aquaculture production with over 20 years of experience. And then his expertise, including in aquaculture nutrition, shrimp and fish farming, functional feed, immunology, aquaculture technology, and disease management. Yes. Time is yours, 20 minutes. Okay.
Thank you for introduction, Professor. I think it's very overwhelming. So I hope you still have energy to follow our discussion, and we hope that we have an interactive discussion after this session. So today, in this afternoon, I would like to talk about how we develop the functional feed for Vaname, because shrimp, they have a lot of problem during the production system. So one of the mitigation strategies is to provide a functional feed for Vaname. Not move? Oh. So yeah, this is just the slide from the Global Aquaculture Alliance, that if you think about what is the challenge, global challenge for the shrimp production system, we know that first is the market price is becoming the first challenge right now, and the second challenge is the aquafeed cost. This is what we are talking about, and then market access and also the disease prevention. So disease in the last 5 years of the Global Aquaculture Alliance survey is still becoming the top 5 of the challenge for shrimp production. So what is the disease actually? So if we look at this UNESCO table, we know that the disease is the interaction between the environment, host, and also the pathogen. So the thing is, if you can maintain the healthy condition of your environment, and you can increase the immune function and also the healthy system of your host, even though there is a pathogen, I think we can dealing with this microorganism. So we can also still can provide a better condition to support the survival rate of our aquatic organisms. And if we look at the disease in shrimp, is many disease right now. Even though right now there is one disease that becoming a challenge in hatchery, what we call as the translucent transparent disease, the TPD. This also become one of the major challenges in Vaname. If we look at the emerging disease, we know that acute hepatopancreatic necrotic disease still become a nightmare. This is for the farmer. And there is a ESP, what we call as the whiteback disease caused by the microsporidia. And there's a covert mortality nodavirus. This is a lot of disease in Vaname. And also it's also included with the existing disease, white spot disease, Tora syndrome virus, and all the disease is becoming a challenge for sustainability of the shrimp production system. Look at Thailand. Because of one of the disease, the ESPND, before they can produce 700,000 metric tons, but because of the single disease of the ESPND, now the production is going down not more than 200,000 metric tons. And until right now, Thailand cannot moving forward. They just maintain the production just on the average is 200 until 250,000 metric tons. So the disease can make a massive cost and massive economical losses for the farmer. So the question is why shrimp is very vulnerable for disease infection. So the thing is, I will talk about this later on. The thing is shrimp do not have antibody, so they do not have an adaptive immune function. They only rely on the innate immune function. So they only, that consists with the cellular and also humoral response system. And if we know that, if you know the biology of shrimp, there is one entry gate in the shrimp, what we call as the antennal gland. This is like an entry point. This is the golden gate for the pathogen coming into the shrimp hepatopancreas, and they can grow there. And this is this is one area that do not have any protection. There is no hepatopancreas. There is no cuticle there, and this has become the golden gate for the pathogen goes into the shrimp body. And we will discuss more detail about the innate immune function in shrimp. We know that they consist with the cellular immune response here and also the humoral response. And for the cellular immune response, it consists with the phagocytosis and also the encapsulation, nodulation, and melanization. For the, I'm not familiar with the slide, but yeah. And for the humoral immune response, we know that this consists with the prophenol oxidase system, clotting cascade system, and also antimicrobial peptides. And this is the first defense mechanism in Vaname. So if you look at the hemocytes, there's several functions of the hemocyte in Vaname. First is the phagocytosis, where the cell is the engulf and digest the pathogen. And also there is an encapsulation process, nodulation, melanization, and also the production of the immune enzyme. So the thing is, when the phagocytosis recognize the bacteria, then they can go through to this several process. First phagocytosis, encapsulation, nodulation, and also melanization and production of the immune enzymes. And I have a video to just show you how is the hemocyte working in the Vaname. So first, when there is a bacteria there, they can recognize and then they can engulf them, and then they destroy the bacteria, the pathogen cell inside of the hemocyte, and then they will release all the dead bacteria to the environment. So the thing is, before we're talking about the functional feed, I would like to emphasize that the balance of nutrient is very important before we develop the functional feed. If we've developed the functional feed, we don't balance the nutritional requirement in the formulated feed, is also useless. So the thing is, you need to pay attention with the nutrient level, the protein and amino acid, because one of the amino acid like arginine is have several important function for the immune system. And also the lipids and fatty acid, the essential omega-3, omega-6, and also they can also modulate the immune cell membrane fluidity, The vitamin C is also important because one of the vitamin C can enhance the phagocytosis and wound healing, and the vitamin E can protect cell membranes from the oxidative damage. Don't forget about the mineral, because mineral also have a significant role to enhance the immune function. So zinc is the cofactor in enzymes. They can support the immune enzyme activity, and selenium, they can protect from the oxidative stress. So before we develop the functional feed, please pay attention also in the formulated feed, you need to make it balanced between the protein, carbohydrate, lipid, vitamin, and mineral. Then we can go for the functional feed. So if we're talking about the functional feed, this is by definition is the addition of the functional properties or functional ingredients that can serve as the specific purpose beyond the basic nutritional requirements. There are several functions on the functional feed. We can also develop functional feed to enhance the immune function. We can also develop the functional feed to enhance or boost the growth performance, or we can also use the functional feed to have a very good immunity dealing with the climate change. Several functional ingredients that we can include to develop the functional feed. First is the phytogenic compounds. There is a nucleotide, there is a yeast, and also there is an enzyme, amino acid, vitamin, and also mineral. So in the next slide, I would like to share 3 results of our research about the functional feed. First is the use of the phytoadditive. The second one, I would like to talk about the use of the nucleotides. And the third one is the use of the beta-glucan in the diet formulation. First, I would like to talk about the phytoadditive first. So the phytoadditive, we know that this phytoadditive can stimulate and also protect the hemocyte activity. They can also enhance the immune enzyme in terms of the prophenol oxidase, and also as the immunomodulator and also natural antimicrobial. And one of the phytoadditives that we use is the hydrolysable tannin, because the hydrolysable tannin, they have antioxidant properties, and also they can modulate the immune function in Vaname. So this is how we formulate the diet. We formulate the diet with low inclusion level of fish meal, only 10%, and then we use the soy protein, 44.9%, and then we include this hydrolysable tannin with 3 inclusion level, 0.1, 0.2, and also 0.3, and we equip them with the mineral premix and also the vitamin premix. This is the result of the use of the phytoadditive in terms on the development of the functional feed. So in terms of the nutritional properties like protein level, lysine, methionine, there is no significant difference. The thing is when you develop the functional feed, it will not change or significantly alter the nutritional profile of your diet. But if you look at the result, this can have a significant impact to the survival rate. So if you think that the functional feed can also enhance the growth performance of your aquatic organisms, it can be right, it can be wrong. But if you develop the functional feed to enhance the growth or also to boost the growth performance, you can get a very good growth performance. But if you only think about how to modulate and also enhance the immune function, then you can get the result on the survival rate. And we know that the total hemocyte as the first defense mechanism in Vaname, and also the lysosome activity is the antibacteria in Vaname. The thing is that by using the phytoadditive, we can also enhance the total hemocyte as the first defense mechanisms, and we can also increase the lysosome activity. So this is really meaningful for us to develop the functional feed for Vaname. And the second research that we use is the nucleotide. We know that nucleotide is as the building blocks of DNA and RNA, and this is really important to develop the functional feed. We know that the nucleotide also can stimulate the activation of the cellular and also the humoral immune response, such as the prophenol oxidase and also the lysozyme. So this is just to give you information how we develop the diet formulation. So we use the nucleotide with 2 inclusion level, 0.05 and also 0.1%. This is how we formulate the diet with low inclusion level of fish meal. And then if we look at the effect of this nucleotide to the health condition of the Vaname, we can see there is a significant increase in terms of the total hemocyte counts, and that meaning that we can also increase the first defense mechanism in Vaname. And if you look at the lysosome activity, it's also increased. So nucleotide is also one of the functional ingredients that we can consider before we produce the functional feed. And when we challenge them, this Vaname with the Vibrio harvey, with this, that feed with the nucleotide, we can see that there is a significant increase in terms of the survival rate of the Vaname compared to the control treatment. Meaning that as the building block of DNA and RNA, and as the immunomodulator, and also to enhance the immune function, nucleotide can work actively in the shrimp production system. And the third research, when we try to develop the functional feed, is by using yeast. We can use the pure yeast or pure beta-glucan, or we can use the ingredients that already contain with the beta-glucan or with the yeast. We know that this is one of the research. We know that the shrimp is really, they only recognize beta-glucan. That's why in shrimp they have a beta-glucan binding receptor. So the thing is, to enhance the immune function in Vaname, we can use the beta-glucan as one of the functional ingredients. So this is one of our research by using the functional ingredients. We use the high protein DDGS. We know that United States, they really actively produce the corn. After they produce the bioethanol, and then the waste is DDGS. When we ferment it again, this DDGS, what we can produce is the high protein DDGS. And this high protein DDGS, by using the fermentation process, they still contain with 25% yeast. So we can also use these functional ingredients to develop the functional feed. And this is how we formulate the diet. We use the 6, 12, and also 18% of the high protein DDGS to produce the functional feed. And if we look at the result of our research here, we can see that the total hemocyte count is also increased compared to the control treatment, and the lysozyme activity is also increased by using beta-glucan. And when we also collaborate with our colleague in Vietnam, we send our feed samples to Vietnam, and then they are doing the challenge test. We can also see that the survival rate of the Vaname feed with the functional feed with this high protein DDGS have a higher survival rate compared to the control treatment. And the second research by using the yeast is by using the pure glucan. So this is like a beta-glucan and also mannan oligosaccharides. This is also how we formulate the diet by using the low inclusion level of fish meal. And if you look at the results, we can see that by using functional feed, we cannot expect there is a very significant result in terms of growth performance. But if we look at again, for the functional, the healthy properties of the Vaname, we can see there's an increase in terms of the total hemocyte count, and also the after and also before if infected by the pathogen. And this is also the relative expression of the prophenol oxidase. We can also look at before and after infection. We can also have a significant increase in terms of the prophenol oxidase relative expression activity. But again, we know that we already have many results on the development of functional feed for Vaname, but the thing is how to deliver this feed to maintain this growth. The immune function is still in the peak performance in Vaname. So our research, we feed the Vaname with this beta-glucan, pure beta-glucan, and then we challenge them, and we look at the samples after 3 hours, 6 hours, 12 hours, and also the 24 hours. We can see that, the thing is we can enhance the immune function in Vaname, but the period is very short. So we need to maintain this performance of immune function in Vaname still in the peak period during the production system. And also it's only 6 hours. And this is come to the last slide. If you want to have a very good result on the use of the functional feed, we not only care about the nutritional content and also the functional properties on the feed, but how to deliver this feed to also maintain this immune function in Vaname is still in the peak performance. That's why we need to also think about what is the proper feeding management system in order to maintain this condition of the immune function. Based on our research, because the shrimp is the continuous feeder, also the retention on the shrimp digestive system is very short, it's only 2 hours. And our research said that we can also enhance the immune function, but only last for 6 hours. Then the thing is, if you want to have a really good result on the use of the functional feed, please also pay attention on how many feed that you can deliver to the pond. Because if you only feed the shrimp only two times per day or 4 times per day, then you lose the window time, and there is a window time for pathogen can also infect and also affect the health condition of the Vaname. So that's the last slide, and this comes to my take-home message. So the thing is functional feed, the addition of the functional additive like beta-glucan, phytoadditive, and also the enzyme. This can improve the non-specific immune function in Vaname by increasing the hemocyte production, increasing the phagocytic activity, lysozyme activity, and also the immune enzymes, in this case a prophenol oxidase. But the non-specific immune stimulation on shrimp can be rapidly achieved, but the effect will also rapidly decline. So we can enhance the immune function, but they can rapidly decline. So we need to maintain a proper feeding management to keep this immune function still on the peak performance. So proper feed management and also environmental control are critical to ensure that the stimulus effect of functional ingredients can last until the last day of the production system. So thank you for listening for my presentation, and I'm ready to take any question that you have. Then I give it back to moderator. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Romi. We have three interesting topics to discuss in this afternoon. We have 13 minutes left to discuss. Maybe there's any question from the audience about the three topics. Dr. Jiang present about the bile acid protect liver health in aquatic animal, and then Prof. Julie Ekasari present about the zootechnical consideration in optimizing microbial management in aquaculture, and Dr. Romi present about the sustainable feed for aquaculture. Yes, Dr. Waiba. Maybe there's any question? Go first. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Actually, this question I want to ask for the first plenary session this morning, but I think it's still connected with the second plenary session. So I know that Prof. Ekasari talked about the biosecurity, and also this morning the person from Blue Aqua also talked about the same thing, and then Dr. Romi already acknowledged that there is so many problems with the shrimp. It seems that shrimp, although it is the most favorable or the most culture species in the world, but the problem is like everywhere. The problem is still there, and we don't know how to tackle some of the problems. So my note here that biosecurity must be included at all level of shrimp production, from hatchery to grow out phase, even to processing, harvest and processing. So with all the problem that we face, how to actually do that in every phase of the shrimp production. And then we know that Ecuador is like the sample of shrimp production that quite success. They have a low stable production with low stocking density. And then should we make this as a model for shrimp production? And when we produce shrimp at very intensive level, sometimes it's not sustainable. Maybe we will success in 5 or maybe 7 years, and then at some point it will decrease. Okay. The production will decrease. So what you're taking into innovative other method of shrimp production, such as silvofishery, maybe. I know Prof. Esti already did this in some part of Indonesia, and also how how about the integrated multi-trophic aquaculture? Like culture the bandeng from the Philippines, they take bandeng as their national fish, and then integrated with other species like maybe seaweed and sea cucumber.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's my question. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Waiba. Maybe the second question from the Dr. Munti. Thank you. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Prof. Esti, for this opportunity to give question to three of presenter. My question is belong to three of the presenter. The first question is, given the variability in bile acid composition among species, what consideration should be taken when formulating species-specific diet to optimize liver health and feed efficiency? And then the second question belongs to Prof. Ekasari. How can, regarding your presentation, how can precision monitoring technology be integrated to daily zootechnical routines to provide real-time feedback on microbial community safe and system health? And then the last question is belong to Dr. Romi. Nice presentation. Based on your presentation, we have alternative technical to improve aquaculture sustainability. And my question is, how can circular economy principles such as using agriculture by product or microbial biomass be practical implemented in commercial feed production without compromising growth, performance, and product safety? That's all my question. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Munti. We have two questions, but there's many questions. For the first question for Prof. Julie about the biosecurity, maybe how to implementation the biosecurity in the all step aquaculture.
Okay, thank you for the question. I think this question is not only addressed to me, but all the presenters. But yeah, let me answer that. I think it is possible to implement biosecurity in every phase of the shrimp culture stages, starting from hatchery. I think it's already implemented actually. But it requires a change in cultures. We need to have a high discipline to implement biosecurities. We have a good example for that, where we can reduce the disease events by simply applying biosecurity. And it's actually cheaper compared to when we had diseases in our ponds. So it is possible, although if we will still work with open system, the risk is still there because it's open. The pathogen can be transferred through the air, for instance. So this is something that needs to be, still needs to be taken into account. And then, your question about low stocking density shrimp as a model for production. Yes, I think for the moment it's a good strategy, but we also need to consider the future. If we want to work with low density, the risk of like diseases and also in terms of microbial community stability, of course, it has lower in nutrient loads. So the microbial community more or less more stable in this environment. So it reduces the risk for disease, for instance. But if we are looking at the productivity with the growth of the human population, we need to think about whether or not this system is still sustainable to feed the human population in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Julie. And then the second question for the Prof. Jiang about the how to formulating the feed for the specific species contribute in in liver healthy in fish.
Okay, the question is very good. I will answer the question. Bile acid is a weak acid, so it didn't have effect with other nutrients of the feed. So we can use the bile acids with the premix together and then made into the feed and feed to the shrimp and the fish. So the bile acid is very stable. It don't have any effect with other vitamins and minerals. So you can use the bile acids with the premix. But the different species, we suggest a different dosage. For the presentation, it's about our pure. Pure is the content is more than 98%. But our product, the content is about the 30%. So the dosage will higher. So, we cooperate with the university and some institute. So the bile acids need the pair. So I think you can use bile acids with the premix and feed to the shrimp and fish. Also, you don't worry about the bile acids can affect the vitamins. Okay.
Thank you very much, Prof. Jiang. Maybe the second question for Prof. Julie about how can position the monitoring to provide real-time feedback.
Okay, thank you for the questions. So yes, we need to include the precision monitoring in our management system because this allows us to detect any problem before it becomes disastrous. And that's why I mentioned in my presentation that we need technologies that allows us to do this at fast and real time. At the moment, for instance, like bacteria, we are counting on total plate count, and the results, to get the results, we will need to wait for like 24 hours after that. So if we get the result for total bacteria count, it's actually the results from yesterday, which is too late because bacteria doubling time is within like 6 hours. So the decision that we made today is not applicable, it's not relevant anymore to the situation yesterday. So this is something that we need to think about together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And then the last question for Dr. Romi, how to can implementation the functional feed with the economic maybe in commercial feed?
Yeah, Dr. Munti, correct me if I'm wrong if your question is not correctly addressed with my question. But first, I would like to add about biosecurity from Dr. Waibai. This is a very simple question about biosecurity implementation, but it needs a very broad area. Is integrated things. Because shrimp production is not only thinking about the broodstock management, we also have hatchery, nursery there, and grow out until the post-harvest. And I would like to start by the definition of biosecurity first. So we know that the biosecurity is how to prevent the entry of pathogens into our production system and how to avoid the spread of this pathogen into our production system. So in the broodstock management, what we can do is we need to use the specific pathogen-free or specific pathogen resistant of the broodstock. We do not know what is the quality of our broodstock right now. We know that if we look at the graph, why the number of the production site is increased, but the number of the productivity is decreased. Seems like there is a hit and run situation. When they open the farm in East Java, they're having a disease issue, and then they move to Bangka, and then Bangka now have a disease issue, they move to Sulawesi. So the thing is, the number of farms tend to increase, but the number of productivity is going down. This because one of the problem is the quality of our broodstock and also the quality of our post larvae is not expected as our expected, because these alien species, we need to have a very diverse genetic diversity in terms of the biosecurity things in broodstock. That's the broodstock. For the hatchery, again, specific pathogen free and specific pathogen resistant, free from bacteria for our post larvae is very important. And in the nursery, because we having a lot of the water exchange, so water disinfection system is really important to implement as the part of the biosecurity program. And for the grow out, because majority of our shrimp production is the open pond area. So for biosecurity, we need to protect our pond from the introduction of the bird or for the other reptile in our environment. So we need to protect our farm, our open pond from the introduction of this animal that can be as a factor of the disease into our production system. I think that's the whole answer for general application of biosecurity in shrimp production. But for Dr. Munti, the thing is there is a requirement on feed ingredients to supply to the industry. First is the consistency. We need to have a consistency in terms of the nutritional profile. I don't know what type of the added byproduct that you're talking about, but in order to use this byproduct as a part of the industrial plan, so we need to have ingredients, not only have a consistency in terms of the protein, in terms of the fat, in terms of the carbohydrate or amino acid profile, but also the ingredients need to be free from the toxic material. That's the first point. And the second one, there is a sustainability on the supply. So the industry do not want to play a gambling things by using the byproduct. If probably in January and May they have a good supply, but in June and December they do not have any supply. So this is becoming a challenge for the byproduct like this. So sustainability is become the second keywords in order to use the ingredients in the industrial side. So first is consistency, and then the sustainability. And the third one is the uniformity. This is also becoming a challenge for the uniformity of the ingredients. Sometimes the ingredients, the byproduct ingredients, like a poultry byproduct meal or let's say insect meal, they do not have any very good uniformity in terms of the ingredients. Sometimes in the poultry byproduct meal, we can easily get the feather inside of the, or still have a bone inside of the meal. Or if we talking about the insect meal, there is also a chitin there that can also affect the health of the aquatic organisms. And the fourth key point is digestibility is very important. Digestibility. It's not only about the consistency supply, sustainability supply, uniformity, but also digestibility is very important. We know that insect meal have a very good digestibility value, is more than 90% digestible, but the lipid content is really high. For many of the feed machine, with the 10 to 12% of the fat level in insect meal, they cannot use the insect meal as part of the production program because it blocked the machine, because they have a high lipid level on the insect meal. That's for insect meal. Or if you're talking about the single cell protein, another ingredients, it have some constraint with the cost. How to produce the cell of the bacteria and then concentrate them, extract them, and then use this as one of the ingredients. It have a challenge with the cost. So this is so many challenges about how to supply the added product to the industry right now. But we still believe that in the future, because in diet formulation in the future, we would like to reduce more the inclusion level of the animal protein, especially the fish meal. And this added product, plant protein source, is becoming the future of the aqua feed. But we need to also pay really concern and have a consistency and have a very good focus on how to make these added product ingredients can have this, can fulfill this, requirement to supply as the part of the industrial plan. I hope it answers your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We still have 10 minutes for discuss. Maybe one question for audience. Maybe for from back audience, there's any question? Okay, if not, maybe I want all presenter maybe give the state for the last session. From Jang, maybe the last state or the main point maybe from your presenter today.
Closing statement. Closing statement.
Closing statement. You can. Yes. It's about presentation. Oh, sorry. So, it's about my presentation is about my customer. Our product, I think, use our bioacids can protect the liver health for the shrimp and the fish. We can meet the sustainable of the aquaculture. Okay.
This is quite difficult. My closing statement will be, we need to start to think about the microbial community as a part of our management day-to-day management practice, so that we can make optimal use of these these components in aquaculture ecosystem towards our to our benefits, especially in aquaculture production. Thank you.
Yes, a big challenge for the conclusion remarks. But the thing is, in the future, for the aqua feed in the future, we need to think about how to maintain the healthy environment and also the healthy organisms. What we call as the one health in aquaculture is how we only do not think about the health of the aquatic organisms, but we also need to think about the health of the environment. That's why the functional feed is becoming emerging product right now, because the disease incidents and disease outbreaks is everywhere. They can cause a massive losses and massive economical losses to the farmer. According to my presentation, is more than $6 billion. There's a massive economic losses because of the disease itself. So the thing is, in aquaculture, because we use the feed, and this feed is 40 to 7% of the production cost is coming from feed, but not all feed that can consume by the aquatic organisms. So feeding management is very important. It doesn't matter if you use the economical feed or functional feed, but at the end, the management production system is really important. Is whatever you use, feeding index or feeding ratio as your part of the feeding management, but you need to think what is the behavior and characteristic of your aquatic organisms. If you are dealing with shrimp is the continuous feeder. Shrimp is, they have a very short digestive system. Then you need to think the frequency of your feed management. It's ridiculous if you only feed your shrimp only 2 times per day or 4 times per day. Then you make the energy from your feed is just waste for metabolism and physiological function. It's not only for growth. We want to have a very good management system that can provide the 100% energy from feed only for growth. So if you are dealing with shrimp, please pay attention with the frequency, how many times you feed your shrimp, and because the organizer asking me to provide the presentation about functional feed, the thing is, if you want to discuss about what is the frequency, the proper frequency on feeding the shrimp, I have many data for that one. I already have a research about 6 times feeding times per day or 8 times per day, or by using the sun-based feeding system. This is one of the secret recipe from Ecuador, why they can have a very massive production right now. Because one of the technology that they use is a sun-based feeding system. They can feed the shrimp for more than 10 times per day, but they not increase the number of feed. So because they know the biological condition of the shrimp, and they want to have 100% energy only for growth, and this is why they can cut also the production days. So whatever feed that you use, either conventional feed or functional feed, please also pay attention with the feed management production process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, for the last, I want to say to solve the problem in aquaculture, we not just focusing in fish on shrimp, but we can focusing in environmental, pathogen, feed, and ants. And then thank you very much for the all presenter. We give a big applause. Thank you very much. And then we have another discussion in next session. Thank you very much for all.
Thank you, Professor Esti Handayani Hardi, for moderating this session, and all the speakers for the amazing presentation. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Pandey as a chair of International Conference Aquaculture Indonesia for giving the plaque for moderator and speakers. Once again, thank you so much for the moderator and all the speakers for the amazing plenary session. Now, we have a little break time for all the participants can take the snacks at the back corner of this room, and we'll be back at 3:30 p.m. So we can go relax and then go to the next plenary session at 3:30 p.m. Thank you.
Shrimp aquaculture continues to grow to meet an increasing global demand. And shrimp farmers are always challenged to find new ways to sustain their livelihood and increase their production by farming efficiently and with lesser impact on the environment. To help farmers meet the challenge, we developed a new formulated shrimp feed with an advanced blend of nutrients for higher growth performance. Introducing Tate Vanamine Feed, the multi-nutrient shrimp feed. With Vanamine, farmers can expect higher average daily growth rates, lower feed conversion ratios, and lower days of culture, all resulting to lower production costs. Vanamine feed is also water stable, highly palatable, and highly digestible, so there's less feed wasted and the impact on the environment is minimized. Vanamine's completely healthy formulation contains no antibiotics, but includes instead probiotics that ensure the shrimp is clean and safe, and with firmer and tastier flesh. For higher growth performance and a healthier shrimp harvest, choose the multi-nutrient feed, Tate Vanamine Feed.
We are very bullish on our maritime industry, fisheries. I think we are now 3/4 of our national territory is water. We have tremendous potential for, let us say, well-planned fishery program, aqua farming, and a lot of processing industries. We are determined to industrialize by downstreaming our resources, processing our resources. We have 26 commodities which we are determined to have a processing industry. We calculate that we need investment of around $600 billion, and we invite foreign participants to come in.
In the middle of the vast ocean, Indonesia stands tall as a land blessed with beauties and lives. The stretched islands and the endless blue ocean harbor natural resources that must always be protected. From the ocean, many people earn their living, with their fishing boats sailing the vast ocean, breaking the waves, sailing with heart full of hope. There will always be challenges and obstacles. Climate change and the ruined marine ecosystem threaten the future generation. It is time for ecology to lead the charge. Prioritizing environmental sustainability, generating a sustainable marine and fisheries economy, creating a new footprint in maintaining ocean health through the blue economy. Conservation areas are not just a territory. Instead, it is a safe home for the vulnerable ecosystem. Here, lives will be thriving in peace, creating a balance and preserving the sustainability of marine life. Wisely, the fishing practice is measured in behalf of equality. The allocated quota should not be a limit, but the key to maintain harmony and ensure fish resource sustainability. Sustainable aquaculture builds a bridge towards a sustainable future, where human and nature work in harmony, supporting the surety of national food security. The borders of oceans are safeguarded with eagle eyes and caring hearts. Coastal areas and small islands are precious gems that are worth protecting. With strict surveillance, sustainability will be well maintained. Under the blue sky, fishermen and coastal people assemble for a cleanup movement. Plastic waste, ruining the beauty and polluting the ocean, is cleared up with bold determination and synergy. Every hand's involved, every fishing net that collects, is a step towards a desired clean ocean. The transformational efforts to preserve ocean and marine ecosystem has been done. To fulfill people's dreams and hope, whose lives depend on the ocean and its resources. Creating earnest smiles filled with hope for the generation of today, tomorrow, and beyond. Tightly holding hands on this journey, with every rolling wave, with every effort made, because the ocean connects us all. Let us sail beyond with blue economy for advanced Indonesia.
Shrimp aquaculture continues to grow to meet an increasing global demand. And shrimp farmers are always challenged to find new ways to sustain their livelihood and increase their production by farming efficiently and with lesser impact on the environment. To help farmers meet the challenge, we developed a new formulated shrimp feed with an advanced blend of nutrients for higher growth performance. Introducing Tate Vanamine Feed, the multi-nutrient shrimp feed. With Vanamine, farmers can expect higher average daily growth rates, lower feed conversion ratios, and lower days of culture, all resulting to lower production costs. Vanamine feed is also water stable, highly palatable, and highly digestible, so there's less feed wasted and the impact on the environment is minimized. Vanamine's completely healthy formulation contains no antibiotics, but includes instead probiotics that ensure the shrimp is clean and safe, and with firmer and tastier flesh. For higher growth performance and a healthier shrimp harvest, choose the multi-nutrient feed, Tate Vanamine Feed.
We are very bullish on our maritime industry, fisheries. I think we are now 3/4 of our national territory is water. We have tremendous potential for, let us say, well-planned fishery program, aqua farming, and a lot of processing industries. We are determined to industrialize by downstreaming our resources, processing our resources. We have 26 commodities which we are determined to have a processing industry. We calculate that we need investment of around $600 billion, and we invite foreign participants to come in.
In the middle of the vast ocean, Indonesia stands tall as a land blessed with beauties and lives. The stretched islands and the endless blue ocean harbor natural resources that must always be protected. From the ocean, many people earn their living, with their fishing boats sailing the vast ocean, breaking the waves, sailing with heart full of hope. There will always be challenges and obstacles. Climate change and the ruined marine ecosystem threaten the future generation. It is time for ecology to lead the charge. Prioritizing environmental sustainability, generating a sustainable marine and fisheries economy, creating a new footprint in maintaining ocean health through the blue economy. Conservation areas are not just a territory. Instead, it is a safe home for the vulnerable ecosystem. Here, lives will be thriving in peace, creating a balance and preserving the sustainability of marine life. Wisely, the fishing practice is measured in behalf of equality. The allocated quota should not be a limit, but the key to maintain harmony and ensure fish resource sustainability. Sustainable aquaculture builds a bridge towards a sustainable future, where human and nature work in harmony, supporting the surety of national food security. The borders of oceans are safeguarded with eagle eyes and caring hearts. Coastal areas and small islands are precious gems that are worth protecting. With strict surveillance, sustainability will be well maintained. Under the blue sky, fishermen and coastal people assemble for a cleanup movement. Plastic waste, ruining the beauty and polluting the ocean, is cleared up with bold determination and synergy. Every hand's involved, every fishing net that collects, is a step towards a desired clean ocean. The transformational efforts to preserve ocean and marine ecosystem have been done. To fulfill people's dreams and hope, whose lives depend on the ocean and its resources. Creating earnest smiles filled with hope for the generation of today, tomorrow, and beyond. Tightly holding hands on this journey, with every rolling wave, with every effort made, because the ocean connects us all. Let us sail beyond with blue economy for advanced Indonesia.
We are very bullish on our maritime.
Welcome to Indonesia Cyber Education Institute, commonly known as ICE Institute. ICE Institute is an online learning marketplace that was launched on August 26, 2019, and officially inaugurated on July 28, 2021. ICE Institute is supported by a consortium of prestigious universities and institutions in Indonesia. ICE Institute has an inspiring vision to become a world-class online learning marketplace. This vision reflects our commitment to developing a learning platform that is not only nationally recognized, but also meets global standards. To realize this vision, ICE Institute upholds three key missions. As part of its efforts to enhance the quality of higher education in Indonesia, ICE Institute provides several services, including course curation, online course development training, and collaborative research on themes that support the advancement of online learning. Each research project is disseminated through a webinar under the theme Cyber Education Forum, held in the fourth week of every month. Additionally, ICE Institute also organizes international seminars and workshops in collaboration with our overseas partners.
Currently, ICE Institute Gallery offers 18,211 courses, 1,502 instructors from 34 providers, both national and international. As of now, ICE Institute program have been attended by 44,811 participants and 9,869 member of general public from 804 different institutions. ICE Institute is expanding its reach through international collaboration with X and St. Petersburg State University, offering 224 courses from international partners and 51 ICE Institute courses on global platforms. Its strengthened global position is also marked by its membership in UNESCO ICHE, the Global MOOC and Online Education Alliance, and its selection as the IIOE Presidency Unit for 2025. Since mid-2024, ICE Institute has implemented a marketplace system featuring 57 affordable paid courses, complete with an integrated payment system. ICE Institute and Asian Development Bank collaborate to build a comprehensive ecosystem to support the climate change transition in Indonesia. ICE Institute, in collaboration with the Asian Development Bank, is developing a career guidance platform, a portal that connects job seekers with career opportunities that match their competencies and interests. This initiative is a strategic step toward our vision of becoming a globally recognized online learning marketplace. The Career Guidance Platform aims to address 3 critical employment challenges in Indonesia. ICE Institute is also developing micro-credential programs. Supported by renowned game industry partners, we have created the Game Development Micro-Credential Program, which is attended by students in Indonesia. As of the 4th batch, this program has produced 92 games, some of which are already available on the Play Store. In addition to games, micro-credential courses are also being developed. Currently, our gallery offers 23 micro-credential programs that are ready for public availability. This concludes our presentation on the ICE Institute, a comprehensive online learning marketplace committed to advancing higher education in Indonesia and preparing future generations for global challenges.
Okay, now we are back at the last plenary session, which is the plenary session 3. This session will be moderating by Dr. Ilham. For Dr. Ilham, you may go up to the stage. Give applause to Dr. Ilham.
Thank you. Bismillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy today because in front of me I still can see more than 1,000 participants. So big applause for all of us today here. Okay, this is the last plenary session, but still inspiring for all of us who are here in the ballroom today. And in this session, we are going to have 3 speakers. One will be live from Malaysia, and 2 will be presenting the presentation here. And therefore, I would like to invite my colleague, Professor Sabto from the University of Diponegoro. Please join us on the stage. Applause for Professor Sabto. And today, in the last plenary session, we have duo Sabto. So please join us again here, Dr. Sabto from the University of Airlangga. Another Sabto. Okay, please. And then we also have very inspiring and well-known speaker from Malaysia. I would like to invite my colleague, Professor Muhammad Ihwanuddin Abdullah from the University Malaysia Terengganu, who is participating by online, live from Malaysia. Can you join us, Professor?
Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much, Prof, for the invitations. Thank you, Prof.
Okay, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I believe after having lunch and of course we just enjoy our small breakout session, and then today I believe we still have more energy, spirit and enthusiasm to join and follow the plenary session number 3 or the last plenary session. So please stay and be with us for the next 90 minutes. Okay? I think for the first chance, I would like to invite Professor Ihwanuddin Abdullah, who will be talking about sustainable aquaculture of shellfish. So, Professor, you will be having about 15 to 20 minutes to deliver your speech. Time is yours. Okay, a big applause for Professor Ihwanuddin Abdullah from Malaysia.
Thank you very much, Prof. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon to all. Forgive me, give me a few minutes for me to share my slide, Prof.
Okay, you can now share your slides or files, please. Okay, and can you please open your camera? Hello?
Forgive me, Prof. Give me a few more minutes to put my slide on, Prof.
All right, take your time. Okay, I think while waiting, ladies and gentlemen, today we are going to hear, listen, and learn more about sustainability, innovation, productivity in aquaculture. And I think from this morning we have listened, we have learned, we have heard many things about what's happening in the past, what's happening at the moment, and what will be happening in the future regarding sustainability, innovation, and productivity aspect in aquaculture. So I think it's very great time for us, for all of us here today, to share, to maintain discussion and collaboration with our other participants. And in this plenary session number 3 as well, we are going to listen, we are going to hear more about those things. Professor Ivanuddin, if you can start your speech, please. Any problem with sharing? You can send us the PDF or PPT files to us, so we can assist you in showing the files if it's needed. Okay, or I think, okay, keep going. Hello? Okay, I think.
Hi, Prof. I have some issue on sharing my slide, actually. Can I a bit later, Prof? Or
yes,
can
yes,
you give me
no
a bit
problem at
more?
all. Okay, no problem at all. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have the first presentation from Professor Sabto. So, please.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much for this opportunity given to me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Allow me to stand up here, and then I can maybe move around during the slide presentation. Thanks for the moderator, Dr. Ilham, and then good afternoon all of the participants here. This is a part of our projects that I would like to share on the smart robotic IMTA combined with dashboard system and smart biomonitoring for productive sustainable aquaculture. It's a bit bombastic titles, but actually it's just the spirit to improve the practice of modern aquaculture. So this is I make a disclaimer first. This is not in a commercial step yet, but still in the project of the research. Yes, please. Yeah, before we talking further about the application of the modern aquaculture, we will be reminding the concept of IMTA, Integrated Multi-Tropic Aquaculture, which is the methods to growing up kind of several biotas in different ecological tropic groups, yeah, to maintain the sustainability of the environment. So in this case, we can growing up like a fish together with the sea cucumber, for example, and also like gracilaria, seaweed, and other kind of commercial fish together in a sustainable way. So we call it IMTA. By this, we try to maintain the environment by recycling the organic enrichment that may generate from the fish farm activity. So we doing this together benefits, yeah? Like I stated before, there can be reduced environment footprint through the nutrient recycling, and as well as the foster economic resilience by diversifying farm outputs, and create circular economy model, maximize resource use, and support the sustainable seafood production, right? Okay, move on. Yeah, this the innovation over the last 5 years we developed. We call it stratified double net cage. You can see here there is a double layer of the cage of the net. The upper layer actually we can growing up the fish, and the bottom, the lower nets is also growing up the fish. The difference is that we try to make or fit on the reduce the feed consumption here, and then the excess of the here we can actually a half of the proportion of the pellets. By this consume a half the pellets that unfit pellets. So by this we believe it can be reduced the organic sedimentation. Not just like this, we also try to implement what we call smart biomonitoring using macrobiotic assemblage or macrobiotic structure inhabiting the sediment habitats. So we also developed the software, what we call early warning system software, that can be assessed. By this software, we can assess the potential environmental disturbance caused by the activity of a fish farm, for example. So then we combine with the biotic and abiotic data, then combine, and then we can generate the summary, for example, like whether or not the station is disturbed, undisturbed, or heavily disturbed, or even moderately disturbed, like that. Yeah, this actually that application of IMTA cage, we also add some devices together, and we put some, for example, here smart auto feeders, and then we also together with web-based application of EOT-based water sensor, yeah, and then to control and maintain the situation underneath the farm, we also operate what we call robotic ROV for monitoring and inspection. This device usually put the underwater camera. By the underwater camera, we can actually make like a EOT fish counting and grading system using the software as well. So together, we believe that we can be maintain the environment better. Yeah, this is the process of the application of the modern smart robotic IMTA cage that we already have patent for that. And as you can see there, we fit the fish, and then we growing up the fingerlings of marine tilapia. The tilapia actually is freshwater tilapia, but then we acclimation up to 1 month. After that, we maintain the salinity on around 25 to 30, and then we put on the cage, and successfully we can harvest it. It's growing up quite well. And the other thing, we put together the real-time based 4 parameters of the water quality: salinity, pH, conductivity, and dissolved oxygens, yeah, together. Then we can check in the dashboard system, yeah? So we can actually easily detect is there any disruption on that farm. Here, this is the performance of the dashboard system. Actually, we put some of the before I mentioned about the 4 parameters, right? But we also put like humidity, and then also their rainfall, and then the tide, yeah, as well as the sun intensity there. We also calculate there together, and then we'll come up with the graphic daily, and then by then we can easily operate on the web-based in the laptop. Wherever we go, we can check every time we need it. So if there any situation happening in that farm, we can call it, and then the technician from that side easily to solve that problem. For that project, we set up, the first generation is set up in Karimun Jawa Islands and also in Pulau Seribu. Pulau Seribu, it's in Jakarta. And we actually successfully can grow up the fish, grouper, barramundi, and then after that, for the second generation, we put the milkfish as well as saline tilapia. So we also we have actually the commercial products and put in a business market. So because the price is quite expensive at the time, is 500 million rupiah. So it's kind of not affordable for the traditional farmer. We try to, because it's a part of the project, we need to make sure that they can be commercialized. For the commercialization, we have to have like put on the market, and then we also this year try to endorse this products to the some Department of Fisheries. For the third generation, we put on the coastal area of Teluk Awur Jepara, and also we put there in the purpose of eco-edu tourism. So why we do this? Because we need, because that area is supposed to use for the students in bachelor degree or maybe a postdoctoral degree to discuss together on the while we're doing the farming, and we also put like there is a building there, floating. We can discuss on that side and together inside beside the fish farming. So we can discuss I mean like lively in the situation or in the farm. So this the project of the ROV. There's a YouTube there. You can click on that, and then you can see that is some of the device put together, and then also underwater camera. Like I mentioned before, we put the camera, and then there we can actually check in the dashboard system, and by the software we can actually measure the grade, the size of the farm fish. So as simple as that. So it's reduce the cost by using the human, for example, for diving. That's easily using this kind of device. Yeah, for the applied of biological science to support the aquaculture, we try to actually operating the system, and then we also have like patents to make sure that we have a copyrights for that, for commercial purpose, and you can click there. Yeah, this is the 10 of modern aquaculture we put in Karimun Jawa Islands. Maybe some of them has been there. We put like a grouper fish and barramundi fish at that time, and also Gracilaria verrucosa, and it's quite successfully harvested in the market size. As you know that the market size of the grouper usually around 500 to 600 or 700 grams, yeah. And then for the this the grouper that growing up in the upper nets, yeah. The lower net actually is barramundi. The fast swimmer and greedy fish usually put on the underneath. So this kind of fish actually can be good in market. Yeah, the price is also good in market. Thank you. We keep going. We keep going there. Yeah, this kind of auto feeders put together on the IMTA system. Maybe you can click on it. You can click on it.
Jadi salah satu modul pada modern aquaculture adalah adanya perangkat auto feeder, di mana fungsi alat ini adalah untuk menggantikan tenaga manusia dan mengefisiensikan pakan. Auto feeder yang ada di sini memiliki kapasitas kurang lebih 50 kg dengan
mobile
jarak
phone
lontaran sampai dengan radius 8 meter. Kemudian untuk pemberian pakan kita dapat set berapa frekuensi dalam satu hari, berapa jumlahnya, dan kita bisa atur berapa jadwalnya di pagi, siang, ataupun sore hari.
Beneath the surface, remotely operated vehicles navigate the depths, ensuring that every aspect of the system remains in optimal condition. As a complementary feature, the cage is equipped with a real-time monitoring system that measures 4 key water parameters: pH, dissolved oxygen, temperature, and salinity. The collected data, combined with macrobenthic structure derived from sediment samples, is processed using the EWS2 SWJ software to assess potential environmental disturbances as an early warning system. This will reduce human intervention while maintaining the integrity of the ecosystem.
Move forward, please.
System.
Salah satu modul.
Yeah. So the dashboard system is look like this, and then we can actually easily check on time, real-time data on the dashboards. Usually we can using web-based system, and also we haven't installed in the Android system. But for the next step, we will doing that, so make it easier for the farmer to maintain, to controlling the ecosystem of the farm. Yeah, we already mentioned before that we actually put some devices there, and also early warning system software that have been applied to make sure that the farming practice is under control. Under control means that the impact of the farming itself can be reduced and anticipated. So here we try to check the result of the identification, for example, for the macrobenthic data. Actually, we focusing on the dominant taxa and also opportunistic taxa. Or this taxa usually can be used as bioindicator of environmental disturbance. For example, here for the different kind of the polychaetes, for example, reflect the higher diversity of aquaculture zone can be caused by more varied organic matter availability, leading to the increasing abundance and diversity of macrobenthic. That means that when we check the version side, the reference means no activity of farming. Actually, the population of the structure of the polychaete is more than the reference sites, indicating that the organic material there is used for improving the macrobiotic structure. The macrobiotic animals, we know that the macrobiotic animals also important as a part of food web in that area. So maintaining the transfer complex organic matter to more simple organic matter, right? So this also we use like mollusk, especially bivalve and gastropods. When we check it, we make a implication of this method. We try to summarize that the difference of macrobiotic mollusks among the mariculture zone, there's two different zones. First in Karimun Jawa and the second in Jepara, Teluk Awur. Then the diversity is reflect the site-specific hydrodynamic regimes differences and sedimentary properties differences. So they make the different kind of structure. But again, when compared to reference site, with no farming practice there, that the population of the structure of the macrobenthic mollusk is much higher than in the reference site.
2 more minutes, please.
Yeah. So, come to the conclusion that the environmental monitoring using EWS, software that we developed, functional as intelligent biomonitoring system that proven both accurate and reliable to identify environmental disturbance caused by any anthropogenic activities and also as well as for the farming practice. So the secondly about the IMTA exhibits a different community structure compared to monoculture and also reference sites, suggesting the more balanced system in that environment rather than the monoculture. So for the sustainability benefits that robotic IMTA closes nutrient cycles, reduce environmental impact, diversifies production and enhance economic resilience. And last but not least, future direction is continue interdisciplinary research and technology advance essential to fully harness IMTA potential for global aquaculture. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, big applause for Professor Sabto from the University of Diponegoro. Next presentation, I think Professor Ivanuddin can go ahead. Time is yours. So you have 15 minutes to present your topic, please. Professor Ivanuddin from UMT. Yeah.
Assalamualaikum.
Yeah, Waalaikum salam.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Prof?
Okay, yes, it's clear now.
Okay. Can you see my screen, Prof?
Not yet.
Not yet, okay.
Okay, yes, now, yeah.
Yes, okay. Let me go for the
slideshow, please.
Okay.
Continue.
Can you see my screen, Prof?
Yes. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Let me put my video on, Prof. Let me. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon to all. I think you can see the slide, I think, Prof. I think. Muhammad Ikhwanuddin from the Institute of Tropical Aquaculture and Fishery from the University Malaysia Terengganu, Malaysia. My title for my talk this afternoon will be on sustainable aquaculture of shellfish. Will be a bit more detailed, talking about advancing precision aquaculture through bioengineering. Some of the work that we have been doing here in our institute, actually, Prof, and ladies and gentlemen. So a bit on the introduction to precision aquaculture. Okay. I think as we know, crustaceans such as mud crabs, shrimps, marine shrimp, freshwater prawn are among the most valuable seafood commodity in global aquaculture, contributing significantly to our livelihood of the coastal community and export economic not only in Indonesia, I think, but here in Malaysia. Shrimp, for example, account for almost 3% of the global aquaculture productions last year, 2024, with Vaname or Pacific white shrimp and Microbrachius and veggie, giant tiger prawn, Pinus monodon, had dominate the global market. Crustaceans such as shrimps, crabs, and prawn are rich source of high quality proteins, omega-3 fatty acids, and of course essential macronutrients, making them critical for human nutrition and health. I think we know that world production of farm shrimp, for example, in 2023, account for 5.6 million metric ton, had increased last year to almost 6 million metric ton in 2024. And the top 5 producers in the world from 2023 statistics are Ecuador, China, India, Vietnam, and of course Indonesia, which account to almost 74% of global productions. In terms of challenges in traditional shrimp farming, we basically have heard about disease outbreak that impact our shrimp industry. These diseases, such as white spot syndrome virus in shrimp, had led to massive production loss in shrimp industry. We have also emerging threat, for example, like antimicrobial resistance is growing concern also led to the overuse of antibiotics in most of our shrimp or crustacean farmings. In terms of resources insufficiency, aquafeed, as we know, contribute to more than 50% for the production cost. The requirement for brackish water system had also limited farming in certain area. In terms of environmental impact, habitat destructions, conversions of mangrove area, for example, and other sensitive ecosystem into aquapond have destructed biod. A good example in India, about 3.8% of mangrove are converted to aqua farm for aquaculture in Andhra Pradesh, India. Pollutions, influence, discharge had negatively impact water quality and aquatic ecosystems, and of course, carbon footprint, energy intensive farming practice and culture system that also contribute to green gas emissions. And as we know, annual revenue loss due to this EHP and white spot syndrome virus had also contribute to a huge loss in our productions. I would like to talk a bit on some of the major role of bioengineering in crustaceans aquaculture. I think the application of bioengineering in improving crustacean aquaculture include for production and growth optimizations that include selective breeding, for example, to enhance first peak trait such as growth rate, feed efficiency, and disease resistance, genetic engineering, nutritional advance, bioengineering of feed to induce and enrich probiotics and prebiotics and microalgae for fastest growth and improve health in our cultured species. Disease management that include the development of vaccines probiotics applications, and of course molecular diagnostic, especially in the early detections of pathogen using DNA-based technique to reduce disease spread and mortality. In terms of environmental resilience, stress management, and of course biofloc technology, nowadays microbial consortium are engineered to improve water quality, recycle nutrients within the aquaculture production systems. Some of the development in advanced aquaculture system, these include RAS, recirculating aquaculture systems that provide huge advantage for shrimp farming and other crustacean farming for water quality control, reduce environmental impacts and disease prevention, integration of sensors and IoT, for example, like smart monitoring sensors, measure parameters like water temperature, dissolved oxygen, ammonia level in real-time conditions, hybrid aquaculture systems that include integration of aquaculture with other systems such as aquaponic for sustainable production and resource optimizations. Innovations in crustacean bioengineering. I will talk a bit on these issues that relate how the genetic improvement can improve shrimp productions and crustacean farming productions. This includes selective breedings and molecular techniques for disease resistance, for growth enhancements, and for example, like specific pathogen-free stock to enhance biosecurity by breeding shrimps, or what we have been doing here in UMT, produce free pathogens and that will improve survival and yield the commercial productions. Neo-female technology in freshwater prawns, use of neo-female technology to produce all-male production, which can grow faster and yield high market value. Here in UMT also, we are also doing to produce not only giant freshwater prawn, we are also doing to produce all females shrimps also here. And the benefit are increased growth rate, enhance production efficiency, and reduce cannibalism, especially during the grow out stage. It also improves hatchery technology, advance in larvae rearing techniques, improve survival rate, then of course in terms of the larva diet, development of specialized larva feed enriched with essential nutrients to support early stage developments. We have the biofloc technology that will benefit to reduce reliance on water exchange, enhance larvae survival, and minimize a disease outbreak. And of course, probiotics, which will be a supplement in hatchery systems, enhance the growth health, boost immunity, and reduce pathogen load, and leading to healthier and more robust shrimp farmings or crustacean farmings. It will also assist in automation and smart farming that include the usage of AI and Internet of Things, and of course, robotics and sensor, as we mentioned earlier by our previous professor during his our first speaker for this afternoon, feeding optimizations and environmental controls. In terms of sustainable feed developments, bioengineering feed alternative is one of the area that we here in Aquaculture in our university are now also developing with our program here to develop high protein insect meal using black soldier fly as a sustainable replacement of fish meal. We here also at UMT also doing some work on microalgae and plant-based proteins that this innovation, inshallah, in feed formulation will incorporate with spirulina and soybean and other plant-based protein to reduce the environmental impact. Reductions in fish meal and fish oil dependency, and of course, in terms of cost effectiveness, sustainable feed solution provide a cost saving for farmer and to ensure long-term profitable in shrimp farming and of course in other crustacean farmings. I would like to talk a bit on also on some issues that relate to environmental impacts and sustainability. Balancing innovation with the ecosystems and conservations would include sustainable growth, while technology innovation in crustacean aquaculture boosts productivity. They must be also implemented with very care to minimize harm to the natural ecosystems and the natural environments. Ecosystem-friendly practices, promoting aquaculture system that mimics the natural habitats and maintain the biodiversity, encouraging the use of sustainable land use practice to prevent habitat destruction, such as avoiding mangrove deforestation. And of course, lastly, is regulatory framework collaboration between the government, researcher, and industry to enforce environmental protections, regulations, and to ensure sustainability, especially sustainable practice in our aquaculture industry. In terms of bioengineering solution to reduce waste pollutions and resources consumptions, that will include integrated water management, usage of RAS and biofloc technology to reduce water use and to recycle nutrients, feed optimizations, bioengineer feed, improve FCR, reducing unintended feed and nutrient runoff to the natural ecosystem and to the natural environment. And energy efficiency, adoptions of renewable energy source like solar, wind power to reduce carbon. We in UMT are also working to use this energy alternative to power some of our aquaculture production here in Malaysia.
Professor, you have 3 more minutes, please.
Yeah. For conclusions, Prof, and ladies and gentlemen, aquaculture is a pillar for global food security with wild fishery declining and global population increasing. Aquaculture, especially shrimp farming or crustacean farming as a whole, is crucial to meeting future protein demands. Innovations and driven solutions are essential for overcoming these challenges, such as disease that we have mentioned earlier on, and environmental degradations and resource inefficiency. Sustainability as a core principle, ensuring long-term viability of aquaculture require balancing the economic growth with ecosystems, conservation, and resource efficiency. Bioengineering as a whole will provide innovation aligned with the SDGs by promoting sustainable consumptions, marine resource protections, and community livelihood. I think that's basically my last slide will be on engineering as a game changer, Prof, and ladies and gentlemen. In addressing key challenges, bioengineering will help tackle critical issues such as reducing dependency on antibiotics and fish meal, improving water quality through advanced filter and probiotics, and boosting survival rate and productions. And of course, the global impact innovation contribute to global food security, economic opportunity, and environmental conservation, ensuring aquaculture, especially shellfish aquaculture and shrimp aquaculture or crustacean aquaculture remain a sustainable industry for future generations. I think that's basically all, Prof, ladies and gentlemen, with my brief and short talk for this afternoon. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you. Big applause for Professor Himanuddin from the UMT Malaysia. Okay, I think the last speaker will go to my colleague Professor Dr. Sabto Andriono from the Airlangga University. Time is yours. 15 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Iqbal, and good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It's a little bit nervous because I'm almost late come to here. Thank you so much, committee, for providing platform, share the knowledge about aquaculture in this program, especially committee of Indonesian Aquaculture Society and all members here, colleague from many university and from abroad. Thank you so much. And the last presentation hopefully not make you annoying because a little bit far from aquaculture in deep aquaculture, but I try to make a connection between my sides. Excuse me, the slide please. I'm Sabto Andriono from Department of Marine, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine, Universitas Airlangga. My research interest in molecular ecology and conservation, so a little bit have a very connection because my undergraduate also in aquaculture. Maybe if make a connection or collaboration, I also put my email address. And my presentation try to connecting with the aquaculture, with my field. So the title application of environmental DNA metabarcoding to support sustainable aquaculture in Indonesia. As the outline, okay, next please. Okay, maybe I would like to make a brief explanation about what exactly of environmental DNA and then continue for the principle of eDNA metabarcoding and also concept framework regarding to the aquaculture process. And for the last, I try to make put several studies in the aquaculture and also in the wild application of the environmental metabarcoding. Hopefully, in Indonesia will rising application because several researchers, I also see in the Google Scholar or the several article already studies about the metabarcoding. Okay, next, please. I think Indonesia about aquaculture is not very promising, and I think already understand about the potential of the regarding to the biodiversity itself, and the challenging currently is very also very more attention. For example, virus, bacterial disease in aquaculture, so make more major challenging. And beside the challenging of the disease, we understand that the environmental degradation is also most issue beside the pollution and then global warming issue. It's also we should aware because a previous presenter or keynote speaker also explained water quality and also environmental aspect. And to monitor of the aquaculture, for example, Professor Sabto, double Sabto here, and applied several methods using AI, and sometimes Professor Sabto also analyzed the benthic monitoring, but still based on morphological. Yeah. Currently, the molecular is applied for that process, which is the methods we can say that this method molecular is not non-invasive monitoring tool, which is not destructive for the ecosystem or the aquaculture system itself. Next, please. Okay, we know, I would like to make a brief explanation about environmental DNA. eDNA, we call eDNA, just to make it simplify. Metabarcoding is the novel method for assessing biodiversity, because previously study we can get the result for the study with a very diverse target. We can study about bacteria from the lower taxa until the higher taxa, which is biodiversity where in sample taken from environment. It's mean environment, not in the animal or the plant, but from environment. We can collect from the water, sediment, or air. So DNA, and then extract it, and then amplify using universal or specific primer, depend on the target. And finally, we know the result after sequence by maybe currently is well known about next generation sequencing, which produce a very high sequence in the number. So it's a very huge related to the big data. So in metabarcoding, we need sometimes a supercomputer or several software bioinformatics to analyze. And DNA release from organism, I think we know that when during life, they can release mucus, feces, gamete, skin, and then distribute to the water. And we can collect from the sediment or the water, because already distribute in the water, so we can adjust that sample is a biological aspect. So that's why this is an environmental sample. And then some researcher already proved that this method able to identify without destruction, and then non-invasive, because very limited access to the sample, just collect water or sediment, and then very sensitive, and hopefully this is accurate. Some people with traditional taxonomy still debatable about this method, because they don't believe about the result. But many researchers also still accepted this result. And then application of environmental DNA able both in ecosystem, marine or freshwater, and many ecosystem can use this method. And okay, thank you. I forgot about this. Next, about the conceptual framework regarding to the aquaculture. So integration of the molecular in ecology and aquaculture system, we can see all aspects of the aquaculture. For example, here, I just put 3 aspects, for example, in pathogen and maybe invasive species. We can early detection using metabarcoding, environmental metabarcoding, this method. And then another aspect is a monitor culture or wild species interaction, because like Professor Sabto, they applied in the wild. So some feeding activities impact to the wild species, right, Professor? Yeah. So from here we can application of eDNA, we can monitor what the exactly interaction between species culture or wild species. And sometimes many ecological also focus for assessing carrying capacity and then biodiversity and many aspects of the aquaculture actually. So that's why hopefully the application of molecular able to support ecological based aquaculture, or many researchers call to the with the IMTA, with the sustainable and friendly environmental friendly aquaculture. Okay, this is just review several application metabarcoding, environmental metabarcoding for fish disease identification. Already applied in 2000, maybe 15 or 14, but the publication already published by Fong 2016. In Korea, they are able to identify Aeromonas, which is categorized in bacterial pathogen, and other researcher in viral pathogen, and then fungi, also parasite, like a Professor Sapto identified many parasites identified in the IMTA system. This is parasitic pathogen from Myxosporion, and then nematodes, Myxobolus, and yeah, I think maybe some researcher focus in the parasite area. This is more familiar, but I'm sorry. And another applications also not only in the captive, yeah. Sometimes learn studies the application of eDNA in the, I mean not culture, like a lake, pond, seawater, and then some researcher in pond and many captive sample using many kind of method, using PCR or qPCR. qPCR is mean real-time PCR. So they combine the result and then validation of the result. So I think it's promising for the future of aquaculture in Indonesia to estimate the outbreak in the future. Then this is application in the wild ecosystem. I put some figure from article of Lee et al. 2020 with a study about case study in Peneus chinensis in Bohai Sea, already published in Aquaculture and Fisheries. And sample collected in the Bohai Sea, they then make a mapping of the distribution. So the results able to see what the combination of the mass production of sequence DNA with the condition of PCR. So the line of the regression show with very significant interaction between biomass of Chinese shrimp with the ADNA composition. It means if the sequence in the environmental DNA higher, probably in the existence of the Chinese shrimp is also possible in the high biomass. And then this is also in the another paper about DNA barcoding in diet study, because we cannot totally understand what kind of species inside in the intestine fish or shrimp, because some part of the already degraded, and then maybe morphological is not complete. So metabarcoding able to answer what the exactly inside of the intestine. So diet analysis using environmental DNA also promising to study what the effect. And sometimes the study not only what kind of species in intestine, but also combination of the probiotic application, for example. So the aquaculture is able to monitor the species of the probiotic in the water, in the intestine, and also in the feeds. So combination that the result can reflect the efficiency of the probiotic which applied in the aquaculture system.
3 more minutes, please.
3 minutes. Okay, sorry. Sorry. Okay, so as the conclusion, environmental DNA able to rapid pond health and also biodiversity assessment. We can collaborate if possible to make analysis or study more deep about aquaculture, and also early disease warning, because environmental meta barcoding is the evidence that in the area probably contain, for example, bacteria or virus. So to confirmation, sometimes should be visit and also make a morphological or culture for bacteria, for example, to confirmation. And then guidance for restocking ecology, because from the environmental data, we can get the data from the wild very fast and then non-invasive, and also probably make a more precise the real condition. So if in the area, for example, very heavily species endemic, with the number is very limited, so we can not destruction for the habitat. And then hopefully the application of eDNA also insight to the policy, so I think it's very good for support in future aquaculture industry in Indonesia. And this is also a possibility application if the database of the sequence DNA should be increased, because meta-barcoding and also barcoding depend on the reference of the database. So it means we should improve the national database and also integrated with the current technology with AI maybe, and also strengthen collaboration. Farmer and then academician, industry, and tetrahelix will be more stronger toward the application of environmental DNA, and also capacity building in molecular ecology and bioinformatics, because not only we study in biology, fisheries, but sometimes we should hire the person with understand in detail about the program of a software program, for example. So bioinformatics may be related to the computer science, and then some of software and many kind of the software to analyze the result. And thank you so much for the attention, and thank you so much again.
Thank you for Dr. Sabto. Ladies and gentlemen, all the three speakers have just explains more about application of engineering in aquaculture. The first speaker talked about the IMTA, integrated multi-tropic aquaculture, combined with smart aquaculture approach, and then continued by the second speaker, who talked about the application of bioengineering in aquaculture, and then our colleague Dr. Sabta just presented a very interesting lecture on the application of eDNA metabarcoding in aquaculture. So now, Q&A session. Because of the availability of the time for the last session, I think we can have one question for one speaker, please. Okay, we already have two people or participants who are ready for the question. Please, can anybody need the microphone? First question will be from the lady, I think, Prof. Julie. Yeah, please. Yes. Yeah. Pak Soni, please help us. Oh, yes, okay. Yeah, please, Bu Prof.
There you go. Thank you. So I have questions for both of speakers. For the first one, Prof. Sabto, have you ever done economic feasibility on your IMTA system? And then for the other, Pak Sabto, the problem with working with DNA is that we cannot distinguish between DNA coming from the live organism and DNA coming from the dead organism. How can you distinguish this when you analyze your DNA results? Thank you.
Okay. Next question, please, Pak Pandi.
Thank you. It's excellent presentation from all speakers. Thank you very much. My question for Dr. Sabto about the application of eDNA barcoding in aquaculture. I just wonder what the constraint? What's the constraint of the application of eDNA in aquaculture, and how to minimize that constraint, yeah, for this application? Yeah.
Obstacle, yeah. Okay, please, I think the first question will be answered by Professor Sabto first. Economic feasibility.
Okay, very good question. Thank you very much, Ibu. Actually, we try to make like a feasibility study and then make like a business plan and trying to calculate the benefits of production of the IMTA cage. So by the calculation, we also having consultation with the expertise from Faculty of Economy, that we calculate about 3.8 for the break-even points when we produce one cage. We assume that we can produce about 4 tons per cage. The cage, actually, the diameter is 6 meters. We can produce up to 5 tons. Then any fish. So that's why we advise or suggest that the fish that we can farm, actually, to the more good market, the better. For example, like grouper, it's good in market, right? And also like barramundi, also good. For the milkfish and saline tilapia, the price is quite average. It's not really expensive one. So we suggest when we produce that, actually not more just 1 cage, but if more than 5 or to 10 cage, it's better than only 1 cage, because the price is considerably quite expensive. Is that answer the question? Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
with the same size of the
Yes,
structure.
6 diameter.
Okay.
Yeah, we produce 6 diameter. Yeah, not 10. It's 6. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's up to about 5 tons
Okay.
per harvest
All
period.
right.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
thank
like
you.
9 months. Yeah.
9 months.
7 to 9 months. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Yeah, next, please.
Yes,
Pak
thank
Dr.
you,
Sabto.
Prof. Julie. It's a difficult question. At 2017, I'm joined the conference in Hong Kong, also debatable about this topic, because until now, yeah, which is the sequence from the real organism or this artifacts. But confirmation of the result of environmental DNA, several researchers study in the captive. Yes, they culture from maybe 1 and then 2 fish, 3 fish, try to analyze with the read number of sequence, and then they make like graphic to validation of the results. And other researchers also try to understand about the decay period from the upper side of the water column, and then surface, and then column, and also bottom, also have different concentration of DNA. It means the distribution is not same. Sometimes fish also, for example, characteristics, different character also have a different deposit of DNA. So confirmation of environmental DNA is very essential, beside the study of for the assessment at the beginning of the study. After assessment, maybe the real survey to support of the assessment may be possible conducted, maybe not. For example, if the sample, for example, to analyze the sample fish which is very rare endemic or difficult to find, maybe we can apply environmental DNA. But for fish which are very easily, for example, tilapia in the Danau Toba or tilapia in many lakes is very easy, so confirmation also very possible to conduct it. And hopefully answer the question. And the obstacle of the eDNA. Currently, the problem is many researchers focus on the problem of sequencing step. Because the Illumina or nanopore technology still sophisticated and also high price. But I believe maybe 5 or 10 years later, Indonesia very potential to support of the metabarcoding study. And the second one is the chemical reagent. Still we import from the maybe Singapore or other country. But I think Indonesia probably next time able to make a synthesis of the reagent for the support molecular study in Indonesia. Because I also joined in the MABI. MABI is the Indonesian Biotechnology and Bioinformatics society, which focus discussing several obstacles in bioinformatics itself and also molecular side. So hopefully many stakeholders focus to improve what we're doing and then related to our government policy to able to fulfill food from not only from the agriculture but from fisheries also. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any question for Professor Ihwanuddin, who is still with us, I guess? Hello, Professor. Are you still with us? Already left. Okay. So one more question, please. Enough? Okay, please, Prof. ST. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Very nice presentation. Maybe I want to know about your opinion. Maybe both of Pak Sabto. What do you think about the integrated mangrove and aquaculture, or maybe IMTA and then traditional aquaculture implementation with the IoT? That is what can I say? That is have a benefit maybe for economic if we culture with the traditional aquaculture and then we implement it with the IoT. What do you think about the economic, maybe social and sustainability? Thank you very much.
Yes, please. Who would like to answer? Please, Prof. Sabto. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the very nice question, Bu Esti. Allow me to answer first. Okay. You mentioned about the mangrove, right? Ecosystem, right? And also IoT. For the mangrove ecosystem, if I been asked like that, I will answer yes. Of course, the mangrove ecosystem is a part of the sustainability or maintaining the coastal area, which is very important for as a nursery grounds. We know that the mangrove ecosystem actually support the fauna. Fauna means a kind of animals surrounding, and as a balancing of the ecosystem. So without mangrove, I think it's not really good in terms of the productivity of this ecosystem. So I will just say yes for the ecosystem as a part of the aquaculture for sustainable way. For the second thing is about differences between IoT technology applied for aquaculture compared to the traditional way. Like I mentioned before, that the uncertainty in the traditional aquaculture, it's make the backwards of the in terms of productivity and also the benefits economically. Using IoT, even the starting, you usually spend more than just traditional. But for the sustainability, and it can be last very long. For example, what we produced is made by high density polyethylene, which is very standardized internationally. So it can be last more than 50 years compared to the traditional aquaculture, for example, using bamboo or maybe wood or So the other thing about the EOT, EOT is make it, everything is measurable, and then it's make it easier to anticipate the potential disturbance and also make it easier to detect and also to measure the potential, for example, disturbance, and also to make sure that we can get the, for example, the size, and then maybe is there any problem, we can anticipate much easier or earlier than using traditional way. That's maybe hopefully answered that question.
Okay. Please, Dr. Sabto, add more.
Second layer of Sabto. We know that mangrove is very productive ecosystem. Prof. Esti already more understand about this ecosystem, and application of the silver fishery is very nice for the tropical country which have very huge mangrove, and also able to not generate only in aquaculture. We can apply this concept with the combination with tourism. So I think it's very promising to develop the silver fishery for the future aquaculture system. And the second one, application of the metabarcoding in the fields, my fields. Previous study, I'm tried to barcoding of fish in the estuary and the some area of the center of fish, like a Banyuwangi, Gresik, and then some area in Bali. We able to catch maybe more 20 species with consumed by coastal community. It means not only one or single species culture like net cage in the floating cage, only tilapia, but in the beneficial of the mangrove combined with aquaculture, we can culture many species in one system. Not only fish, maybe another taxa like shellfish, and then algae and many kinds, because we try to maintain of the ecological balance. So very promising. And I think metabarcoding also still working for the analysis and assessment of the impact combined between non-silver fishery system and then silver fishery system. Maybe future research we can make collaboration, Prof. Esti. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, I think we have heard many things about the application of engineering in aquaculture. As an aquaculture people, there are many options, opportunities, yet challenges remains for us to answer in the future. And I think we have no option but to keeping optimistic in sustain our aquaculture, both for food security and also for blue economy. So let's close our session today by extending our appreciation and big applause for our three speakers, Pak Dr. Sabto, Pak Profesor Sabto, and Prof. Iwan from YMT Malaysia. Thank you, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Ilham, for moderating this session, and all the speakers for the amazing presentation. Now, I would like to invite Professor Yusinta Fujaya as the Vice President of Indonesian Aquaculture Society for giving the plaque for moderator and speakers. All right, once again, give applause to all the speakers and moderator. Attention all participants. You can scan this barcode to access all the material and photos from today's agenda. Or you can visit the link below the barcode. Okay, so the link, the material is processed for uploading. There will be a few material from now on, but there will be uploading until it's get all the materials. All right, the last agenda is closing. As the master of ceremony, I would also like to say thank you for your participation and willingness to be here from the very first start until now. It was such a beautiful experience for me to be the master of ceremony to all of you, and I hope that we will have an amazing experience through this event. And I would like to inform you that we have gala dinner for only invited person by Blue Aqua Indonesia and Bahtera Adijaya at 6 p.m. tonight. I'm Cinta as the master of ceremony. If I have made any mistakes during my guidance, please forgive me. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you, and I hope to see you all again soon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.